shifts from Jaipur to Delhi, and as somebody who's covered the central BJP for so long, what do you think? Because now, the BJP is known for swinging surprises as well. So what is going to be the key factor according to you?
Yes, as you said, Vedant, nobody can really read the mind of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, who will be playing the most decisive role in choosing who will be the next face of Rajasthan, because there are several factors at play. As you said, OBC factor. There is also kind of reimagining the state of Rajasthan. Will it be divided on caste lines? Will there be a religious factor at play, or Sanatan Dharma factor? All that makes a wild card entry not really impossible. But, as someone, as you said rightly, I've covered the BJP for so many years, Vedant, I will not be hazarding a guess on this one, because election after election we have seen that there are some other calculation that the BJP does, because they have 10 years in mind when they decide a leader, when they project a chief minister in that state. So thank you so much, Vedant, for joining us. And yesterday, the man of the moment in the state of Madhya Pradesh was also Shivraj Singh Chauhan. I did speak to him last night. Listen in to what he had to say. शिवराज जी, बहुत बहुत बधाई। इतनी बड़ी बहुमत बीजेपी को मिली है, 160 आपने पार किया है। मेरा सवाल ये होगा कि क्या आपको इतनी सीटों की उम्मीद थी?
मुझे पूरा विश्वास था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की भारी विजय होगी। जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद भरपूर हमें मिलेगा, लाडली बहनों का लाड़ भी मिलेगा और भांजे भांजियों का समर्थन भी मिलेगा। उसी के अनुरूप ये जीत हुई है।
आपने लाडली बहना योजना की चर्चा की, तो कितना आप मानते हैं कि महिलाएं आकर के उन्होंने आपका समर्थन दिया?
लाडली बहनों ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है, लेकिन भांजे भांजियों का प्यार भी मिला है। गरीबों का, किसानों का, समाज के हर वर्ग का समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला है, और बहनों ने तो भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया।
ये तो प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का चुनाव हो गया आपका। शिवराज जी, कांग्रेस बार बार एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात कर रही थी, तो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहाँ गया?
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहीं नहीं थी। एक सुगुफा था, एक वातावरण बनाने की कोशिश की थी। परिणामों से यह सिद्ध हो गया कि जनता सदैव हमारे साथ थी।
आपके खुद की चुनाव की बात करें, जहां पर से आप एमएलए का चुनाव लड़े हैं, बुद्धि से आपकी जीत 1 लाख वोटों से ज्यादा से हुई है। आप पूरे प्रदेश में जब प्रचार कर रहे थे तो आपने जनता को ये कहा था कि बुद्धि आपके हवाले। तो ये जो मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री आपका खुद का है, वो कैसा देख रहे हैं आप?
मैं बुधनी की जनता को प्रणाम करता हूं। उन्होंने कहा था केवल फॉर्म भर के चले जाओ, फिर वोट डालने ही आना। मैं केवल फॉर्म भरने गया, फिर वोट डालने गया, और जनता ने लाख से ज्यादा वोटों से जिताया। ऐसी जनता को मैं बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। अद्भुत है हमारी जनता और हमारे कार्यकर्ता।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, मेरा सवाल ये भी होगा कि केंद्रीय नेतृत्व, जो सेंट्रल लीडरशिप है भाजपा की, उसने मध्य प्रदेश पे खास फोकस रखा था। 3 यूनियन मिनिस्टर, 4 एमपी और जनरल सेक्रेटरी जो थे, सब चुनाव लड़ रहे थे इस बार।
प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति अगाध श्रद्धा और विश्वास, उनके काम, और उसके साथ साथ अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, भूपेंद्र यादव जी, शिव प्रकाश जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, उनका भी माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट, और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वीडी शर्मा जी और हितानंद जी, उनके नेतृत्व में संगठन की पूरी टीम और कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की है। उसी का परिणाम।
सामूहिक नेतृत्व या कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप की बात की जाए तो कोई चेहरा नहीं था, कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप ने चुनाव लड़ा है। ये आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
हम सब एक हैं, मिलकर साथ चुनाव लड़े।
आखिरी सवाल, जनता के नाम आपका क्या संदेश होगा? 160 से ऊपर की जीत, और बहनों के खास करके आप उनको क्या कहेंगे? मध्य प्रदेश की बहनों के लिए क्या संदेश?
मैं तो बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। देवतुल्य जनता है, उसकी सेवा में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of its, but you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest on the cyclone that's brewing at sea. It's very, very close to the coastline, which is why it's bringing in very heavy showers towards Chennai. That's the area which is getting impacted the most when we talk about the last 24 hours. 250 millimeters of rainfall has been recorded in the airport area, which is why the airport has now been closed down till 11 o'clock. It has been inundated, which is why no flights will take off. Till about 11 o'clock, many flights have been impacted. So is the situation as far as the rail traffic is concerned. Many areas, low-lying areas, have been inundated. There is a rain holiday that has been announced in 4 districts of Tamil Nadu. When we talk about that rain red alert, it is not just for Tamil Nadu but adjoining areas of Puducherry, Rayalaseema as well as Andhra Pradesh. Between today and from tomorrow is when the landfall is expected, and that landfall is expected between Machilipatnam and Nellore in Andhra Pradesh just before noon. That is what the forecast says, that we can expect winds of 100 kmph at the time of landfall. 250 millimeters of rainfall has been recorded already. We are expecting more rainfall in the course of the day with the red alert warning that has been issued for the state. We have many, relief centers that have opened. Multiple centers have opened. The NDRF team is on standby. To get exactly what's the situation on the ground, my colleague Sam Daniel brings us the details.
Recently built a new set of stormwater drains. It couldn't really handle this quantum of water. The Met Office says this kind of downpour would continue at least till 3 o'clock this evening, till the cyclone moves away from Tamil Nadu. The wind speeds could touch between up to 75 to 100 kilometers per hour. And it's a public holiday in Chennai. All schools, colleges shut. Also government offices except essential services. Private companies have been asked to allow their workers do their work from home. Tamil Nadu government has opened nearly 5,000 relief centers in these districts, coastal districts, particularly Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, Nagapattinam and Kadalur. As we speak, more than 700 people have already been evacuated to these relief centers. And authorities have advised people not to step out unless it's absolutely important, to abide by the instructions given by the Revenue Administration or the Disaster Management Department. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who had a review of the situation, has also allotted or allocated monitoring officers to all these districts and also to every zone in Chennai. In fact, the Met Office says the rains could continue well beyond this evening, although the very heavy rainfall could continue at least till 3 this evening. Boats have been deployed. NDRF and SDRF, the State Disaster Response Forces, have been deployed in many areas to make sure they'll be available on short notice, to make sure in case of any evacuation or in case of major incident, they'll be able to attend to it.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case at 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
Is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make...
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vata. We're going to get you the latest from the ground as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. A rain red alert warning has led to cars being submerged. The airport has been inundated. The airport has been shut in Chennai till 11 o'clock. Lots of flights and even rail traffic has been suspended in Chennai. We'll get you all the details on the other side of the headlines. Rain red alert warning for Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry along with Rayalaseema over the next 24 hours. The airport in Chennai has been shut down due to inundation. Very heavy showers are expected in the area before that cyclone makes landfall tomorrow morning in Andhra Pradesh. ZPM searches ahead in Mizoram elections. The Chief Minister loses his seat. After winning 3 states, the BJP to decide the chief ministers, while the Congress unseats the BRS. CLP meet is expected in Hyderabad with Revanth Reddy, the front runner in Hyderabad. And as the winter session of the parliament begins, the ethics panel report on Mahua is unlikely today. 2 Indian Air Force pilots have been killed in a crash. The Indian Air Force trainer aircraft crashes in Telangana. Let's get to your top story, and that's Cyclone Mizoram, named by Myanmar, meaning strength or resilience, has caused heavy to very heavy showers in Tamil Nadu. You can see areas that are completely submerged when it comes to Chennai. A public holiday has been declared in 4 districts, including Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, as well as Chengalpattu. Those are the districts in which all institutions have been shut. People have been asked to work from home. When we talk about the area, which is the airport area, Meenambakam, there 250 millimeters of rainfall has been reported in a matter of 24 hours till about 8:30 this morning, which has led to inundation of the airport, which basically means that the Meenambakam airport has been shut down till about 11 o'clock at night. No flights taking off. No flights can land as far as the Chennai airport is concerned. There you can see cars being submerged, low-lying areas being inundated when it comes to Chennai. Trees have been uprooted. Rail traffic has also been impacted. NDRF teams, multiple purpose teams, all on standby. This system, which is brewing at sea, is very, very close to the coastline as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. This system will make landfall, but that's only expected tomorrow in the morning. Right now, currently, it's about 90 kilometers away from Chennai. 170 kilometers from Nellore. Nellore is the point where landfall is expected between Nellore and Machilapatnam tomorrow in Andhra Pradesh. Now, this severe cyclone, which has now intensified while it stayed at sea, is causing very heavy rain. Rain red alert has been sounded off for Tamil Nadu, for Puducherry, Rayalaseema, as well as, of course, Andhra Pradesh, where landfall is expected tomorrow. Now, 21 teams for rescue and relief operations are on standby. 121 multiple purpose centers have been set up, along with 4,967 relief camps, with all basic amenities are all ready and are on standby. In Chennai alone, 162 relief centers are ready. 348 people have already been housed in one of those relief centers. 714 water pumps are ready for use in the low-lying areas. The Tamil Nadu Disaster Response Forces, 14 teams are on standby, comprising of 350 personnel. The National Disaster Response Force, 9 teams of 225 personnel have been stationed in coastal regions, while 1,500 workers are on standby. What is the impact of this storm at the moment? We can see, the power supply has been affected. Internet services have been suspended in certain areas. Of course, we spoke about the air and rail traffic, that has been impacted. But let's get you a sense of how bad the impact is on the ground with my colleague, Sam Rani.
Chennai is under a sheet of water, many areas in well above knee-deep waters. I come to you from Tiruvallur, where this entire street is well above knee-deep waters. Hundreds of cars across the city remain in waters well above their tires. It's going to be a major challenge. The Met Office says because of the cyclone Mizoram, heavy rains would continue at least post-noon till 3 o'clock, till the cyclone would move away from Tamil Nadu and head towards Andhra coast to make its landing tomorrow between Nellore and Machilapatnam. And this is what you see on this stretch behind me at Tiruvallur. Entire stretch has well above knee-deep waters, cars completely in waters here. This car has water well above its tire level, and the Met Office has forecast heavy rainfall. It's a public holiday in Chennai, neighbouring districts of Chengalpattu, Kanchipuram and Tiruvallur. Private companies have been asked to allow their workers or employees work from home. In fact, as we speak now, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who reviewed the situation, has also appointed monitoring officers to every zone in Chennai Corporation and also to all these districts which are under heavy spell now. In fact, this is the season for the northeast monsoon, something very crucial for Tamil Nadu to meet its requirement, to meet its drinking water and irrigation requirements. But even the newly built stormwater drains in Chennai
and all the senior Congress leaders who came, campaigned, helped for them, and guidance and contribution to the development of the party in the campaigning. The third is that all the members of the Congress newly elected party unanimously resolved to authorize the AICC President Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji to appoint the Congress Legislative Party leader. It was being moved by the PCC President Mr. Revanth Reddy, seconded by Patti Vikramaditya, Uttam Kumar Reddy, Damodar Raj, Komti Reddy, Sridhar Babu, Ponnam Prabhakar, Sitaka, Prem Sagar, Gondal Sureka, Pal Nayak, Tumala Nageshwar Rao, Mannotu Srinivas, Vedam Bhoja and Andi Srinivas. All these people seconded, and it was being proposed by our PCC President Mr. Revanth Reddy. This authorization will be sent to the AICC President Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, and all of them decided whatever the AICC President and the High Command decide, we will go by the decision of the party. This is the latest information to all of you. We will inform you, we are in a process. We will inform you, we are in a process. We also will meet all the legislators independently, seek their opinion, but still they have given their opinion that it should go to High Command, but still we will speak to all of them.
Well, we have Uma Sudhir joining us to get us more on this. Uma, we just heard DK Shiv Kumar saying how they are going to, in fact, come to that decision when it comes to the Chief Minister's position. Revanth Reddy, the front runner there, is he the Chief Minister in waiting?
Yes, indeed, it does appear that Revanth Reddy is very much the front runner, though DK Shiv Kumar did not mention him by name. What he has only said is that after the CLP met, Revanth Reddy had proposed the leadership issue should be left to the party president, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, and therefore the resolution was proposed by Mr. Revanth Reddy and seconded by a dozen leaders of the Congress, after which that is going to be sent to Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. And also he said that individually the opinion of the MLAs had also been sought privately, and that feedback would also be given to the leadership. But what I understand from my sources in the police is that arrangements are being made for this evening itself in Raj Bhavan for swearing in of not just a Chief Minister but also a Deputy Chief Minister. As we have been saying, Revanth Reddy very much the front runner in this race, but others in the race were also including Mr. Uttam Kumar Reddy, who has been 7-time MLA, has also been MP, is in fact a sitting MP from Nalgonda as well, and he is someone who has always been in the Congress, was an Air Force pilot earlier, and he is someone who was also close to the Gandhi family. He was close to Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, the father of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. So while his candidature was being spoken about, it was very obvious that it is Revanth who would certainly be the Chief Minister. Even if you're talking about the other contender, Batti Vikramarka, he's the Dalit face of the party. He belongs to the Mala Dasari community, and he's someone who we are talking about as possibly going to be the Deputy Chief Minister of the party. So the arrangements are being made at Raj Bhavan, even though Revanth Reddy had earlier spoken about swearing in ceremony on the 9th of December. He had spoken about Sonia Gandhi's birthday, and that this would be a gift to Sonia Gandhi, and also that it would they would also do it on the day that Telangana was proposed by Mr. Union Minister, Mr. Chidambaram. So, okay. So what is the decision that's been taken, Andy?
Single-lined decision made by CLP. That is, AICC decision is final. That's it.
Mr. Revanth Reddy is obviously the front runner. Are you also going to have a Deputy Chief Minister?
Of course, there may be a chance. Maybe today evening it can reveal also. So Kharge decision is the ultimate decision.
So we do understand that arrangements are already being made at Raj Bhavan. The word has gone for the security and the chairs arrangement and all the other protocol. Yeah. So we are going to see swearing possibly this evening?
Maybe today evening, our Telangana people see news Chief Minister of the Telangana. I think.
Okay, Mr. Revanth Reddy had said that on December 9 he wants to give the birthday. So the birthday present is going to come in advance.
And on that day, full-fledged cabinet with Sonia ji. Sonia ji also, we invited. Priyanka ji and Rahul Gandhi also participated in that meeting. We made a gift for. On that day, Telangana government runs her blessings only.
One question, Andy, when you have thought about, you have the 64 number, why did you want to yesterday go and stake claim and today advancing this date that was earlier announced by Mr. Revanth Reddy himself?
State required CM immediately. That's why we preponed to the date of 9th December also is there a big meeting. On that day, we reiterating our 6 guarantees on that day only.
And was the MNF's decision, opinion also taken in this? Did others like Mr. Uttam Kumar Reddy or Batti Vikramarka say we would also be in the race?
Yes. Personally, they take the names also, but ultimately they depend upon AICC decision. Easily, that's why they send a single note, sealed cover note to the AICC.
So all the conversations have taken place so that there is no rebellion, no dissension, nothing this time around?
No. What we call it as ekagriva bole to kya hai? Unilateral decision. We bound on AICC decision.
Okay, thank you so much and congratulations on getting in the news. Should we say it is Mr. Revanth Reddy indeed?
Yes.
Okay, so this leader, Mr. Adanki Dayakar, known to be very close to Mr. Revanth Reddy, and he is someone who is telling us that the opinion of the leaders was taken, of the others was taken, and ultimately a unilateral line was sent. Everyone had decided together and there was no dissent and there was no second opinion on this, that they would allow Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge to take the final call on who would be the Chief Minister of Telangana. The more interesting question was why they have advanced this date, because it was meant to be on the 9th of December. Mr. Dayakar in fact saying that Telangana needed a CM immediately and they did not want to wait for so many days for that to happen, and that's the reason why yesterday itself they had gone to stake claim even when a CLP leader was not elected, because the usual procedure is that the governor invites the leader of the largest party to come and form the government. In this case, they had not yet elected a leader, and yet DK Shivkumar along with his MLAs, whoever was present, went in and met the governor, handed over the letter to her, and now what we understand is that even though the CLP has not elected its leader in that formal sense, they have authorized Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the president of the party, to take that call. While this is happening, I did ask this question about Uttam Kumar Reddy and Batti Vikramarka, and the Congress leaders saying that those concerns have also been addressed and there is going to be no voice of dissent that we will see. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with all those details. We will keep tracking this story and coming back to you for more on that. Moving on to Mizoram now, where counting is taking place. The Mizoram mandate, Zoram's People's Movement, crosses the halfway mark. While the alliance of 6-party takes clear lead over MNS, and the ruling MNF falls behind in Mizoram. The Chief Minister loses his seat. So Zoram's People's Movement, the ZPM, was racing towards power in Mizoram, having already won 12 seats and leading in 15 others as votes were being counted for assembly elections. Now, according to the Election Commission, the ruling Mizo National Front, that is the MNF, has won 2 seats and was leading in 8 others. But several of its senior leaders, when we talk about their senior leaders, they were either trailing or have already lost. To get more on this, we have my colleague Ratnadeep joining us, in fact, to get us more on this. Ratnadeep, take us through the reasons behind, how come the ZPM has got such a huge response.
That's right. It has been a huge response for the ZPM, a huge victory for a party which was formed only 6 years back. In the 2018 elections, they fought as independent because their party was not registered, but within the last 5 years, they have reorganized themselves. They have taken the space of the main opposition. They have raised several issues which were important for the people. And in the run-up to the elections, their campaign was seen as the most intense campaign among all parties. And therefore, the results, party insiders say that they are not surprised with the results because there was a wave in their favor, and they say that it was an anti-incumbency wave against Chief Minister Zoramthanga, who has also lost. The Chief Minister has lost from his Aizawl East 1 constituency. Remember, Zoramthanga is a 3-time Chief Minister. He is one of the biggest political names, not only in Mizoram, but in Northeast India. And not only Zoramthanga, his deputy, Taunluya, has lost. In fact, out of the 12-member Council of Ministers that the MNF government had in Mizoram, only 2 ministers could win. Rest 10 ministers have lost. So this is the kind of, this is the kind of mandate that the people of Mizoram have given. In fact, another party which used to have a stronghold in Mizoram, the Congress, in the last election, they lost power. They were able to win only 5 seats, and this time the Congress has been able to manage till now only 1 seat, and their state chief, Lal Sota, has also lost. So therefore, in fact, in Mizoram's firebrand leader, Rajya Sabha MP, Vanlal Veena, who was brought back to the state politics and given ticket, he's also trailing. That's what we are given to understand. So most of the top leaders of the MNF have either lost or they are trailing. Whereas if you look at ZPM, you have ZPM where there are a lot of candidates who were not even career politicians. They were, there are people who have been footballers, national footballers, football organizer, to radio presenter, to gospel singers, all of them from different walks of life, even a media baron, a media entrepreneur, all of them contested and they have won. In fact, at least 20 ZPM candidates who have won are first-timers. They have contested for the first time and they have won for the first time. So perhaps the people of Mizoram were looking forward to a not only change but to give scope to a new party, because ever since statehood, Mizoram has seen switching of power largely between the Congress and the MNF, and always power switched after 10 years, but this time only within 5 years the MNF government has lost, and perhaps the people have voted to this call for an alternative politics, an alternative way of governance, that ZPM's top leader Lal Duama, who is the chief ministerial face and who has won the election in Sarchip, he gave this call, and it seems that the people of Mizoram have responded. All the ZPM winning candidates have been asked by the party leadership to reach state capital Aizawl. Some of the candidates are in remote area, so therefore, including Lal Duama, many of the candidates will only reach late at night. There would be an executive committee meeting of the ZPM, and where they will elect their leader, and in all likelihood it is going to be Mr. Lal Duama, because he has been declared as the chief ministerial face. We'll have to wait and watch in terms of what would be the response from Mr. Zoramthanga. There is no word from MNF or Mr. Zoramthanga as of now, and the Congress, for them it was a make or break election, but very dismal performance. For the BJP, it seems that BJP is going to get at least 2 seats, and if that happens, it would be a better performance for the BJP. One would also have to wait and watch to see whether, like other states in Northeast, BJP is able to be part of the government, even if they have won 2 seats, like in Meghalaya, they have only won 2 seats, but they are part of the government. So BJP would like to, some way be part of the government, but the ZPM clearly is having a mandate with them to form the government of their own.
Thank you so much, Ratnadeep, for joining us with all those details. Well, Ratnadeep also got us some of the political
reactions. Joining us at this moment is young Congress leader, party candidate, Dr. Mizoram. Sir, you are a young leader. Congress used to be very strong here.
Yeah.
In the last election, you won only 5 seats. This time you have a multi-corner fight. How hopeful are you in Mizoram?
What we are expecting is to get much better results than what the exit polls are indicating. Ultimately, it's on the hands of the people. They voted, so we will respect whatever mandate the people of Mizoram hand out to us or to whatever government that forms. But I'm hoping that we will do much better than what a lot of the polls are saying. I have that confidence because the Gandhi family, in a lot of ways, the people of Mizoram hold them very dear because they were the people who gave us statehood and, brought lasting peace.
Joining us live at this moment is the state BJP chief, Mr. Valnal Mwaka. He's also a candidate in this election. Mr. Mwaka, thanks a lot for talking exclusively on this broadcast to NDTV. You're fighting in 23 of the 40 seats. What is your expectations? What is your predictions?
This time BJP will increase its number. From earlier 2018 we got only 1. This time we'll make it into we'll win in 3 to 5 seats. This time that is our expectation, and it can happen more than that also.
You're saying more than that, so are you also seeing a situation depending on results that you might be a important party which the regional party would look forward to forming an alliance should none of the regional party get a clear majority?
This time you see in Mizoram, the general perception is that there will be hung assembly. No party will form the majority. So in that case, BJP will be the kingmaker, and we are expecting that.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, Aadhaar, all of that, where India is well ahead of the West.
5 trillion is a short-term goal. I would like to see India becoming a $30 trillion economy.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar, Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male.
Rajasthan, which follows the revolving door process and it has done so in the last 3 decades, doing it again. It was Rivaj continuing in the state where all the efforts by Ashok Gehlot did not really work, and the BJP emerged victorious in the state, winning over 100 seats. BJP stealing the show. It clearly is an important victory because particularly in the tribal belts of Rajasthan, there has been a lotus bloom. I'm going straight to Vedant, who's joining us. Vedant, the former chief minister is very much in Rajasthan and in Jaipur, that is Vasundhara Raje. And other leaders who have moved to Delhi are largely those who are members of parliament because the parliament session has begun today. In terms of consultations, are you seeing some movement outside any office to say that, there could be a wild card entry?
Well, Maria, as you rightly pointed out, all the major leaders, the MPs who were in the fray as well, all of them are in Delhi for Parliament, including Rajavardhan Rathod, of course, CP Joshi, Arun Singh, they're all in the national capital. Here it's pretty quiet right now in Jaipur, all the leaders inside their homes. In fact, interestingly, I also, met Mr. Pilot this morning, unwilling to sort of really come out and speak to the media. In fact, the Congress was also in a huddle till late last night. We saw Mr. Gehlot also having his own introspection meeting, his own introspection huddle with the Congress observers. And he sort of introspected on what went wrong with the party. Division of votes was one factor that was being considered by them. Whether there should have been a pre-poll alliance in the tribal seats, that was being considered. So the Congress also in its own huddle introspecting what's happening. In fact, the latest as far as the Congress is concerned is that Mr. Pilot has left from Jaipur and he will be going to the Congress office in Tonk, his constituency, at about 2 p.m. this afternoon. Now, as far as the BJP is concerned, well, yes, as you rightly pointed out, Vasundhara Raje is here in Jaipur. After her victory, she didn't really sort of come out in a big way. She just gave a small sort of soundbite at the BJP office yesterday. She's not speaking to the media today either. Diya Kumari has also been rather tight-lipped. She's also being seen as one of the sort of top contenders for the top job. But as far as the wildcard entry is concerned, well, as far, here in Jaipur circles, as I said, as I told you earlier as well, two names that are doing the rounds. One, of course, is Baba Balaknath, who also is he has been in his constituency. He's not come to Jaipur at all. And the second name, of course, is Vasundhara Raje, two-time chief minister, a tall leader here in the for the BJP here in Rajasthan. So these are the two names doing the rounds here in Jaipur. Now the story has shifted entirely to the BJP also, of course, because there were so many MPs in the fray that now they are in Delhi. So perhaps there could be some sort of talk there on the sidelines, but there's no official word on that. But what we are hearing is that by the 6th or 7th, later this week perhaps, is when things would be clearer as to who will form the government. Unlike the Congress states, because we saw in Himachal Pradesh, similarly in Telangana as well, that as soon as the Congress comes to power, it stakes claim to form the government. Doesn't want to leave any room for any sort of chancing. But as far as the BJP is concerned, well, it takes its own sweet time. Consultations with the High Command and the Parliamentary Board likely to happen later, perhaps later this week, as I said. But many contenders, Kiroli Lal Meena's name is also now coming up in a big way. Arjun Ram Meghwal, given the fact that he was made law minister perhaps months ahead of the crucial Rajasthan polls. So it remains to be seen which way the BJP actually sort of wings it this time. But, the Vasundhara factor is something that many political pundits here in Rajasthan say the BJP cannot ignore.
Yes, absolutely. And 25 seats in the state of Rajasthan. It has been a complete sweep election after election in the Lok Sabha, Vedant. And that is the reason why the BJP cannot afford not to have a 100% result from this state. That could be one of the reasons that Vasundhara Raje cannot be ruled out from this battle for the big crown of Rajasthan. But Vedant, talking about the other side, one of the reasons why the Congress did not do well is the Gujjar pockets, where the Gujjars were perhaps upset and angry of the manner in which Ashok Gehlot had treated or mistreated Sachin Pilot. Are there knives out in the Congress group?
Well, you're absolutely right, Maria. In fact, one of the Congress observers I was speaking to, yesterday, and he made that point. He said that, we got the caste arithmetic wrong, and that is something that we have to acknowledge. In fact, 3 factors is what the Congress is looking at. One, as I said, is the caste factor, getting the caste arithmetic right. Because remember, the BJP got that bang on right because Hanuman Beniwal, a Jat strongman from the RLP, he lost to the BJP's, Jat strongman. That means the BJP was doing something right in terms of getting, the caste arithmetic right. In that eastern Rajasthan, the Gujar belt, the BJP has made significant inroads, and the Ashok Gehlot's last-ditch effort to sort of show a united face with that tweet that he had put out with Sachin Pilot, that didn't really work, because that sidelining of Sachin Pilot throughout the campaign was something that has not gone down too well with the Gujars. And also, the Congress is looking at how well it perhaps could have taken on board the others, whether it was the RLP or the Azad Samaj Party or the BAP. The BAP has done very well as well. So that is something that the Congress is looking at. And the third, thing, Maria, and this is something that Ashok Gehlot told me on the campaign trail. He said that I have very high hopes from the rural seats, because he had expected that his welfare schemes, the Mehngai Rahat campaign, would resonate as far as the rural seats are concerned. But the BJP has done very well there as well. So the BJP has gotten the caste arithmetic, the tribal arithmetic, the urban-rural arithmetic, all of it right. Apart from, of course, the fact that the double-engine plank worked, and also the revolving door of politics, which many say is the main reason as to why Congress was decimated. Ashok Gehlot also made an important point yesterday. He said that it was what he calls the polarization campaign of the BJP that might have worked on the ground. He said that you had union ministers and MPs come and sort of give provocative speeches, and that could have worked on the ground as well. But of course, the end result is that the Congress has lost its fort, and Ashok Gehlot's future at 72 is something which is extremely precarious now. So he is doing a lot of Atmachintan, is what I'm being told by sources close to him. He's not speaking to the media at all. So a time for introspection for the Congress indeed in Rajasthan.
All right, Vedant, thank you so much. And shifting focus to Madhya Pradesh, where though the vote share gap between the Congress and the BJP, I should not say even though, it is huge, and it has translated into 100-seat difference between the BJP and the Congress. BJP registering its biggest and most emphatic victory in the state of Madhya Pradesh, a state which is often seen as the laboratory of the Sangh Parivar. Earlier today, in fact last evening, I spoke to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the incumbent Chief Minister, and he had to say only one factor, which is Ladli Behna, as the X factor for the victory. शिवराज जी, बहुत बहुत बधाई। इतनी बड़ी बहुमत बीजेपी को मिली है, 160 आपने पार किया है। मेरा सवाल ये होगा कि क्या आपको इतनी सीटों की उम्मीद थी?
मुझे पूरा विश्वास था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की भारी विजय होगी। जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद भरपूर हमें मिलेगा, लाडली बहनाओं का लाड़ भी मिलेगा और भांजे भांजियों का समर्थन भी मिलेगा। उसी के अनुरूप ये जीत हुई है।
आपने लाडली बहना योजना की चर्चा की, तो कितना आप मानते हैं कि महिलाएं आकर के उन्होंने आपका समर्थन दिया?
लाडली बहनाओं ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है, लेकिन भांजे भांजियों का प्यार भी मिला है, गरीबों का, किसानों का, समाज के हर वर्ग का समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला है और बहनों ने तो भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया।
ये तो प्रो इनकम्बेंसी का चुनाव हो गया आपका। शिवराज जी, कांग्रेस बार बार एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात कर रही थी, तो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहाँ गया?
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी थी, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कहीं नहीं थी। एक शगुफा था, एक वातावरण बनाने की कोशिश की थी। परिणामों से यह सिद्ध हो गया कि जनता सदैव हमारे साथ थी।
आपके खुद की चुनाव की बात करें, जहां पर से आप एमएलए का चुनाव लड़े हैं, बुद्धि से आपकी जीत 1 लाख वोटों से ज्यादा से हुई है। आप पूरे प्रदेश में जब प्रचार कर रहे थे तो आपने जनता को ये कहा था कि बुद्धि आपके हवाले। तो ये जो मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री आपका खुद का है, वो कैसा देख रहे हैं आप?
लगातार जो है लाडली बहना योजना चलती आई और
मैं बुधनी की जनता को प्रणाम करता हूं। उन्होंने कहा था केवल फॉर्म भर के चले जाओ, फिर वोट डालने ही आना। मैं केवल फॉर्म भरने गया, फिर वोट डालने गया और जनता ने लाख से ज्यादा वोटों से जिताया। ऐसी जनता को मैं बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। अद्भुत है हमारी जनता और हमारे कार्यकर्ता।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, मेरा सवाल ये भी होगा कि केंद्रीय नेतृत्व जो सेंट्रल लीडरशिप है भाजपा की, उसने मध्य प्रदेश पे खास फोकस रखा था। 3 यूनियन मिनिस्टर, 4 MP और जनरल सेक्रेटरी जो थे, सब चुनाव लड़ रहे थे इस बार।
प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति अगाध श्रद्धा और विश्वास, उनके काम और उसके साथ साथ अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, भूपेंद्र यादव जी, शिव प्रकाश जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, उनका भी माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष VD शर्मा जी और हितानंद जी, उनके नेतृत्व में संगठन की पूरी टीम और कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की है, उसी का परिणाम।
सामूहिक नेतृत्व या कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप की बात की जाए तो कोई चेहरा नहीं था। कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप ने चुनाव लड़ा है, ये आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
हम सब एक हैं, मिलकर साथ चुनाव लड़े।
आखिरी सवाल, जनता के नाम आपका क्या संदेश होगा? 160 से ऊपर की जीत और बहनों के खास करके आप उनको क्या कहेंगे? मध्य प्रदेश की बहनों के लिए क्या संदेश?
मैं तो बारंबार प्रणाम करता हूं। देवतुल्य जनता है, उसकी सेवा में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
And my colleague Anurag Dwari spoke to Jyotiraditya Scindia and listened to what he had to say.
सर, आज की इस जीत पर क्या कहेंगे? ऐसी जीत की उम्मीद थी?
अनुराग, मैंने आपको कहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी और आपने भी उस दिन मुझे कहा था कि मुझे भी लग रहा है कि यही होगा। आपकी सोच और हमारी सोच पूर्ण रूप से सत्य निकली। इस जीत पर अगर मैं किसी को प्रथम मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं तो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश के एक एक मतदाता को मैं देना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये सरकार बनाई है। मैं उनके सामने मैं प्रणाम करता हूं, नतमस्तक हूं और उनके पैर छूता हूं। और उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व जो एक पूर्ण रूप से लक्ष्य के साथ उन्होंने कार्य किया है मध्य प्रदेश के विकास के लिए, देश के विकास के लिए। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष JP नड्डा जी, उनका मार्गदर्शन, हमारी जो हौसला अफजाई हुई। और प्रदेश के अंदर अगर किसी को श्रेय जाता है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता जिसने खून पसीना एक करके इस पार्टी को इस स्थान पे लाया है। और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी, जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं ने ये परिवर्तन लाया है। और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष BD शर्मा जी।
और ये छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या हो गया? आप तो वहाँ भी
प्रधानमंत्री जी का देश की जनता के दिल में जो जादू है, राजस्थान हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, एक इतिहास प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के अंदर जो कायम किया है उसी का एक रिफ्लेक्शन है कि एक एक राज्य में जनता उनके साथ जुड़ी है।
बस एक आखिरी सवाल, मुख्यमंत्री चेहरे को लेकर बहुत सवाल हो रहे हैं।
मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता था, आज हूं और जिंदगी भर रहूंगा। उसी सोच और विचारधारा के साथ उसी श्रेणी में मैं कार्य कर रहा हूं।
And with this emphatic victory, there is a lot of celebrations and jubilations that are happening in the BJP camp. 3 states that they had lost in 2018, 3 states they have won just before the big Lok Sabha elections of 2024. What is going to be the impact of these elections on the Battle of Lok Sabha? Here's our editor-in-chief Sanjay Pugalia decoding the BJP victory.
We'd get a couple of key questions on a couple of editor's take, as it were. So question number 1, these elections are done. Let's look at next year. Is the BJP, Sanjay, likely gunning primarily, number 1, at a 50% vote share?
Absolutely. After Gujarat verdict, this thought did come into my mind, the way you make bipolar election into an election of 45%, 50% vote. Mr. Modi must be now planning to do something unthinkable, which is to aspire for. मेरे हिसाब से मोदी जी ने अपनी पार्टी को ये टारगेट सेट करके दे दिया है कि भाई आप लोग काम करिए 50% वोट शेयर के लिए, जिसमें बीजेपी का अकेले का 45 होना चाहिए, 50 एनडीए का होना चाहिए। और ये एक प्रोवोकेटिव थॉट है। साथ ही साथ इसका मतलब सीट शेयर पे क्या होगा? सीट शेयर पे ये होगा कि मोदी जी को बीमारी है अपना रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने की। वो कहेंगे कि 303 नहीं 304 प्लस बीजेपी को अकेले चाहिए। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि एनडीए के लिए 350 से 400 सीटों की बिसात वो बिछाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने का उनका ऑब्सेशन वैसा ही है जो किसी बच्चे का किसी खिलौने की जिद को लेकर के होता है विष्णु। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि ये एक लाइन का टारगेट है, एक लाइन का मैंडेट है, 50% 350 सीट्स इन 2024 इलेक्शंस। और इसके पीछे जो बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन और प्लानिंग चाहिए उसके तो डिटेल्स हम रोज देखते ही रहते हैं।
Sanjay, one final question. The development plank, will 2024 be fought, based on what you heard today, likely on the plank of development?
एब्सोल्युटली इसीलिए उन्होंने एक नया फ्रेज दिया, कुछ ही दिन पहले दिया, विकसित भारत का। क्योंकि दरअसल दुनिया भर की परिस्थिति कुछ इस तरह की हो गई है, सिचुएशंस ऐसी हो गई हैं कि इंडिया के एडवांटेजेस बहुत सीरियस हो गए हैं। एक तरफ एशियन कंट्रीज के बीच में, दूसरी तरफ अमेरिका की जो सिचुएशन है, यूरोप की जो सिचुएशन है, तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर जो रीसेट हो रहा है उसमें इंडिया का रोल जितना हम लोग अभी पब्लिक कन्वर्सेशन में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं विष्णु, और आप डिफेंस और स्ट्रेटजिक अफेयर्स कवर करते हैं, ग्लोबल चीज़ों पर नज़र रखते हैं, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि भारत एक बहुत यूनिक पोजीशन में है। तो जिसको कहते हैं ना कि सारे स्टार्स भी कोलाइड और कॉन्स्पायर कर जाते हैं, जिसमें कि पॉलिटिकल प्लेयर अपना फ़ायदा उठा सकता है, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान एक बहुत ही शानदार ट्रेजेक्ट्री पर है, डिस्पाइट इनइक्वालिटीज़, डिस्पाइट कंट्राडिक्शंस, despite issues cultural and social both. We are on a trajectory and Mr. Modi will be milking it.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now it'll probably be classified as AI, okay, or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the
Welcome back. Today is the first day of the winter session of the Parliament that started at 11 o'clock this morning. This is the last full session of the Modi government ahead of 2024. With ruckus in the Lok Sabha, the House has been adjourned till noon. The stormy winter session on the cards, with the BJP likely to raise the Mahua ethics panel issue. Well, that is unlikely to happen today. The BJP MPs chant victory slogans as far as the Parliament is concerned, and the BJP MPs standing ovation for the Prime Minister in the House. The Prime Minister takes on the opposition day after election results. He said, don't take out election anger in Parliament is what the Prime Minister said, and anti-incumbency doesn't exist. Let's listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had to say.
आपका भी भला इसमें है कि आप देश को सकारात्मकता का संदेश दें, आपकी छवि नफरत की और नकारात्मकता की बने, वो लोकतंत्र के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। लोकतंत्र में विपक्ष भी इतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है, उतना ही मूल्यवान है। और उतना ही सामर्थ्यवान भी होना चाहिए। और लोकतंत्र की भलाई के लिए मैं फिर से एक बार अपनी ये भावना को प्रकट करता हूं।
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study.
Welcome back. Let's get you an update on the cyclone. The name has been given by Myanmar. It means resilience. That is the cyclone which is brewing at sea called Mizoram. Strength or resilience is the meaning. Heavy to very heavy rain in Tamil Nadu has in fact resulted in a public holiday that's been declared in 4 districts, including Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram and Chengalpattu. In Chennai, the Meenambakam area, which is the airport area, has received 250 millimeters of rainfall in the last 24 hours till about 8:30 this morning, which has led to the inundation of the airport, and which is why all operations have been suspended. Several flights have been in fact impacted. There you can see that rainwater entered the runway as far as the airport is concerned, which has prompted authorities to close the airport till about 11 o'clock tonight. We also have adjoining areas where 230 millimeters of rainfall has in fact been reported in adjoining areas as well. So this is the situation on the ground, as internet services have been impacted. Power outage, in fact, due to the kind of rainfall that it has received. When we talk about a normal day during the northeast monsoon, it rains about 10 to 12 millimeters in the course of 24 hours. When we talk about 250, you can see the impact on your screen of how cars have been submerged, power outages, internet services have been impacted. Nangambakam, 230 millimeters of rainfall has been recorded. Air and rail traffic has been impacted. 118 trains are going to be impacted in the state of Tamil Nadu till about the 6th of December. 90 kilometers away from Chennai is where the system is at sea. It is gathering strength and speed. Let's just get you a clearer picture as to what kind of impact is this system going to make. We do know that landfall will take place only tomorrow morning, and that too not in Tamil Nadu. It's going to move towards Andhra Pradesh, and the landfall will take place between Machilipatnam and Nellore. We have JP Sharma of SkyMed joining us. Sir, very good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Take us through how different is this cyclone, given its devastating impact being felt in Tamil Nadu in the last 24 hours, way before landfall, and that too very far from the point of landfall.
Yes, Divya, this cyclone, as you rightly said, it's a little different. You see, it has been maintaining a track which is not normally seen, moving from south to north, keeping even north Tamil Nadu coast, capital city Chennai also, onto its left, though it has already crossed the beam Chennai, and then I will say even Nellore, that is south coastal Andhra Pradesh, but then it is not, there is no let up in the inclement weather conditions even as of now over Chennai and adjoining area. Can you imagine? There has been almost about 500 millimeter, 50 centimeter of rainfall over Chennai in the last about 18 hours or so. Huge. It's raining at the rate of almost about 100 millimeter in 3 hours. The coastal inundation is phenomenal. Storm surge is phenomenal, and then by virtue of its proximity to the coastline, which has been there for the last almost about 18 hours now. Okay, it is spending more time than the usual storms along the coastline. You remember last year we had a similar storm, Mendos was there, which again crossed Chennai. That was on 9th of December 2022, but it had made, but the coastline head on. Okay, so it did not last very long. It weakened also, but this storm is becoming peculiar by keeping its intensity, becoming rather severe even, and then just about 100-150 kilometers off the coast and then moving from south to north, and it's likely to continue. I will say it is still intensifying. It will possibly peak around sometime in the evening or about 6 o'clock, 6:30 or so, wherein the speed will keep on adding. I will not be surprised even if the coastal speed exceed 100 kilometer per hour, maybe reaching even 120 kilometer. Okay, so that is the severity of this system. It's a totally a little indifferent.
So when you talk about, breaking up that kind of rainfall we've seen, 250 millimeters just around the airport area, can we expect more than 250 millimeters of rain in Andhra Pradesh? Like you mentioned, it's 500 millimeters. So can we expect more than that between tonight and tomorrow morning up until landfall?
Oh yes, oh yes. You see, Nellore already, like while Chennai recorded 200, 250, Nellore in Andhra Pradesh recorded 195 millimeter, not very far behind. Okay, all this coastline starting with Ongole, Nellore, Kavali, Bapatla, going up to even Machilipatnam, they have the chances of having similar intense rainfall while the storm moves over that area in the next about 24 hours or so. Okay, right. It is only sometime late in the evening. When I say the proximity of the land always erodes the system a bit before it makes a landfall. Absolutely. That may happen, but yes, then there is we should not be lowering the guard end.
Right,
okay,
absolutely, sir. The storm is gaining speed and strength while it stays at sea, while it remains dangerously close to the coast. Thank you so much for getting us all those details.
Thank you.
Moving on, adolescents and young people represent a growing share of people living with HIV worldwide, and the greatest impact of HIV is also on young people. The Birds and Bees Talk, a comprehensive age-appropriate life skills curriculum that educates adolescents and helps them transition as they become adults.
मैं पहले ही नशा करता था, ये इंजेक्शन लेता था, ऐसे ही शेयर कर लेते थे हम एक दूसरे से। उसके चक्कर में मेरा HIV हो गई, मुझे जब भी पता नहीं चला। मैं फिर घर पे रहता रहा, नशे करता रहा, तो मेरा क्या हुआ, मैं कमज़ोर हो गया, बहुत ख़त्म से होने वाली हालत हो गई। मेरी मम्मी ने आखिरी देख के नशा मुक्ति में भेज दिया मुझे। नशा मुक्ति में जाते ही वो कराता है, वो ब्लड टेस्ट कराते हैं। ब्लड टेस्ट में मुझे पता चला मेरा HIV है। उसके बाद मैं रोया हुआ, पहले नहीं पता था इससे क्या होता है, क्या बीमारी, क्या नहीं है, पहले नहीं पता था, इसलिए थोड़ा रोना आता था। अब पता चल गया तो जीने की उम्मीद है।
This World AIDS Day has a lot of significance to me, and we know that India has been doing very well. If you compare from 2010 to 9, there has been a 37% reduction. It's a very effective reduction, but a lot needs to be done, and especially programs like this. I feel very happy and honored to be invited for this.
For children living with HIV and the challenges they face. This year, World AIDS Day was the day they got to enjoy. It was planned and celebrated in a unique way to create joy, entertainment and support for these resilient young individuals.
आज का दिन मेरे लिए बहुत ही अच्छा था। वैसे जो मैंने और इस टॉपिक के बारे में भी जाना, HIV के बारे में, और जो मूवी वगैरह थी, इतने सारे शो हुए, उससे भी मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और मैं चाहती हूँ कि आगे भी ऐसे होते रहे।
To build a more inclusive, protected and aware society, Asacham Foundation with their CSR partner Reckitt, in collaboration with PBR Nest, organized a special program to commemorate World AIDS Day.
In our whole program today, the day started with showcasing the movie which has been chosen by the kids themselves. It's called Avatar. Followed by that, we actually, we arranged 3 other programs for them. The first program is with Rais Khan, who has performed on the folk songs and giving the messages on hygiene. The second program which we did was on empathy, on equity and equality. This program we have done with the characters of the Sesame Street by the Muppets. And the third one what we have done with the Moko Koza, who has flown specially from the Nagaland to Delhi today to perform in between the kids. There's a health kit which has been given to these kids. The kit has various things like it has Dettol soap, it has sanitizer, it has a clean towel, it has a nail cutter, it has a self-care directions for the kids so that they have a healthy and hygienic life.
Public-private partnership has been the epitome, in fact the central component of the way we look at our programs. First of all, they become more warmer, more meaningful and more and touching more lives because you have this large network which you are able to access while you partner. So this is a very, very critical way to look into any program development if it is for this large Indian community we are looking at, especially the children. And these partnerships land up creating huge impacts, huge objectives which are required for the development of these programs.
Everyone has a role and responsibility to ensure that children's rights are protected in communities affected by HIV and AIDS. Only when all stakeholders work together can we ensure no one is left behind.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time,
this is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Cyclone Mizoram lashes Tamil Nadu. Chennai airport shut till 11 p.m. Many parts of Chennai inundated amid heavy rains. Rain red alert issued in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. ZPM surges ahead in Mizoram elections. CM Zoramthanga loses his seat. After winning 3 states, BJP to decide CM's suspense over the CM faces in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. Congress unseats BRS to take a call on the CM. Revanth Reddy is a runner to be the CM. DK Shivkumar says the High Command will decide. Markets are at an all-time high after the Assembly election results. New all-time high for markets with a surge of over 1.5%. Winter session of the Parliament begins. Ethics panel's report on Mahua is unlikely today. Two Indian Air Force pilots killed as an IAF trainer aircraft crashes in Telangana. Our top focus now, cyclone storm Mizoram has in fact lashed Tamil Nadu and parts of South India. Now, of course, talking about Tamil Nadu, a public holiday has been declared in 4 districts, which includes Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram and Chengalpattu districts. Now, in Chennai's Meenambakkam, where the airport is 250 mm of rainfall has been recorded, and the airport is shut as of now till 11 p.m. is what we're learning. Now, rain, of course, has lashed several areas. In Nungambakkam in Chennai, it has recorded 230 mm in the last 24 hours. Now, visuals, of course, coming in from Tamil Nadu, various parts of Tamil Nadu, especially Chennai, where we're seeing different areas where, of course, the main highways are not as inundated as the local areas. Or the heartland of Chennai, in fact, which shows, of course, cars are completely inundated and unable to move even. I have my colleague Parimal, who in fact had spoken to the meteorological department. Let's listen to what they have to say.
चक्रवात अभी एक भीषण चक्रवात यानी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म के हिसाब से पश्चिम केंद्रीय बंगाल की खाड़ी में चेन्नई से लगभग 90 किलोमीटर ईस्ट नॉर्थ ईस्ट दिशा में केंद्रीभूत है। इसके सेंटर में अभी विंड स्पीड 85 टू 95 km/h गोस्टिंग टू 105 km/h है। चेन्नई तट पे यानी नॉर्थ कोस्टल तमिलनाडु की तट पे विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 km/h, गोस्टनेस में 80 km/h अभी चल रहा है। यही विंड स्पीड तमिलनाडु कोस्ट के लिए जारी रहेगा नेक्स्ट 6 आवर्स। इसके बाद विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे कम होगा, मगर दक्षिण आंध्र प्रदेश की जो कोस्ट है वहाँ अभी नेल्लोर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के आसपास विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 km/h, गोस्टनेस में 80 km/h चल रहा है। और प्रकाशम डिस्ट्रिक्ट से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक विंड स्पीड अभी 45 से 55 km/h, गोस्टनेस में 65 km/h चल रहा है। ये विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे बढ़ेगा नेल्लोर से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक, और आज शाम से शुरू करके कल दोपहर तक पीक विंड स्पीड रहेगा, वो है 90 टू 100 km/h, गोस्टनेस पे 110 km/h। यही विंड स्पीड के साथ 5 तारीख पूर्वाह्न में यानी फोरनून में आंध्र प्रदेश कोस्ट को नेल्लोर और मछलीपट्टनम के बीच में बापाटला के आसपास हिट करेगा, और इसके बाद जब लैंड पर चला जाएगा धीरे धीरे वीक होगा। और इसके साथ साथ जो तटीय इलाका है और एक्सट्रीम सदर्न पार्ट है, जैसे कोरापुट, मलकानगिरी, नबरंगपुर वगैरह डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहाँ विंड स्पीड हम 35 टू 45 km/h, कभी कभी 50 km विंड स्पीड गोस्टिनेस में हो सकता है।
ये पूरा जी।
इसलिए स्ट्रक्चरल डैमेज ओडिशा के लिए नहीं है, मगर हेवी रेनफॉल की वजह से वहाँ भी जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है, पैडी है, बहुत सारे क्रॉप्स हैं, इस पे इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। इसलिए हम जो चेतावनी और एडवाइस दिए हैं कि जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है ये सभी को अमल कर लेना चाहिए, हार्वेस्ट कर लेना चाहिए, और कोई फिशरमैन समुद्र के अंदर नहीं जाना चाहिए 6 तारीख तक, क्योंकि समुद्र अशांत है और 6 तारीख के बाद समुद्र का कंडीशन जो है इम्प्रूव होगा।
Right. Now, a public holiday, of course, has been issued in Tamil Nadu, which helps the residents. But the big question is, how are essential goods and services being transported? This is a situation in Tamil Nadu as of now, where, of course, transportation is becoming a major issue. People, of course, have been advised to stay indoors. The TN Disaster Response Forces, 14 teams, which comprises 350 personnel, and National Disaster Response Forces, 9 teams of 225 personnel have been stationed in the coastal regions, while 1,500 workers are on standby. A stock of more than 3 lakh electricity poles is part of the inventory that is being made. Now, I have my colleague Sam joining us live from Chennai. Sam, what's the ground situation like? You, in fact, yourself are knee-deep in water. Take us through the situation there. People, of course, are indoors. But how are they managing to get groceries and essentials?
Well, people hope that this heavy downpour would stop tonight and they'll be able to continue with the I'm 5'2" and
this is what you see. The entire stretch, almost half a kilometer, people have to wade through knee-deep waters, and all along you see many cars completely stranded here with waters well above the tire level, and that's going to be a major challenge across Chennai, as hundreds of cars have become targets of this fury. With me, a few residents here. Thank you very much. I'm sorry you are in the situation. Tell me what you went through the whole of today.
Today, the entire city has come to a standstill. Every junction, every corner we have to cross only by walking, because we parked our vehicle near the corner, near the junction, because we cannot come from there. I'm actually heading towards the hospital now. I admitted my father there, so now if I have to go there, I have to go only like this, walking from here.
I'm sorry, hope your father gets well soon. And this is the situation in almost many low-lying stretches across Chennai. In fact, recently, over the last 2 years, the Chennai Corporation, the Tamil Nadu government had built stormwater drains, but they are just not able to handle or cope with this kind of quantum of waters. Met Office says Perangudi received 29 centimeters rain over the last 24 hours. Here is an ambulance that's stuck in this water. Hope it will make it to the hospital that's a quarter kilometer away from this place. And they say that till 3 this evening there could be heavy downpour. One cyclone Mizoram Tamil Nadu coast, then they expect the rainfall to come down and then it could be easier. Tamil Nadu civic authorities say once the rain stops, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 hours for waters to recede in most of the areas. In low-lying pockets, they have deployed more than 500 giant water pumps to be able to pump out these waters. It's a public holiday today. Schools, colleges, government offices are all shut. Private companies have been asked to encourage their employees work from home. The Chennai airport is shut now because the runway is beyond manageable limit. It's fully flooded. And in the morning, 12 flights were cancelled. A few were diverted. And all eyes would be on this particular cyclone, Mizoram. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who reviewed the situation, has assigned one IAS officer to every zone in Chennai Corporation to be able to work on mitigating the hardships people go through. And as we speak, more than 4,000 relief centers have been activated across Tamil Nadu. At least 700 people have been evacuated, particularly people from Tiruvallur, Kadalur, and some from Chennai district. And around 400 or 500 teams, 20 to 30 teams of both NDRF and SDRF personnel, accounting for around 500 personnel, have been deployed in vulnerable locations to be ready so that if required, they can actually work and help people in rescue and in providing relief. As we speak now, in several pockets of Chennai, we hear water also has entered several homes. And authorities say people should not come out unless it's absolutely unavoidable, and they should follow government guidelines. If they're asked to move to safe locations, they have to abide with instructions. And they've also advised people to have enough stock of drinking water, food, medicine, so that if this continues, they'll be able to manage. At the moment, things are under control, but certainly the loss and the damages appear to be really huge for many. This brings back memories of the 15 floods.
Right, Sam, we'll allow you to get to a sheltered place, but thank you for bringing us those updates from the ground. That is the situation in Chennai and in Tamil Nadu as of now. We'll continue tracking the story, of course, as it develops. But now the latest is that people have been asked to stay indoors and wait it out. Shifting our focus now, Congress unseats the BRS in Telangana and is set to take a call on the CM. Now, Revanth Reddy is a front runner to be the CM. DK Shivakumar, in fact, says that the High Command is the one that will decide on the CM face. Now, my colleague Uma, in fact, joins us to bring us latest details. Before that, let me take you to the latest details. Of course, the CLP meeting is, of course, taking place in Hyderabad. The big decision here is who is going to be the CM of Telangana, because the Congress has, in fact, managed to unseat the BRS from Telangana, taking away the winning streak from KCR. I have my colleague Uma with us. Uma, take us through now what's coming out of the CLP meeting. Is there a consensus on the CM face yet?
So the CLP meeting is over, and it is after the CLP meeting that Mr. DK Shivakumar, who is not just the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka and the State Congress Chief of Karnataka, but a very important AICC observer for the process of forming of government here in Telangana. He, along with Manikrao Thakre and others, came out and addressed and said that we have taken a unilateral decision to leave the decision to Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. And he said the individual opinions of MLAs had also been sought and taken, and everybody had agreed. And the proposal for this resolution was moved by Revanth Reddy, and it was seconded by a dozen other leaders whose names also he read out. And he said that once the name indication comes from the centre, they would go ahead with the process of formation of government here. They would go and stake the claim. As you know, late last night at around 9 p.m. is when the Congress leaders, including Shiv Kumar and others, had gone, Revanth Reddy, Manikrao Thakre and others had gone to Governor Tamilisai Soundararajan saying that we have the largest number of MLAs. But by that time, they had not elected a CLP leader, and the requirement is that it's the governor who invites the leader of the single largest party to come and form the government. But they had not elected a leader, but they informed her that we have the support of 65 MLAs, that is 64 of the Congress and one from the CPI Kothagudam, with who they had an alliance. And they gave all those names to the governor and said that we will be meeting, the CLP will be meeting, and once we take a decision, we will intimate you. But what I understand now from my sources in the police is that and at Raj Bhavan is that arrangements are being made at Raj Bhavan, in fact, for the swearing-in ceremony that is to happen at the Raj Bhavan this evening. And we are being told, in fact, that not just a Chief Minister but also a Deputy Chief Minister may actually be sworn in. As you can see, that's the gate of the, of the Ella Hotel, Hillridge Springs, which where there is a crowd that's gathering there. So we are just finding out what is really happening, because that's the group of all journalists, media houses, media cameras, as well as the supporters of the Congress leaders who are hanging around there. What we do understand is that once the word comes from Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, it is just Mr. Oh, that's Jagga Reddy, who is one of the candidates. I think he in fact lost the election, if I'm not mistaken, from Sangareddy, and he's in fact a very popular Congress leader, but one of those few who seems to have lost despite being someone who was thought of as a winner. But anyways, the front runner certainly is Revanth Reddy, and what we do understand is that I did ask some senior Congress leaders about Uttam Kumar Reddy, Damodar Raj Narasimha, who happens to be from the scheduled caste, Batti Vikramarka, who also happens to be scheduled caste, all of who were also thought of as contenders for the Chief Minister's post. What we understand is that there have been talks that have been held with these leaders to tell them that their aspirations would be taken care of. Uttam Kumar Reddy is seen as the strongest contender after Revanth Reddy for this. He is someone who has been 7-time MLA, always been in the Congress, and someone who is seen as close to the Gandhi family. He used to be an Air Force pilot, and someone who has been close to Rajiv Gandhi as well, the father of Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And he in many senses could be called the most qualified, as he himself put it once when I asked him about his chances to become chief minister. He said, I'm possibly the most qualified to become the chief minister. But in any case, there is going to be no open revolt as far as we can see. Komatreddy Venkat Reddy is the other contender who has about 12 MLAs with him, and he's someone who has delivered all the seats in the erstwhile Nalgonda constituency. His brother Komatreddy Rajgopal Reddy was the one who had the bipole in Munugod. He had resigned the Congress MLA seat in 2018, which he had won, and then came back to the Congress just before the election, just before the name announcement, and then became the candidate and has won that as well. So on the one side this is happening, on the other, I asked the Congress leaders also why such a hurry, because Revanth Reddy has been very famously saying that we will be forming a new government, or swearing in will happen on the 9th of December, which happens to be the birthday of Sonia Gandhi, and he said that it's a birthday present to Sonia Gandhi that we are doing. And he had also said that 9th December is also special for Telangana, because that is the date on which then Union Home Minister P. Chidambaram had in fact promised that the process of formation of Telangana would start. And this was in 2009 when he had made that announcement here in Hyderabad itself, after in fact going in and meeting KCR inside the hospital at NIMS. He had made that announcement, and subsequently, of course, whatever has happened is history. But this time round, the Congress feeling that the Telangana people, Revanth Reddy had specifically appealed, saying that you've given 2 chances to KCR, who has claimed to form Telangana. And this time they've said that it's Sonia is getting her due credit with the kind of vote that they have got. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Uma, for joining us and bringing us those latest details. Shifting our focus now to Mizoram. The Zoram People's Movement, the ZPM, was racing towards power in Mizoram, having already won 12 seats and leading in 15 others, as votes were being counted for assembly elections on Monday, according to the Election Commission. And the ruling Mizo National Front has fallen flat on its face, as Chief Minister Zoramthanga has lost to ZPM's Laltan Sangha after 3 rounds of counting. Now, this is in the Aizawl East 1 seat, is what we're learning. Earlier, of course, he was trailing. Celebrations already had begun in the ZPM headquarters. Supporters, of course, saying that they had expected this. This is, of course, remember, a new party, a young party that has come forward. The Zoram People's Movement now going to be seeing a huge win in Mizoram, as far as the trends are indicating as of now. We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, we take a short break.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile, without disclosing too much of its, but the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato, because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV. Of course, the big focus at this point is how the markets are at an all-time high. This, of course, comes after BJP wins 3 states in the state elections. Take a look at how the markets are surging over 1.5%.
Marvelous Monday for the markets, truly a marvelous Monday for the markets, with both the Nifty, the Sensex, the mid-cap index all at a record high. And of course, investors believe and experts believe this is after the BJP won 3 states in the assembly election results. The Nifty Sensex surged over 1.5% in trade today. At one point, we saw the Sensex zoom over 1,000 points and the Nifty surge over 300 points as well. Now, experts essentially believe, and they of course have explained this to NDTV and to all of us, that economic stability, political stability also essentially reflects on the reforms coming into place, and then we see economic sensitive stocks outperform, and that's exactly what we've seen in trade today. We've seen stock markets celebrating essentially the political stability, the economic outperformance. Many analysts also saying, look, we've had strong economic data and we cannot ignore that. Remember, Q2 GDP data outperformed expectations. So all of these factors coming into play. And what's really interesting, of course, is the fact that it's not just restricted to heavyweight stocks and indices. Experts are saying this is now a broad-based rally. Small and mid-cap stocks have also outperformed. So clearly a celebration of political stability and economic clarity and growth at the moment.
Now, adolescents and young people represent a growing share of people living with HIV worldwide, and the greatest impact of HIV is also on young people. Now, the Birds and Bees Talk, the TBBT, a comprehensive age-appropriate life skills curriculum that educates adolescents and helps their transition as they become adults.
मैं पहले ही नशा करता था, ये इंजेक्शन लेता था, ऐसे ही शेयर कर लेते थे हम एक दूसरे से। उसके चक्कर में मेरा HIV हो गई, मुझे जब भी पता नहीं चला। मैं फिर घर पे रहता रहा, नशे करता रहा, तो मेरा क्या हुआ, मैं कमज़ोर हो गया बहुत, ख़त्म से होने वाली हालत हो गई। मेरी मम्मी ने आखिरी देख के नशा मुक्ति में भेज दिया मुझे। नशा मुक्ति में जाते ही वो कराता है, वो ब्लड टेस्ट कराते हैं। ब्लड टेस्ट में मुझे पता चला मेरा HIV है। उसके बाद मैं रोया। पहले नहीं पता था इससे क्या होता है, क्या बीमारी, क्या नहीं है, पहले नहीं पता था, इसलिए थोड़ा रोना आता था। अब पता चल गया तो जीने की उम्मीद है।
This World AIDS Day has a lot of significance to me, and we know that India has been doing very well. If you compare from 2010 to 9, there has been a 37% reduction. It's a very effective reduction, but a lot needs to be done, and especially programs like this. I feel very happy and honored to be invited for this.
For children living with HIV and the challenges they face. This year, World AIDS Day was the day they got to enjoy. It was planned and celebrated in a unique way to create joy, entertainment and support for these resilient young individuals.
आज का दिन मेरे लिए बहुत ही अच्छा था। वैसे जो मैंने और इस बार इस टॉपिक के बारे में भी जाना, HIV के बारे में, और जो मूवी वगैरह थी, इतने सारे शो हुए, उससे भी मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और मैं चाहती हूँ कि आगे भी ऐसे होते रहे।
To build a more inclusive, protected and aware society, Asacham Foundation with their CSR partner Reckitt, in collaboration with PBR Nest, organized a special program to commemorate World AIDS Day.
In our whole program today, the day started with showcasing the movie which has been chosen by the kids themselves. It's called Avatar. Followed by that, we actually, we arranged 3 other programs for them. The first program is with Rais Khan, who has performed on the folk songs and giving the messages on hygiene. The second program which we did was on empathy, on equity and equality. This program we have done with the characters of the Sesame Street by the Muppets. And the third one what we have done with the Moko Koza, who has flown specially from the Nagaland to Delhi today to perform in between the kids. There's a health kit which has been given to these kids. The kit has various things like it has Dettol soap, it has sanitizer, it has a clean towel, it has a nail cutter, it has a self-care directions for the kids so that they have a healthy and hygienic life.
Public-private partnership has been the epitome, in fact the central component of the way we look at our programs. First of all, they become more warmer, more meaningful and more and touching more lives because you have this large network which you are able to access while you partner. So this is a very, very critical way to look into any program development if it is for this large Indian community we are looking at, especially the children. And these partnerships land up creating huge impacts, huge objectives which are required for the development of these programs.
Everyone has a role and responsibility to ensure that children's rights are protected in communities affected by HIV and AIDS. Only when all stakeholders work together can we ensure no one is left behind.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be.
Hey, good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. Let's get to your top story, and that's the participants at the United Nations COP28 climate talks filed on a Sunday for another day of talks and found themselves greeted rare sights in the UAE. Protests and public demonstrations were taking place. On Sunday afternoon, over 100 demonstrators held a pro-Palestinian protest over the Israel-Hamas war near the Israeli pavilion at the summit. They waved watermelon flags, a pro-Palestinian symbol, and other placards as well, with some chanting, "Free Palestine." A woman reading the names of children and elderly killed in Gaza Strip wept as they commemorated the dead. Others cried as they listened at the COP28 venue. Activists allowed into the UAE can demonstrate under strict guidelines in this autocratic nation. Others from organizations long banned by the country also have been let in, providing them the opportunity for the first time in about a decade to offer criticism though many acknowledge that it may see them never allowed back in the country. The UAE, a federation of 7 fiefdoms, this is led by Abu Dhabi's ruler, bans political parties and labour unions. All power rests in each emirate's hereditary ruler. Broad laws tightly restrict speech, and nearly all major local media are either state-owned or state-affiliated outlets.
Just like self-centered.
Now that peaceful protest that was taking place, calling for a ceasefire, this was taking place in Dubai. Around 25,000 people gathered on a Sunday. This was around 25,000 people gathered in the afternoon in Brussels to march against climate change in action. The demonstration kicked off at about 1:30 in the afternoon at the North Station. Then protesters marched through central Brussels and into the European Commission district. Protesters carried signs reading, "We need to save our planet. It's only one where there is we have to act," and the expression there with frustrations over inaction when it comes to Europe on tackling climate change. And former California governor and action movie actor Arnold Schwarzenegger hosted a meeting with family members of Israeli hostages at his Santa Monica, California office, where he listened to their stories and pledged his ongoing support. Let's listen in.
To have a barbaric, unprovoked attack on Israel, absolutely innocent people, they were minding their own business, from one minute to the next were butchered, babies slaughtered, people burned alive, brutally attacked, mutilated. I mean, who does that?
Israeli airstrikes have destroyed a block of apartment buildings in the Shijaya neighborhood of Gaza City, and those strikes destroyed about 50 residential buildings, according to the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Over 60 people were killed and more than 300 people were buried under rubble, citing initial reports by the Palestinian Red Crescent. However, a Red Crescent spokesperson has gone on to say that more than 300 people had been killed in that area. Israel's offensive in the Gaza Strip continues to expand the targeting of civilians, is what the health ministry in Hamas-ruled Gaza had to say on Sunday. Emergency crews have only been able to recover 316 mortars and 664 wounded people, is what the spokesman for the ministry had to say, speaking from Khan Yunis, adding that the majority of victims are still under rubble. Al-Qidra said that the death toll from the Israeli aggression against the Gaza Strip since 7th of October until this moment rises to 15,523 martyrs and the injury of over 41,000 citizens with various injuries. Ambulances and civilian cars ferried wounded people to the Nasser hospital in Gaza's Khan Yunis city after reported Israeli airstrike in the area on Sunday. Israel's military on Sunday ordered more areas in and around Gaza's second largest city of Khan Yunis to evacuate as it shifted its offensive to the southern half, of the territory, where it says many Hamas leaders are hiding. Heavy bombardments were reported overnight and into Sunday in the area of Khan Yunis and the southern city of Rafah, as well as parts of north, and that had been the focus of Israel's blistering air and ground campaign. Many of the territory's 2.3 million people are cramped in the south after Israeli forces ordered civilians to leave the north in the early days of the 2-month-old war. Workers at the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis struggled to keep up with the arrival of the injured and the dead on Sunday. A large amount of victims were brought to the facility as Israel extended its military operation to the south of the Gaza Strip. A lack of beds meant staff treated patients on the floor, which was streaked with blood and scattered with abandoned belongings. Bodies covered with blankets and sheets were laying next to those receiving medical attention. Heavy bombardments were reported overnight and into the area of Khan Yunis and the southern city of Rafah. Israel ordered more areas in and around Khan Yunis, Gaza's second largest city, to evacuate. Bodies pulled out from the buildings hit by Israeli airstrikes in the Gaza City area were brought to a hospital on Saturday. Families and relatives gathered outside the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital to pray around the remains before taking them for burial. They were emotional scenes as a man carried the body of a young boy, Muhammad Khalid, who was killed during the strikes. His brother, with his face still covered in dust, was inconsolable, saying that his neighborhood had been completely destroyed. Palestinians in Khan Yunis city in the besieged Gaza Strip mourned their loved ones who were killed in that Israeli bombardment on Sunday morning. Bodies wrapped in white sheets continue to arrive at the morgue at the Nasser Hospital. The United Nations Human Rights Chief urged for an end to the war, saying that the suffering of civilians was too much to bear. Senior Hamas official Osama Hamdan has gone on to say that resuming talks with Israel on further exchanges of hostages and prisoners must be tied to the end of aggression and a ceasefire. Now, we affirm that the resumption of prisoner exchange negotiations is contingent upon the cessation of aggression and a ceasefire, is what he told reporters in Beirut. Prior to that, there's no discussion about it. Hamdan went on to say that Israel's stubbornness and procrastination, despite efforts from mediators that includes Qatar, Egypt and the United States, led to the breakdown in the week-long truce. Both sides have blamed each other for the ceasefire not being extended, with Israel claiming that Hamas violated the terms of the truce. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has gone on to say that Hamas had not met its obligation to release all of the female hostages. Hamdan said that following several exchanges of detainees, Israel claimed that Hamas still had Israeli women to release, but he said the list submitted contained more people in the Israeli military and not civilians. Iran's foreign minister said on Sunday that a deep expansion of war across the region was imaginable as the Israel-Hamas war resumed after the culmination of a temporary truce. Hungary will not support any European Union proposal on the revision of the EU budget and to begin talks on making Ukraine a president. This is a member of the bloc, is what the government minister had to say. Galias, the chief of staff to the Hungarian Prime Minister, Orban, has gone on to say at a news conference in Budapest that Hungary would not consent to opening these discussions when EU leaders meet in the middle of December. Earlier this month, the EU's executive arm recommended allowing Ukraine to open membership talks once it addresses governance issues that include corruption, lobbying concerns, and restrictions that might prevent national minorities from studying and reading in their own languages. But they need a unanimous vote among all EU member nations that is required on matters involving the admission of a new country, giving the nationalist Orban a powerful veto. His government has long taken an the approach to, as far as Ukraine is concerned, arguing vehemently against EU sanctions on Russia over its invasion and holding up financial aid packages to Kiev. And Ukrainian President Zelensky said on Thursday that the war with Russia was in a new stage, with winter expected to complicate fighting after a summer counteroffensive.
It's a fact. Війна складна, зима в цілому це нова фаза війни. Або війна зимова, вона відбувається не тільки на лінії фронту і всередині міст, через велику кількість застосування ворогам дронів, через велику кількість застосування ракет, включаючи балістику тощо. І тому зимова війна, вона складна.
The Russian military is building training grounds on Ukrainian territories, is what Russia's defense minister had to say at a meeting with top military brass on Friday. Well, 7 modern training grounds are being equipped in the Special Military Operations Zone, 2 of which have been fully completed. In 2024, Russia is planning several military drills, about 20 of them with participation of foreign states, is what he added, speaking about the plans for the year ahead. Relatives and supporters of a group calling for the release of soldiers taken prisoner by Russia after fighting for Ukraine in Mariupol took to the streets on Kiev on Sunday. Hundreds gathered in Independence Square, holding banners and signs aloft as they chanted for the release of their loved ones. The demonstration was organized by the family's organization, which continues to call for the prisoners' release. Now, Venezuelans are voting in a referendum called by the government of the president. This is to claim sovereignty over a large swath of neighboring Guyana. Venezuela argues that the oil and mineral-rich territory was stolen when the border was drawn more than a century ago. Less than 2 hours before polls were originally scheduled to close, the turnout appeared to be low at voting centres, and long lines, typical of electoral events, did not form outside centres. But the country's top electoral authority went on to announce that the polls would remain open for 2 additional hours, and this is because there was a low voter turnout. A man killed 4 family members, including 2 children, at their Queens home in New York City and stabbed 2 policemen who then shot him dead on Sunday morning. The suspect was identified as Courtney Gordon, a 38-year-old Bronx resident who had been visiting family at their home in the Far Rockaway neighborhood. Among the victims was a 12-year-old, and then there was also a 44-year-old and a male in his 30s and an 11-year-old girl. The police officers, one was stabbed in the neck and another slashed in the head. Former President Donald Trump mocked the governor, Ron DeSantis, at a large rally, saying that the Florida governor's campaign was falling like a very seriously wounded bird. Let's listen in to what Trump had to say.
And we hit him very hard, and he's been falling out of the air like a very seriously wounded bird, right, to the ground. And it's a very pleasant thing to see. Now, it looks like he's gonzo, but we never want to say that. We got to get this thing finished. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Iowa. God bless you.
A mother and her 14-year-old daughter are advocating for better protection for women and girls after AI-generated nude pictures of the teen and other female classmates were circulated among high schoolers in New Jersey in the United States. The incident in Westfield, a town close to New York City, is putting a spotlight yet again on explicit AI-generated material that overwhelmingly harms women and children and is booming online at an unprecedented rate. Researchers have been sounding the alarm this year on the explosion of AI-generated child sexual abuse material on the so-called dark web, and its potential to overwhelm law enforcement if something is not done to stem the tide. Meanwhile, celebrities, public officials, and even average adults are increasingly becoming targeted by those who manipulate their images using new AI models or the plethora of apps and websites that openly advertise their services. Though the images have been around for a few years, advances in AI are making it almost impossible to discern what's real and what's not. A patchwork of state laws have already been implemented to criminalize sharing this type of content, but advocates and experts who study the issue are also calling for a federal fix that can provide prosecution. This is protection as far as the country is concerned and send a strong message to the current and would-be perpetrators. And Billie Eilish, Olivia Rodrigo, as well as Sabrina Carpenter were among those honored at Variety's 7th annual Hitmaker. This is a celebration in Los Angeles. The event celebrates the year in music and recognizes the writers, the producers, publishers, managers, as well as executives who helped make the 25 most consumed songs of the year.
You know what? I actually didn't make that decision. I've been trying to shine since I moved to LA, but I think it's always God's plan is the best plan, and I had to exercise a lot of patience, and so now I feel like I appreciate everything so much more because I had to wait for it in the wings a lot of the time, and so now that I'm here and receiving so many flowers and so much love, I just want to enjoy it and try to stay in the moment as much as I can, because in my head I'm fighting with okay, the next goal is da-da-da, so it's a balance of trying to be present but also keeping the momentum going and trying to rocket ship out of here. You know what? It's been really emotional, and I think the biggest name for it is gratitude. And I'm just so overwhelmingly grateful that all of these opportunities are coming, and I think they're at the right time. Even though I thought it was the right time before, I think now's the right time, and I think that's because that's when they're happening and everything happens when it's supposed to. So I've just been so emotional and just thankful.
Will Smith alluded to his recent troubles during an event for the Red Sea Film Festival. He spoke about topics including the starting point of his career, fame, and future prospects. Listening.
If you're devoted to your dream, you'll ultimately make your way there. It's just a little bit easier when you have an elder who understands and is willing to spend time to teach, you know.
Share experience.
Yes, to share the experience, you know. You're going to make mistakes, you know. I've made tons of my own mistakes, and we all make mistakes, baby. But it's really to have somebody to call is huge. Everybody doesn't have somebody to call, and I have been blessed that I've always had somebody to call that was willing to help. Fame is a unique monster, and you have to be really careful. I've had to be really careful. You can't get excited when everybody is saying good things about you, because the more you take when people are saying good things about you, the more hurt you're going to be when people are saying bad things about you, right? You know what I've experienced, you know, in my adversities of the last couple of years, is I have to be clear about who I am and what I am attempting to do in the world. I want you to feel good, right? I am here because in my deepest heart, I want you to feel good, you know. And at the same time, I am deeply human, and my virtue is not yet perfected. And I am in the process of perfecting my virtue. So one of I would say the greatest thing that has happened is I have been deeply humbled and deeply inspired to perfect my light. And that's what this next phase of my life is going to be, perfecting and shining my light as brightly as I can on as many people as I can.
Now, Beyonce ruled the box office this weekend. Her concert picture, Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, opened in first place with $21 million in North American ticket sales. And according to estimates from AMC Theatres, it debuted in 2,539 theatres in the United States and Canada, as well as 94 international territories, where it earned $6.4 million. The Boys in the Boat will be released on the 25th of December. The film stars George Clooney, who joked that he had expected the stars of his underdog sports drama, The Boys in the Boat, to arrive at its special London screening weighing 300 pounds after they had to get into shape to play a Great Depression-era university rowing team. Listen in.
Well, I think every actor would tell you the same thing, which is odds are against you. You know, there's, in our union, there's 160,000 actors, and that's not all the actors in the country, and very few of them actually get work. You know, probably have 5% of them. So, you know, you're always up against the odds, but, you know, luck plays a big part in careers. It certainly did with my career.
And the newest group of Kennedy Center honorees, including comedian Billy Crystal and actor Queen Latifah, made their way down the red carpet on Sunday night at the star-studded Kennedy Center Honors Ceremony, commemorating their lifetime achievements in arts and entertainment. President Joe Biden welcomed the honorees to the White House before the event, saying that the performing arts reflect who we are as Americans and as human beings.
You know, hip-hop being in its 50th year, it just shows that what we said, you know, years and years ago was true. Hip-hop is not a fad. It's not going anywhere. It is culture. It's worldwide. And you got to listen to the kids. You got to listen to the youth. They always know something.
This is huge. I thought it would be great. All my friends who had been past honorees called and said, you're going to love every second, and I am. It's an awesome feeling to be included with this particular wonderful class, but to be treated with the respect and the appreciation from everyone at the center and at the White House today with President Biden and Dr. Biden. It's awesome that how important the arts are to the world, and how the Kennedy Center in particular is so important to keep that going, because there's so much negativity in the world and divisiveness that the arts brings us together. And to be part of that world is very satisfying.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow eightfold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy? It's gold.
One speaker.
It's the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust.
If you want to control inflation, you need to play the trade policy.
UPI, all the
Welcome back. Let's get you an update as far as the cyclone situation is concerned in Chennai. Cyclone, this is Mizoram, named by Myanmar, means strength or resilience. It has intensified into a severe cyclone, which is why Tamil Nadu has declared a public holiday as far as 4 districts are concerned, including Chennai, Tiruvallur, Kanchipuram, as well as Chengalpattu. Now, this severe cyclone is likely to make landfall only tomorrow in the morning before noon. And this severe cyclone will be making landfall between Nellore and Machilapatnam. But before that, you can see the kind of rainfall that has led to about inundation in most parts of Chennai. Cars are submerged, power lines have been disrupted, internet services have been suspended, but so much so that the airport area has received 250 millimeters of rainfall, which is why water entered the runway and also has led to the airport being shut till about 11 o'clock tonight. It has impacted a lot of flights, as well as rail traffic has also been impacted on account of the kind of rainfall it has received over the last 24 hours. In fact, we do know that even adjoining areas have seen 230 millimeters of rainfall. The Tamil Nadu Disaster Response Force has 14 teams on standby, comprising of 350 personnel. National Disaster Response Forces have 9 teams of 225 personnel who have been stationed in coastal areas. So it's the coastal belt where the impact will be felt the most. Do remember, this cyclone is very, very close to the coastline. The proximity is the reason why the showers have been enormous in the last 24 hours. This weather system will move north. It will go towards Andhra Pradesh. There is a rain red alert warning when it comes to Andhra Pradesh, also Tamil Nadu, Puducherry and Rayalaseema over the course of the next 24 hours. 1,500 workers are on standby. A stock of more than 3 lakh electricity poles is part of the inventory. When we talk about the kind of rainfall that is expected, well, similar to the situation in Chennai is what we're expecting in Andhra Pradesh from later tonight till about tomorrow morning, where the landfall will take place between Nellore and Machilapatnam. Well, the kind of wind speed we're expecting could be gusting to about 110 kmph at the time of landfall. What else can we expect? My colleague Parimal spoke with this is with the IMD chief. Let's just listen in to what he had to say.
चक्रवात अभी एक भीषण चक्रवात यानी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म के हिसाब से पश्चिम केंद्रीय बंगाल की खाड़ी में चेन्नई से लगभग 90 किलोमीटर ईस्ट नॉर्थ ईस्ट दिशा में केंद्रीभूत है। इसके सेंटर में अभी विंड स्पीड 85 to 95 किलोमीटर पर आवर गस्टिंग टू 105 किलोमीटर पर आवर है। चेन्नई तट पे यानी नॉर्थ कोस्टल तमिलनाडु की तट पे विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 80 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा अभी चल रहा है। यही विंड स्पीड तमिलनाडु कोस्ट के लिए जारी रहेगा नेक्स्ट 6 आवर्स। इसके बाद विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे कम होगा। मगर दक्षिण आंध्र प्रदेश की जो कोस्ट है वहाँ अभी नेल्लोर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के आसपास विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 80 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा चल रहा है। और प्रकाशम डिस्ट्रिक्ट से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक विंड स्पीड अभी 45 से 55 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 65 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा चल रहा है। ये विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे बढ़ेगा नेल्लोर से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक, और आज शाम से शुरू करके कल दोपहर तक पीक विंड स्पीड रहेगा, वो है 90 to 100 किलोमीटर पर आवर, गस्टनेस पे 110 किलोमीटर पर आवर। यही विंड स्पीड के साथ 5 तारीख पूर्वाह्न में यानी फोरनून में आंध्र प्रदेश कोस्ट को नेल्लोर और मछलीपट्टनम के बीच में बापाटला के आसपास हिट करेगा, और इसके बाद जब लैंड पर चला जाएगा धीरे धीरे वीक होगा। और इसके साथ साथ जो तटीय इलाका है और एक्सट्रीम सदर्न पार्ट है जैसे कोरापुट, मलकानगिरी, नबरंगपुर वगैरह डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहाँ विंड स्पीड हम 35 to 45 किलोमीटर पर आवर, कभी कभी 50 किलोमीटर विंड स्पीड गस्टिनेस में हो सकता है।
ये पूरा जी।
इसलिए स्ट्रक्चरल डैमेज ओडिशा के लिए नहीं है, मगर हेवी रेनफॉल वजह से वहाँ भी जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है, पैडी है, बहुत सारे क्रॉप्स हैं, इस पे इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। इसलिए हम जो चेतावनी और एडवाइस दिए हैं कि जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है ये सभी को अमल कर लेना चाहिए, हार्वेस्ट कर लेना चाहिए, और कोई फिशरमैन समुद्र के अंदर नहीं जाना चाहिए 6 तारीख तक, क्योंकि समुद्र अशांत है और 6 तारीख के बाद समुद्र का कंडीशन जो है इम्प्रूव होगा।
Well, a word of caution to fishermen especially, and all those especially in Tamil Nadu as well as Andhra Pradesh between tonight and tomorrow morning when landfall is expected between Nellore and Machilapatnam. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. My colleague Aarti will be here to get us the very latest.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yaar Deepinder, ye idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting, right? And it was in Gurgaon. It was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Cyclone Mizoram lashes Tamil Nadu. Chennai airport shut till 11 p.m. Many parts of Chennai inundated amid heavy rains. Rain red alert issued in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. ZPM surges ahead in Mizoram elections. CM Zoramthanga loses his seat. After winning 3 states, BJP is set to decide the CMs. The suspense looms over CMs in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. Top India ally reacts on the Congress loss. Bengal CM Mamta says the Congress has been defeated, not the people. She says they've been pushing for seat sharing. Congress unseats the BRS in Telangana to take a call on the CM. Revanth Reddy is a front runner to be the CM face. DK Shivakumar says the High Command will take a decision. Markets are at an all-time high after Assembly election results. New all-time high for markets as the surge is over 1.5%. 2 Indian Air Force pilots have been killed in a crash as an IAF trainer aircraft crashes in Telangana. Our top focus now, Cyclone Mizoram, currently swirling over the Bay of Bengal and heading towards the Andhra coast, has unleashed torrential rain upon Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Now, heavy rainfall was reported in northern coastal Tamil Nadu, encompassing Chennai, Sengalpattu, Kanchipuram, Nagapattinam and Kadalur districts, with Tiruvallur district being the brunt of the downpour. The cyclone is, of course, expected to make landfall between Nellore and Machilipatnam tomorrow noon. The Chennai airport in Meenambakam, meanwhile, is shut till 11 p.m. today. A public holiday has been issued throughout Tamil Nadu, while private companies have been advised to operate through work from home. Now, authorities have set up nearly 5,000 relief centres in coastal districts to assist those affected by the heavy rains. The aid in relief and rescue efforts have been stationed through authorities from the NDRF and 9 SDRF teams in the affected districts as well. And authorities are saying once the rain stops, the water clearance operations with pumps will begin. My colleague Sam is on ground there, bringing us the latest. Sam, take us through what's going on ground at this point. We're in fact seeing that the rain has sort of come down. You said in a couple of hours it should completely stop, and then the water clearance operations might be able to start.
Well, that's the Met Office's forecast that around 3, once the cyclone Mizoram crosses the Tamil Nadu coast, then there could be respite in Chennai. But at the moment, we don't see any signs of respite. It's just pouring non-stop. We come to you from the Oliver Road in the Mylapore area in Chennai. It's knee-deep waters. The entire stretch is like this, around a quarter kilometer. Hundreds of people have to wade through this. Waters have entered several homes, and hundreds of cars across Chennai remain in waters. That's a major loss of property and a major challenge for Chennaites. The Met Office says some parts of Chennai received up to 29 centimeters rain. For instance, Perungudi, around 10 kilometers from where I am right now, received 29 centimeters. Nungambakam, they say, received up to 20 centimeters. And that's the reason why the city's stormwater drains, the newly built stormwater drains, are just unable to handle the quantum of water received or because of this downpour. And authorities say once the rain stops, then in most parts of the city the waters will automatically recede in 2 hours. In low-lying pockets where already waters have entered homes, they have deployed giant pumps, and that's going to be a major task. Across Tamil Nadu, around 4,500 relief centres have been started, and as we speak now, close to 700 people have been evacuated, largely from Kadalur district, Tiruvallur, and some from Chennai. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who reviewed the situation, has assigned one senior bureaucrat for every zone in Chennai to be able to activate the mitigation efforts once the rain stops, and also to other districts. Tiruvallur is bearing the brunt of the extremely heavy rainfall it's receiving, and it's a public holiday in Chennai. All the schools, colleges, government offices except the emergency services are shut. Private companies were advised to allow the employees work from home. The Chennai airport remains shut. A dozen flights were cancelled to begin with. A few were diverted, but now unable to pump waters on the runway the administration has decided to shut down till 11 tonight. So it's an anxious moment for people in Chennai, coastal Tamil Nadu, and they hope that Cyclone Mizoram will swiftly cross this coast so that the havoc will be limited. In fact, the quantum of damage to property would emerge only after the waters recede, and for many this actually brings back memories of the 2005 floods. Call it the city's infrastructure collapsing, call it impact of climate change, call it unprecedented heavy downpour. Chennaites are really facing a nightmare, and they hope things would ease by end of this day.
Right, Sam, now in fact you did mention the 2005 floods. In comparison, where are we at in terms of damage? And of course the water inundation at this point looks at par with that. But when this of course passes through Tamil Nadu, perhaps then we'll be seeing a lesser impact when it comes to, if you compare it to what happened in 2005.
In terms of the downpour, we can compare, but in terms of the other reason which had triggered massive floods in that situation is different. For instance, at that time, 35,000 cusecs of water was released from the adjoining Chembarambakam lake in the neighboring district, but now it's only around 3,500 cusecs. So it's not the waters from that lake that's flooding, it's the non-stop rainfall over the last 24 hours that's causing this. But of course, in terms of the severity, that time was much bigger, larger, and the disaster was huge. But the visuals in terms of waters flooding many of these low-lying pockets, many of these wide streets in Chennai, that in a sense brings back memories of the 2015 floods, and people hope this would end by this evening. At the moment, Met Office says once the cyclone crosses Tamil Nadu coast, then we can see signs of respite, and then authorities, particularly the NDRF and the state disaster response force teams, who are waiting with boats and other rescue equipment to be able to help people to reach out to people in those low-lying pockets. They'll be able to really do their job, but at the moment they're all anxiously waiting for the waters to recede, for the rains to stop.
Right, thank you, Sam, for bringing us those updates from the ground. Continue tracking the developments there on ground, and we'll come back to you. For now, let's listen in to my colleague's interview with Mohapatra, the DG of IMD, and what he had to say about the rains being predicted in Tamil Nadu.
चक्रवात अभी एक भीषण चक्रवात यानी सीवियर साइक्लोन स्टॉर्म के हिसाब से पश्चिम केंद्रीय बंगाल की खाड़ी में चेन्नई से लगभग 90 किलोमीटर ईस्ट नॉर्थ ईस्ट दिशा में केंद्रीभूत है। इसके सेंटर में अभी विंड स्पीड 85 to 95 किलोमीटर पर आवर, गस्टिंग टू 105 किलोमीटर पर आवर है। चेन्नई तट पे यानी नॉर्थ कोस्टल तमिलनाडु की तट पे विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 80 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा अभी चल रहा है। यही विंड स्पीड तमिलनाडु कोस्ट के लिए जारी रहेगा नेक्स्ट 6 आवर्स। इसके बाद विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे कम होगा, मगर दक्षिण आंध्र प्रदेश की जो कोस्ट है वहाँ अभी नेल्लोर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के आसपास विंड स्पीड 60 से 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 80 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा चल रहा है। और प्रकाशम डिस्ट्रिक्ट से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक विंड स्पीड अभी 45 से 55 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा, गस्टनेस में 65 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा चल रहा है। ये विंड स्पीड धीरे धीरे बढ़ेगा नेल्लोर से शुरू करके कृष्णा डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक, और आज शाम से शुरू करके कल दोपहर तक पीक विंड स्पीड रहेगा, वो है 90 to 100 किलोमीटर पर आवर, गस्टनेस पे 110 किलोमीटर पर आवर। यही विंड स्पीड के साथ 5 तारीख पूर्वाह्न में यानी फोरनून में आंध्र प्रदेश कोस्ट को नेल्लोर और मछलीपट्टनम के बीच में बापाटला के आसपास हिट करेगा, और इसके बाद जब लैंड पर चला जाएगा धीरे धीरे वीक होगा। और इसके साथ साथ जो तटीय इलाका है और एक्सट्रीम सदर्न पार्ट है जैसे कोरापुट, मलकानगिरी, नबरंगपुर वगैरह डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहाँ विंड स्पीड हम 35 to 45 किलोमीटर पर आवर, कभी कभी 50 किलोमीटर विंड स्पीड गस्टिनेस में हो सकता है। ये पूरा इसलिए स्ट्रक्चरल डैमेज ओडिशा के लिए नहीं है, मगर हेवी रेनफॉल की वजह से वहाँ भी जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है, पैडी है, बहुत सारे क्रॉप्स हैं, इस पे इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। इसलिए हम जो चेतावनी और एडवाइस दिए हैं कि जो स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप है ये सभी को अमल कर लेना चाहिए, हार्वेस्ट कर लेना चाहिए, और कोई फिशरमैन समुद्र के अंदर नहीं जाना चाहिए 6 तारीख तक, क्योंकि समुद्र अशांत है और 6 तारीख के बाद समुद्र का कंडीशन जो है इम्प्रूव होगा।
Shifting our focus now, Mizoram Chief Minister Zoramthanga has lost from the Aizawl seat, which was his constituency, and the ruling Mizo National Front is set to lose the election in the northeastern state, as Zoramthanga has lost to Zoramthanga of the Zoram People's Movement that has swept this election. Now, the Mizoram Assembly has 40 members. The majority mark is set at, of course, 21. Now, the ZPM has crossed the majority mark with 27 seats, and there the MNF still with 10. Celebrations, of course, are underway in Aizawl in the ZPM office. My colleague, in fact, had spoken to Zoramthanga, who is the ZPM candidate who won against Zoramthanga. Listen into what he had to say.
Joining us now is ZPM's Vice President and the candidate who has defeated Chief Minister Zoramthanga, Mr. Zoramthanga. You are a giant killer in a way. 3-time Chief Minister Zoramthanga has been defeated this time by you. You know, it seems that there was a wave behind your party. What are the reasons of this landslide victory?
See, my contender is very big man. He's a Mizoram Chief Minister for 3 times. When nomination committee is put me on Aizawl is one. So my first survey is, from my survey I learned who he is. He is not very hard target. He is very soft target, because the way he manages, he look after his constituency is based on the party, not based on the people. So that's why people are not satisfied with their MLA as well as Chief Minister. So this is the main reason how I come to this election.
But tell us, in terms of the overall result, the Congress also could not, their performance was really bad. And it seems that both the Congress and the MNF, the 2 old parties, have been rejected, and people have chosen a young party which is only 6 years old. Why, how this transition has taken place in Mizoram politics?
This is very marathon to explain it also, but in short, because Congress, MNF, they both are ruling. But this is people are get rid of. There's not much things to do for the generations of new generations for their future. So they are, they are hungry for the power only. If they are win, that's all. For the next, they are preparing, because this MNF Congress are, the main campaign for this slogan is different, but money power can defeat the people's mind. So that's why in Aizawl this one also, that money power can, if it's work, I will definitely defeat. But money power doesn't work much. So that's why I defeat him.
One last question. The BJP has kept on saying that even if we win 2 seats, we'll be part of the government. Now you have a clear majority. If an offer comes from BJP, will you take their support or make them part of the government?
This is a policy matter, so we cannot comment about this thing. See, our party executive committee making decision not to have any coalition with any party. Since this is our executive resolution, so we resolve it. So we cannot saying about this coalition or like partnership. If the executive is resolved again, then only we can give a comment in this matter.
We are the friend of farmers, and we have to give them the top priority. After that, there will be a consolidation in finance. Financial reform is very necessary. For that, we are going to make a resource mobilization team comprising the expert members, and they'll look after the austerity measures, disinvestment measures, and manpower assessment and all that. After that, our main priority will be anti-corruption measures. For that, we are going to give a general consent to the CBI as soon as possible. And after swearing in, we will announce our top priorities for the next coming 100 years.
Right, my colleague Ratnadeep joins us from the ground. Ratnadeep, now of course we'd seen celebrations at the ZPM office, and we'd also just heard Laldu Omar say that their focus now is going to be the economy of Mizoram, and also the fact that corruption is going to be their main focus. Take us through, now you've spoken to several leaders there as well, take us to the pulse on the ground.
Well, on ground zero, for the supporters of ZPM, it is a great moment because it is a new party. Remember, this party was formed only 6 years back, and in 2018, the last election, the party actually was not registered at that point of time, and their candidates had fought as independent, and in that election they emerged as the second the main opposition party, the second largest party. And from that election to this election, in this 5 years, this party has grown from strength to strength. Now, this is one regional party in the northeast, which is neither with the India Alliance or the NDA. It was of its own, and this time in the elections, it has raised certain issues like corruption, like the issues of development, and the fact that we spoke to a lot of leaders and a lot of individuals as well today after these results have come in, and people are saying that maybe the campaign that Laldu Hamad took to the people, saying that you have given Congress several chances, you have given MNF several chances, see us once, and if we can bring some amount of change. I think that is what has worked, because if you look at Mizoram, in this elections, the key was the young voters. When we say young voters, the voters from the first-time voters to voters of the age of 40 years, these are the people, these young people were above 60%. And what we are picking up is that in most of the areas in Mizoram, because we have less electorate, therefore constituencies are decided in small margins. But look at the margins of the ZPM candidates. Some of the candidates have actually won with a good margin by Mizoram standards. So this just goes to show that perhaps the young voters' vote have completely gone towards ZPM, and also ZPM has been able to erode the strong vote banks, the strong pockets that Congress had. Remember, Congress last time won only 5 seats, this time they are down to 1, and the MNF has lost 17 seats. In fact, the Chief Minister himself has lost from his Aizawl East 1 seat. His deputy Tonlia has lost his seat. Several ministers, in fact, out of 12 ministers in the Council of Ministers, 10 ministers, including the Chief Ministers, have lost. Only 2 of them have won. And on the other hand, ZPM, if you look at those 27 MLAs who have got elected, 20 of them, at least 20 of them are first-timers. Right. They had contested for the first time, they've won, and of that 20, at least there are, a dozen MLAs who were not, who have no political links. They were people from different walks of life, and they were given tickets and they have won. So this just goes to show that it is a vote in perhaps in favor of the call for change and an alternative way of governance.
Right, absolutely. Now, a young party in Mizoram and a new beginning for the state will, of course, see how that leads the leader of the ZPM, in fact, saying that economy is a major focus. We'll continue tracking the story for you. For now, we take a short break.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story. of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time.
And you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, what is this? What have you done? This is fantastic, right? Now, that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
This World AIDS Day, join
Welcome back. Now, the Congress's big India ally, the TMC, has reacted to their loss in 3 states. Mamata Banerjee says the Congress has been defeated, not the people. Now, Mamata also says that some votes have been cut by the India parties. And she says that a strategy is needed with ideology. Now, the TMC, in fact, says that the Congress must then reflect on their actions and then come about with a better strategy and a better ideology. Listen in to what TMC's Abhishek Banerjee had to say.
भाई देखिए, मैं आस्था रखने वाला या खोने वाला कोई नहीं हूँ। लोकतंत्र में लोग लास्ट वर्ड है और कांग्रेस में जो लोग चाहते हैं कि भाई सब मिलके बीजेपी के साथ लड़ाई करे, मैं उनको यही कह सकता हूँ कि समय कम है। आप अपने हिसाब से सबको इकट्ठा करने का जो प्रयास है वो शुरू तो हो ही चुका है। उसको फिर से एक बार करके अगर एक साथ लड़ाई करना चाहे तो it should reflect in your action, not your words.
Well, strong statements from both Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal. The Trinamool Congress had earlier advocated that a seat-sharing arrangement between the India Alliance parties should be worked out in the state elections. But it was the Congress that had said that it would take a call on these issues post these state elections. That's what sources had said. Now, of course, today on the floor of the West Bengal Assembly, Mamata Banerjee saying that it was the lack of seat sharing that led to the Congress defeat. The Congress should have done seat sharing. In fact, she went on to say that India parties did cut votes, and had there been seat sharing, that wouldn't have happened. She also said this is a defeat of the Congress, not the people. People have spoken against the BJP, and then went on to add that India Alliance will work together, and if there is any mistake, it will be rectified and we will learn from our mistakes. Earlier in the day, Abhishek Banerjee had also said something similar, saying that India Alliance would actually have to now sit together and work, because this is something that the Congress did on its own. And obviously in all of this, to contextualize what's being said, the India Alliance partners are now going to give the Congress some hard talk over the Congress's insistence on leaving seat sharing for later, and going on to say the Congress would have to now, to quote a Trinamool Congress spokesperson, drop its zamindari attitude and be more accommodative and adjust. And Mamata Banerjee also saying, along with ideology, we need strategy to take on the BJP. And if we come together, then of course the BJP can be defeated in 2024. So tough lessons for the Congress, tough words for the Congress from India Alliance parties, especially the Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee, effectively pointing out that the Congress should do a seat sharing agreement as soon as possible before the 2024 polls. Otherwise, they could have a result like what we saw in these states that have recently concluded polls.
Now, another India ally, Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, has reacted in a somewhat conciliatory tone, saying more work lies ahead. In the past few months, Akhilesh has repeatedly attacked the Congress, even accusing the Congress party of trying to wipe out the Samajwadi ideology. But now, of course, he seems to be taking a route which leads to constructive criticism, just as what the TMC is doing with the Congress, talking about how more work needs to be done on the strategy and how that will then improve the cases for Congress. Let's listen into what he had to say.
हम लोग निराश नहीं हैं और राजनीति में, लोकतंत्र में इस तरह के परिणाम आते हैं और जो भी परिणाम आएंगे वो कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है उसको स्वीकार करेगी, लेकिन लड़ाई लंबी है। इन परिणामों से हमें और जिन लोगों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी जैसी बड़ी पार्टी का मुकाबला करना है, उन्हें बहुत तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी। मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में परिणाम दूसरे होंगे।
Alliance, both Samajwadi Party and TMC don't seem too dejected by the loss that Congress has faced in the three states. But they seem to be keeping their eye on the ball, which is the 2024 elections, the Lok Sabha polls, where, of course, they're talking about the strategy that will be deployed in the seat-sharing ideology, of course, most important when it comes to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, which will then decide what is the fate for the India Alliance, where they're, in fact, earlier also had decided to stand together and present a united front, and that's what they seem to be doing now as well. Tanishq, now we're seeing that Akhilesh Yadav not giving the fiery sort of response to this Congress loss as would have been expected. He's in fact taking a mature road, saying that he's not dejected, he's not sad by it, but of course saying more work needs to be done by the Congress in the days that lie ahead.
Yes, Aarti, and also this comes from a point of reflection because Samajwadi Party also lost, all of its candidates in the Madhya Pradesh poll. So Samajwadi Party had actually, after Congress refused alliance in the state, they had actually put up candidates for a lot of seats, more than 50 seats. But Samajwadi Party lost on all of seats. So it is being seen that Akhilesh, has softened his stance towards the alliance. One key statement that he made was that we and other parties have to prepare a lot to defeat a party like BJP and have to fight the strategies with discipline. But another point he made was that we have to make sure that the other parties support the regional parties where they are in stronghold, where they have a strong base. So this of course reflects on saying that Akhilesh Yadav is softening his stand and saying that Congress should now support Samajwadi Party as it has a larger presence than Congress in Uttar Pradesh. But what remains to be seen, Aarti, that how it is going to play out because Samajwadi Party is, a candidate of Samajwadi Party standing in Madhya Pradesh polls had actually, costed a lot of voters for the Congress party. A lot of vote share was eaten up by the Samajwadi Party. So it remains to be seen how the Congress will react to it. Right. But right now, Akhilesh is presenting a united front, saying that we have to work together. Making an inclusive statement towards the fourth space. We should not forget the Samajwadi Party also suffered a huge loss a big defeat in the state polls in Madhya Pradesh.
Right, Tanesh, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. Talking about a big blow to the Congress, what comes to mind, of course, is Rajasthan. Now, in Rajasthan, the BJP had managed to come in with a great success. Now, talking about Rajasthan, the big question now is who will be the CM? Of course, the speculations are, of course, rife at this point, but suspense is still on who is going to be the CM face of the BJP. I have my colleague Vedant joining us with some latest updates for us. Vedant, take us through what's happening on ground. What are we learning? Or in fact, outside the BJP headquarters, I learn. Take us through if we have any details on the decision on CM face for Rajasthan.
Well, I think I am in fact not outside the BJP headquarters, but the latest that we're getting is that the 4 MPs who actually won in Rajasthan, including Diya Kumari, of course, one of the CM probables, and Rajavardhan Rathore, and of course CP Joshi and Arun Singh, heavyweights of the BJP who campaigned extensively through Rajasthan. They have formally now tendered their resignation as members of parliament. This was, of course, a foregone conclusion because they were fielded as, as candidates in the fray, and now after they won, they finally tendered their resignation in parliament. All 4 of them were in Delhi. Now remember, one of them, of course, is Diya Kumari, as I mentioned. She is being seen as a front runner, and she won with a huge margin. In fact, all the elections that she was trusted with, she's not lost a single election. So that is why she's seen as one of the front runners as far as the race for the top job is concerned. Apart from Diya Kumari, of course, Vasundhara Raje, a 2-time chief minister, somebody who's seen as a tall leader here in Rajasthan, has spanned Rajasthan presence, somebody who finally came on board in the later stages of the campaign to endorse brand Modi. In fact, Vasundhara Raje held the maximum number of Jan Sabhas as far as Rajasthan is concerned, 53 to be precise, and in fact 36 out of the over 45 candidates that she campaigned for actually won in Rajasthan. So that actually speaks volumes about the fact that she has a huge presence in Rajasthan, and the BJP cannot certainly ignore the Vasundhara Raje factor. Now, apart from Diya Kumari and Vasundhara Raje, the 2 royalties in the fray, you also have Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. Now, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, somebody who has a ministerial background, who's also a backroom strategist for the BJP. He held the fort for the High Command here in Rajasthan till late last night. We also spoke to him. So he's also a farmer face, so he's being seen as a front runner as well. Apart from that, a name that is doing the rounds in a big way now is Baba Balaknath. He is in Delhi currently as we speak. Remains to be seen what really are the conversations that he's having. Apart from that, Kirori Lal Meena, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Law Minister, these names are also there in the fray. But the BJP is expected to come up with the list of central observers first. The Congress's strategy is to always come up with those names before. But the BJP is expected to announce a list of central observers soon, after which we'll get clarity on who could be the Chief Minister, perhaps a decision that will be taken later this week.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vedant, for joining us and bringing us those latest details on this story. We'll continue tracking it. For now, we shift our focus. The Congress, of course, has unseated the BRS in Telangana. Talking about its losses, let's talk about the Congress's big win. Telangana, now they're going to take a call on who's going to be the CM. Revanth Reddy, of course, is a front runner to be CM there. DK Shivakumar, in fact, saying that Kharge, the chief of the Congress, will be taking a decision on who the CM face will be. Let's, in fact, rope in my colleague Uma, who's joining us on the broadcast. Uma, take us through the latest now. You, in fact, did say that a unanimous sort of decision has arisen where a majority of support is being garnered by Revanth Reddy there. Take us through what you're learning from your sources.
See, I'm outside the Ella hotels here in Hyderabad, where in fact all the MLAs have come in the Hillridge Springs, and that's the gate entrance that you can see. And of course the resorts are inside, deep inside, where all the MLAs are being kept. And what we are being told is that individually each of those 64 MLAs of the Congress have been spoken to, and their opinion has been sought and who would they like to see as their leader. And yes, a short while ago DK Shivakumar did come out and say that Revanth Reddy had proposed a resolution And that resolution said that unilaterally they are authorizing Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge to take the decision on who should lead the state, who should be Chief Minister. We were also told that several leaders have in fact seconded that resolution that was moved primarily by the Telangana State Congress Chief, Mr. Revanth Reddy. So while several of the supporters and also people like Mr. Mallu Ravi have openly said that they believe that Revanth Reddy is the one who should be Chief Minister and will be Chief Minister. The formula that was being spoken about was that there are other contenders as well. And some of the other contenders who I spoke to said that it is only the Revanth Reddy camp which is in fact putting out this version saying that he's the front runner and that he is going to be Chief Minister and that the rest will only be deputies or other ministers. But those people are in fact saying that the High Command, the central leadership is open-minded about who should be leading the state, and therefore that authorization now having been given to the centre and the opinion of all the MLAs having been taken, those will be taken into consideration before any announcement is made. On the other hand, the other leaders I should talk about, Revanth Reddy of course for having carried out such a strong campaign. It was only after he became PCC, he became the Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee Chief that Telangana Congress seemed to have got new energy and spirit, and of course the victory in Karnataka did help to kind of take that forward to make him a contender. There's also Uttam Kumar Reddy, who was an Air Force pilot, close to the Gandhi family, someone who has won 7 times as MLA and also has been an MP and has been always loyal to the Gandhi family and to the Congress itself. He thinks he is also a contender for the post, and Komatireddy Venkat Reddy, somebody who had 35-36 years of experience and has delivered 12 seats from Nalgonda. Some people even express the fear that if he threatens to go away with his MLAs, the Congress will be in trouble. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they did not want to give time for that, and we are hearing from the police in fact that there is an arrangements are being made at Raj Bhavan for a swearing-in ceremony this evening itself, and it is possible that other than the Chief Minister, there could be Deputy Chief Minister who is also sworn in, and which could possibly be Batti Vikramarka, Damodar Raj Narasimha, the Dalit faces of the party. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Uma, for joining us and bringing us those latest details on the Telangana CM face. Now, talking about the 3-state win for the BJP, the eyes are, of course, on the Lok Sabha elections. Now, is Prime Minister Modi gunning for a 50% vote share in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections? NDTV Editor-in-Chief Sanjay Pugalia's take on the BJP's plan. Take a look.
We'd get a couple of key questions on a couple of editors' take, as it were. So question number 1, these elections are done. Let's look at next year. Is the BJP, Sanjay, likely gunning primarily, number 1, at a 50% vote share?
Absolutely. After Gujarat verdict, this thought did come into my mind, the way you make bipolar election into an election of 45%, 50% vote. Mr. Modi must be now planning to do something unthinkable, which is to aspire for. मेरे हिसाब से मोदी जी ने अपनी पार्टी को ये टारगेट सेट करके दे दिया है कि भाई आप लोग काम करिए 50% वोट शेयर के लिए, जिसमें बीजेपी का अकेले का 45 होना चाहिए, 50 एनडीए का होना चाहिए, और ये एक प्रोवोकेटिव थॉट है। साथ ही साथ इसका मतलब सीट शेयर पे क्या होगा? सीट शेयर पे ये होगा कि मोदी जी को बीमारी है अपना रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने की। वो कहेंगे कि 303 नहीं 304 प्लस बीजेपी को अकेले चाहिए। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि एनडीए के लिए 350 से 400 सीटों की बिसात वो बिछाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ने का उनका ऑब्सेशन वैसा ही है जो किसी बच्चे का किसी खिलौने की जिद को लेकर के होता है, विष्णु। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि ये एक लाइन का टारगेट है, एक लाइन का मैंडेट है, 50% 350 सीट्स इन 2024 इलेक्शंस, और इसके पीछे जो बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन और प्लानिंग चाहिए उसके तो डिटेल्स हम रोज देखते ही रहते हैं।
Sanjay, one final question. The development plank, will 2024 be fought, based on what you heard today, likely on the plank of development?
एब्सोल्युटली, इसीलिए उन्होंने एक नया फ्रेज दिया, कुछ ही दिन पहले दिया, विकसित भारत का, क्योंकि दरअसल दुनिया भर की परिस्थिति कुछ इस तरह की हो गई है, सिचुएशंस ऐसी हो गई हैं कि इंडिया के एडवांटेजेस बहुत सीरियस हो गए हैं। एक तरफ एशियन कंट्रीज़ के बीच में, दूसरी तरफ अमेरिका की जो सिचुएशन है, यूरोप की जो सिचुएशन है, तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर जो रीसेट हो रहा है उसमें इंडिया का रोल, जितना हम लोग अभी पब्लिक कन्वर्सेशन में बात नहीं कर रहे हैं विष्णु, और आप डिफेंस और स्ट्रेटजिक अफेयर्स कवर करते हैं, ग्लोबल चीज़ों पर नज़र रखते हैं, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि भारत एक बहुत यूनिक पोजीशन में है। तो जिसको कहते हैं ना कि सारे स्टार्स भी कोलाइड और कॉन्स्पायर कर जाते हैं, जिसमें कि पॉलिटिकल प्लेयर अपना फ़ायदा उठा सकता है, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान एक बहुत ही शानदार ट्रेजेक्ट्री पर है, डिस्पाइट इनइक्वालिटीज़, डिस्पाइट कंट्राडिक्शंस, despite issues cultural and social both. We are on a trajectory and Mr. Modi will be milking it to the hilt.
We'll continue tracking these stories for you. For now, a short break.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence at Ashoka.
And one of the biggest victories, or the stunner in Telangana, was a victory that happened in Kamareddy. BJP's Venkata Ramana Reddy, who is now being called popularly as KVR, had defeated, in fact has defeated KCR, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and also Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee Chief Revanth Reddy. He is joining me live. Venkata Ramana Reddy, सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत बधाई, कंग्रेचुलेशंस। आपने सोचा था ऐसा होगा?
हाँ सोचा था मैडम, मैं पहले दिन में एनडीटीवी में भी बोला था, मैं यहाँ पे आके इंटरव्यू ले लिया तो टाइम पे मैं बोला था 100% जीतूंगा, बराबर उन लोग दोनों को हराऊंगा बोल के जब भी बोला था मैं।
ये मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री 7000 के करीब है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ये जो सीट है जहां पर चीफ मिनिस्टर भी लड़ रहे थे, जो आउटगोइंग हैं, और जो पोटेंशियल चीफ मिनिस्टर है रेवंत रेड्डी, वो भी लड़ रहे थे, तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंजर आपके लिए कौन था, केसीआर या रेवंत रेड्डी?
दोनों बेहतरीन लीडर है, मशहूर लीडर है। ये पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हो, अब आने वाले मुख्यमंत्री हो, दोनों भी बहादुर लोग है। बेहतरीन लोग हैं। उन लोगों कोई कम आगे पीछे बोल के नहीं है। 12,000 का तकरीबन में तीनों हैं हम लोग। जो भी मेरे को केसीआर साहब को 6,000 और केसीआर साहब को रेवंत रेड्डी साहब को और 6,000 पूरा मिलके 12,000 से हम तीनों हैं। लेकिन यहाँ दोनों आने के बाद अब मेरे को एनडीटीवी तक पहुंचना, उसका उन लोग आके यहाँ पे कॉन्टेस्ट किया इसलिए मैं एनडीटीवी तक पहुंच गया। अदरवाइज आउट ऑफ 119 हम एक है, उसमें इतना स्पेशल नहीं रहता था। इसलिए उन लोग दोनों को मैं शुक्रिया अदा कर रहा हूँ, प्रणाम कर रहा हूँ।
आप 8 एमएलएज में से हैं जो भाजपा के हैं। पहले 2018 में भाजपा की 1 सीट थी, आज 5 साल के बाद भाजपा की 8 सीट है। वो आप 8 लोगों में से हैं, लेकिन सबसे अहम विक्ट्री तो ये है जो आपकी है।
जी, ये तो हम 5 साल से पब्लिक में काम कर रहे हैं। गए साल में 15,000 16,000 तकरीबन 16,000 वोट आया था। जब सोचा मेरा टारगेट इज 2023, अगला 5 साल में पूरा पार्टी कैडर स्ट्रेंथ करना, बाद में एंटी गवर्नमेंट एजुटेशन करना, बाद में मैं वोट पोलराइजेशन होना बोल के ये 3 स्टेप ले लिया। पहला 2 साल पूरा कैडर स्ट्रेंथ के लिए करा था, बाद में मैं एंटी एजुटेशन किया। एंटी एजुटेशन अपना महिलाओं का, ड्वाक्रा महिलाओं का, डबल बेडरूम का, मास्टर प्लान का और
जी
एंटी गवर्नमेंट एजुटेशन करा। पब्लिक का जो भी समस्या है वो समस्या के लिए मैं समस्या ढूंढ के परिष्कार करता था। इसलिए
रमना रेड्डी जी, लगता है आपको बार बार कॉल्स आ रहे हैं, इसीलिए आपका ऑडियो बीच बीच में कट रहा है। लेकिन वील कंटिन्यू दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन विद द जायंट स्लेयर ऑफ दीज इलेक्शंस ऑफ तेलंगाना, रमना रेड्डी। ही इज बैक विद अस। रमना रेड्डी जी, सवाल ये भी है कि आप 5 साल में 5 साल तक आप काम करते रहे, आप अपनी पार्टी के लिए इसको कितनी बड़ी जीत मानते हैं? क्या ये सिग्नल है कि भाजपा का वोट परसेंटेज तो बढ़ा ही है, ओवरऑल अगर भाजपा का कैंडिडेट कांग्रेस के स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट और बीआरएस के स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट को हराता है, तो क्या भाजपा का ग्रोथ दिखा रहा है?
जी, अभी 6.9 वोट था गैस चुनाव में 2018 में 6.9 था। अभी वो 14% डबल हो गया, एकदम 100% हो गया। लेकिन ये चुनाव में गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी बनाने को कोशिश करा, लेकिन एंटी टीआरएस वोट, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैच नहीं करा। इसका बीच में कांग्रेस बढ़ के गया, वो गारंटी दे दो, कुछ भी दे दो, वो एंटी गवर्नमेंट का वोटा पूरा इट्स टर्न टू कांग्रेस साइड। दैट्स व्हाई इट्स अ मेजर प्रॉब्लम टू अस। तेलंगाना में पहला बीजेपी का ही अच्छा था, फिर वो बढ़ते आ गया, लेकिन पब्लिक का वोट तो हासिल नहीं कर सका अपन। लेकिन जो भी हार्डकोर कार्यकर्ता है, जो भी 5 साल से जीतने के लिए काम कर रहा है, वो सब लोग जीत गया। एक 5-6 सीट भी 1000 वोट 1200 वोट ऐसा, ईटल राजेंद्र साहब, बंडी संजय साहब, अरविंद साहब, दो ये ऐसा मशहूर लोग भी हार गया 1000 2000 3000 में। लेकिन वो बदकिस्मत है। लेकिन हमारा हिसाब से 22-25 सीट्स आते बोल के सब लोग सोचे, लेकिन 8 के परिमित हो गया।
आपने क्या गलत किया? आपको लगता है कि बांदी संजय को हटाना और उसके बाद एक नए पार्टी चीफ को लाना, ये सब जो किशन रेड्डी जी को लाना, ये सब जो हुआ है बहुत सही समय पर नहीं हुआ? अगर ये सब जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रीशफल अगर पहले हो गया होता तो रिजल्ट कुछ और होता भाजपा का?
इसमें 2 बातें
जी
जी
जी, वी विल ट्राई। अगर रमना रेड्डी जी, अगर आप हमारी आवाज सुन सकते हैं, मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ, डिड द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रीशफल हैपन टू लेट? बांदी संजय को हटाना, किशन रेड्डी जी को लाना, अगर ये सब पहले हो गया होता तो शायद कुछ और रिजल्ट्स होता।
सॉरी मैडम, दूसरा टीवी वाले फोन कर रहा है, इसमें से डिस्टर्बेंस हो रहा है। सॉरी
देखिए, आप सुपरस्टार हो गए, इसीलिए आपको बार बार फोन आ रहा है।
नहीं।
एनडीटीवी के अलावा भी बहुत सारे
नहीं,
चैनल्स आपसे बात करना चाह रहे हैं।
हम स्टार नहीं है, सुपरस्टार नहीं है, हमारा को ऐसा दोनों मशहूर स्टार वार्स हमारा को साहब और अपना ये केसीआर साहब दोनों मिलके हमारा को स्टार बना है, लेकिन हम खुद का स्टार नहीं है। स्टार वार्स के बीच में स्टार हो गया। लेकिन जो भी है, हम तो यहाँ पे दो बात है आप पूछे सो। एक बात, किशन रेड्डी साहब जो सीनियर है, अच्छा आदमी है, सबसे मिल के रहते, ये सेंसिटिव है, सबसे अच्छा बात करते, सबसे मैनेजमेंट भी अच्छा करता उन्हें। लेकिन किशन रेड्डी साहब के वजह से पार्टी कम नहीं हुआ। संजय साहब को निकाल के पार्टी गलत करे बोल के भी नहीं बोल रहा, क्योंकि ये समय नहीं है। 6 महीने के पहले ऐसा करे सो टाइम पे प्रॉब्लम हो गया, बस उतना ही। लेकिन इसमें कोई गलत नहीं है, कोई अच्छा बुरा नहीं है। वो तो संजय साहब का वो 6 महीने पहले निकलना वो प्रॉब्लम हो गया। फिर किशन रेड्डी साहब आया, जब एक दिन में सुधारना पूरा स्टेट को बोले तो टाइम तो नहीं है। इसके बीच में कांग्रेस पिकअप हो गया, वो उसका वजह से कांग्रेस लीड हो गया। लेकिन वो 63 सीट, इट इज अ वेरी नॉर्मल, इट इज नॉट लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री। लेकिन क्या करते हैं, ऐसा एंटी वोट हमारा तरफ
ये भी कहा जा रहा है रमना रेड्डी जी कि आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी को हेल्प किया है बीआरएस को हराने में, वो कामारेड्डी सीट पर आपने रेवंत रेड्डी जी को हेल्प किया है क्योंकि आपने उनका वोट काटा है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं।
Okay, we'll try and connect with him again. That was the man of the moment, Kattipalli Venkata Ramana Reddy, who is now being called popularly as KVR, has won from the prestigious Kamareddy seat in Telangana. This is the assembly seat from where Chief Minister and BRS Chief K. Chandrasekhar Rao and State Congress Chief A. Revanth Reddy were contesting. And the Congress has managed to unseat, in fact, the Congress has unseated KCR. But this particular seat becomes important because it sends a message that the BJP is perhaps on a rise if they manage to defeat the incoming or a potential Chief Minister of Telangana and also the outgoing Chief Minister in Mr. KCR. We will try and connect with him in just a bit, but first up, a small break and we'll return to you.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushmann Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 Kadam, 10 Kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to
Welcome back. News now from Karnataka. The daughter-in-law of former Prime Minister H.D. Devagowda, Bhavani Revana's video abusing a biker for ramming into her car has surfaced on social media. Now, in the video, she can be heard asking the biker to die after getting run over by a bus instead of damaging her car. She's also heard telling him that her car is worth 1.5 crore rupees and asking him who will pay for the damage incurred now. Now, the accident happened on the way from her hometown, Saligrama, to Holasanipura in Karnataka. The bike reportedly came on the opposite side of the road near the turn near Rampur Gate, and the biker allegedly wanted to overtake the vehicle but accidentally rammed into Bhavani's car. A complaint has been filed at the Saligrama police station is what we're learning. I have my colleague joining us on the broadcast. Pratibha, take us through what's happened at this point. We've seen this video that's going viral at this point, where we're seeing Bhavani in fact yell at the biker and in fact hurling abuses, says that she would rather that he dies after ramming into a bus rather than damaging her car.
Right. In fact, the accident seems to have happened on December 1st is what we hear right now. And the video seems to have surfaced and earned the wrath of a lot of netizens here. And mainly when you look at the video, the accident, we still really do not know whose mistake it was, whether it was Bhavani Revana's or whether it was the biker's accident. But whosoever it may be, the fact that she has spoken in this manner to the guy has definitely not really, is definitely not something that people have taken kindly to. I mean, what gives her the right to talk like that to a biker? And what gives her the right just because she is former PM Deve Gowda's son? So these are some of the questions that are being raised by netizens. Whether this kind of an attitude of Bhavani Revana would be addressed or not are also some of the questions that have been raised at this point in time. But absolutely no word from Bhavani Revana yet after the video has gone viral, and no word from the family of Deve Gowda as well. But we'll have to wait and see whether there would be any kind of apology that would be sent out by Deve Gowda's family or Bhavani Revana in particular. This is something that people have been calling for.
Right, Pratibha, thank you for joining us and bringing us those latest updates from the ground. This, of course, comes after this video that was shot on the 1st of December now goes viral. We'll continue tracking the story for you. Before that, in fact, let's take a look at the video, of course. We'll continue tracking the story after a short break.
बनाऊंगा मैं तो बनेगा भारत, बादलों पे चल के हवाओं से मिलके मैं बनाऊंगा उम्मीदों के पंख।
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Tell you something. I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay, or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? If you can save about a half an hour of your client's time. And
you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that. And it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, what is this? What have you done? This is fantastic, right? Now, that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary?
And proprietary.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
We have a big newsmaker joining us now, someone who played an important role in strategizing for the state of Madhya Pradesh, BJP Madhya Pradesh in charge. Muralidhar Rao is joining us live. Mr. Rao, congratulations. 160 and above.
Thank you.
It's a landslide victory. Did you actually anticipate such a huge success?
No, definitely. Internally, all important people, we had full discussion and we have the comprehensive feedback. Based on that, we were expecting 150 and above. This kind of communication we could receive from the party feedback. So definitely it is a great and good victory, and important people were aware of this.
A landslide victory, Muralidhar Rao ji, mera sawal is going to be also this, that just about every section seemed to have voted for the BJP. Do you think particularly the women of the state played an important role? The Ladli Behna scheme of the sitting Chief Minister in Shivraj Singh Chauhan could very well have been that X factor.
You know, we have to understand before reaching a conclusion. I would like to say in 2018 election and in before 2013, in every election, if you see, in Madhya Pradesh, because of the welfare front and the development front and the performance of the state government in Madhya Pradesh, women always supported BJP, but this time definitely it was it is stupendous, and the support is very more than what we used to get. Apart from that, as you said, I would like to say here, after 20 years of government, running the government in the state for 20 years, after that, a party in governance is able to increase the vote share. Previously, our vote share was 41%. This time, the vote share is 48.5%, nearly 49%. So you should not go into only seats. The matter of the pride is the vote share increase. 49% vote share never happened in the history of Indian politics. In a state where we have governed for 20 years, their vote share increased so much, 8%. So this also adds to the, this victory, a very important feature.
Yes, but Muralidhar Rao ji, in the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP's ambition has always been 50% mark, and you did manage it also in the state of Madhya Pradesh in 2019. You
have to understand, in BJP before Modi ji and particularly after Modi ji came into the central government in Delhi, we always, in the central elections, in the national elections, we are above the state performance and state percentage in every state, almost every state. So this is the the very important aspect of the BJP's performance in every state. But here in Madhya Pradesh, first time we have decided the target of 50%, and we almost reached this time.
And Mr. Muralidhar Rao, how is the BJP looking at the fact that 12 of ministers of Shivraj Singh Chauhan's cabinet, including the controversial Home Minister in Narottam Mishra, they lost despite you winning with a landslide? That certainly is a disappointment.
This is definitely a kind of thing which we have to review. There is no anti-incumbency against the government, And in fact, it is a pro-incumbency, because unless you have a pro-incumbency, you cannot increase the percentage like 8% in a state. In such a situation, ministers who have functioned in the same government losing, definitely it's a bad luck and maybe local reasons. I don't see a statewide reason for that.
And do you think that fielding ministers, union ministers, MPs actually worked?
Largely, leaving, Faggan Singh Kulaste,
Yes,
almost
he
all
lost.
the persons whom we have fielded, they have won, and it has helped.
Okay, Mr. Rao,
And more important thing is, you have to understand,
go ahead.
the Modi ji as a person, it is not just Prime Minister running the campaign. He always was available for the Madhya Pradesh, both to guide the state government and to lead the state government campaigns, and also to guide the booth level worker. This has happened in the last 3-4 years. So his continuous availability in guiding all the people, this has enormously helped the BJP at the state level.
You are saying that the Prime Minister's connect with the booth level workers actually helped, make those gains. How much of that push that was done by the Prime Minister on the day of Birsa Munda Jayanti in Ranchi helped you tilt the tribal votes in your favor in the state of Madhya Pradesh?
I don't want to take that program in isolation. In Madhya Pradesh, in the beginning, before 3 years, we have identified 3 important sections. One, women, as you have observed now. The second is scheduled caste and also the scheduled tribes. Very important sections of electorate in Madhya Pradesh. All these areas we have consistently worked. In all these important programs, Honorable Prime Minister participated. Sant Ravidas Ji Mandir inauguration program, Rani Durgavati related program, Raghunath Shah related program in tribal heroes. So like that, in every campaign related to SCs, STs and women. In all of these programs, important programs, Prime Minister's presence was always there. He pushed, he strengthened, he supported, and he backed also all of us.
It's about collective leadership which was on display despite Shivraj Singh Chauhan being Chief Minister of 4 terms. The BJP did not really project him as a chief ministerial candidate. My question is that after this victory, who do you hold, who will you give credit? Is it Prime Minister Modi, or will you also say that state leaders played a role?
I don't see in BJP functioning as an in charge for so many years in the entire country in different states, and particularly during the last 10 years under the leadership of Modi ji. I don't see any kind of contradiction between Modi ji's leadership and the state leadership. And you have to understand, you see, a government led by Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji as a chief minister and government led at the center by Modi ji, when they are functioning, whether we projected or not as a strategic reasons, as a party decision, but without Shivraj ji's state government's performance and without the stellar performance of Modi ji's central government, this kind of connect, sustaining this kind of connect with the people would not have been possible. And this kind of, achieving after 20 years, I am again making a statement, 49%, 8% increase across the state. It is not confined to one area. So this would not have been possible.
My last question to you, and I know the answer, but still I will ask you, Muralidhar Rao ji, who will be the Chief Minister and how much of credit will be given to Shivraj Singh Chauhan in these campaigns?
Our party is always, very responsible, and our leadership at the top also is very responsible, and each person's contribution is well recognized and acknowledged, and I don't see any reason to discount anybody. And our Honorable Prime Minister, under his leadership, top team will discuss and decide all aspects. One, the performance of the past government and the victory and the decoding the victory. Second, the challenges in the coming days in Madhya Pradesh in running the government. And three, under the leadership of Modi ji in 2024 elections and forward. So all these things, taking these aspects into account, leadership issue will be resolved, and that will be taken by everybody collectively.
When do you think the government will be formed? When is the oath likely to happen? How soon?
You know, the date, the date and all these things ultimately subject of the parliamentary board, and the decision is technically will be handled and by the parliamentary board, but it will be very soon.
All right, Muralidhar Rao, thank you so much for your time and congratulations for what has been a phenomenal victory of your party in the state of Madhya Pradesh.
Thank you so much.
And TMC chief Mamta Banerjee has said that Congress has been defeated, but it's not the defeat of the people. She also mentioned that some votes were cut by India parties and that a strategy is needed with ideology to fight the BJP juggernaut.
भाई देखिए, मैं आस्था रखने वाला या खोने वाला कोई नहीं हूँ। लोकतंत्र में लोग लास्ट वर्ड है, और कांग्रेस में जो लोग चाहते हैं कि भाई सब मिलके बीजेपी के साथ लड़ाई करे, मैं उनको यही कह सकता हूँ कि समय कम है। आप अपने हिसाब से सबको इकट्ठा करने का जो प्रयास है वो शुरू तो हो ही चुका है, उसको फिर से एक बार करके अगर एक साथ लड़ाई करना चाहे तो it should reflect in your action, not your words.
Well, strong statements from both Abhishek Banerjee and Mamta Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal. The Trinamool Congress had earlier advocated that a seat-sharing arrangement between the India Alliance parties should be worked out in the state elections. But it was the Congress that had said that it would decide, take a call on these issues post these state elections. That's what sources had said. Now, of course, today on the floor of the West Bengal Assembly, Mamata Banerjee saying that it was the lack of seat sharing that led to the Congress defeat. The Congress should have done seat sharing. In fact, she went on to say that India parties did cut votes, and had there been seat sharing, that wouldn't have happened. She also said this is a defeat of the Congress, not the people. People have spoken against the BJP, and then went on to add that India Alliance will work together, and if there is any mistake, it will be rectified and we will learn from our mistakes. Earlier in the day, Abhishek Banerjee had also said something similar, saying that India Alliance would actually have to now sit together and work, because this is something that the Congress did on its own. And obviously in all of this, to contextualize what's being said, the India Alliance partners are now going to give the Congress some hard talk over the Congress's insistence on leaving seat sharing for later, and going on to say the Congress would have to now, to quote a Trinamool Congress spokesperson, drop its zamindari attitude and be more accommodative and adjust. And Mamta Banerjee also saying, along with ideology, we need strategy to take on the BJP. And if we come together, then of course the BJP can be defeated in 2024. So tough lessons for the Congress, tough words for the Congress from India Alliance parties, especially the Trinamool Congress and Mamta Banerjee, effectively pointing out that the Congress should do a seat sharing agreement as soon as possible before the 2024 polls. Otherwise, they could have a result like what we saw in these states that have recently concluded polls.
Well, another India ally, Akhilesh Yadav, reacted in somewhat conciliatory tone, saying more work lies ahead. In the past few months, Akhilesh has repeatedly attacked Congress, even accusing the Congress party of trying to wipe out the Samajwadi ideology. Listen to what he has to say.
हम लोग निराश नहीं हैं और राजनीति में, लोकतंत्र में इस तरह के परिणाम आते हैं और जो भी परिणाम आएंगे वो कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है उसको स्वीकार करेगी, लेकिन लड़ाई लंबी है। इन परिणामों से हमें और जिन लोगों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी जैसी बड़ी पार्टी का मुकाबला करना है उन्हें बहुत तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी। मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में परिणाम दूसरे होंगे।
Well, joining me right now is my colleague Tanish Punjabi. Tanish, these muted attacks on Congress has been growing, and now Akhilesh Yadav, he has come up with his own response. What does it mean for the India alliance going forward?
Well, Osama, let me tell you, I just spoke with the UP Congress President Ajay Rai, and the things that seems like have softened a little bit between the two parties, because while there were talks on the national level, at the regional, the regional party workers of Congress and Samajwadi Party were always constantly at loggerheads and were involved in a war of words. But now both seem to be, step back a little and work towards the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Maybe it could be because the Congress has learned the lesson that it cannot defeat a juggernaut like BJP all alone. So yes, of course, Congress has also softened its stand. It said, Ajay Rai clearly said that the alliance was on national level and they are going to work on, and was not on state level, and they are going to work together with all the India alliance partners for the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. So of course, yes, and if we talk about Akhilesh Yadav seems like he has also softened his stand, because he said that the Congress we need to work together and come back to the point where we started from, where we agreed that the party support.
Tanish, thank you very much for all those details. We'll have to quickly shift our focus to the Prime Minister who's attending the Naval Day session. Let's take a look.
उनसे कई सारी चीजें ली गई थी। अब चूंकि फादर ऑफ द इंडियन नेवी, जो नौसेना के जो संस्थापक हैं, फादर जिनको कहा जाता है, वो छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज थे, और 1674 में जो उन्होंने फाउंडेशन रखा था मराठा एम्पायर का, जो पश्चिमी भारत है, वेस्टर्न इंडिया, जिसमें कि आप महाराष्ट्र को ले लीजिए, गुजरात को ले लीजिए, जो ये जो हिस्सा है,
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile, without disclosing too much of its, but the kind of startups that excite you today, because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings, but I'm wondering today what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato, because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done a policy bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs, breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles, bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural traction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be
Whereas the decision on who will be Chief Minister of Telangana is going to be made shortly. We are joined now by Manikam Tagore, Lok Sabha MP of the Congress Party, also a man who was formerly in charge of Telangana, who spent a long time there in that state. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. My first question, an obvious one at this moment, who's going to be Chief Minister of Telangana? Is it clearly going to be Revanth Reddy, or we believe that there are other names also doing the rounds?
Yeah, thank you. Telangana, the MLAs meeting is over, I think, and individual opinions of the MLAs will be taken, and it has been taken by the 4 observers who has been deputed by Honorable Congress President. And then they will report back to Congress President about the view of the MLAs. Then Congress President will take a call. This is the procedure on which Congress travels. It is not that we have a closed envelope from Delhi and he announced that name. It is a democratic process which Mr. Rahul Gandhi has initiated long back ago. And the Congress Party has always followed this for the past 7-8 years, and we have been able to do that in a nice way. And we've done it in Karnataka, we've done it in Himachal, and our observers are capable leaders who have gone there, and they will leave it to the Congress President to decide with the facts in his table.
Right, you're right. You did it in Karnataka, you've done it in Himachal. The only thing with Telangana, sir, is that at 65, while at a 70 or a 75, the Congress could take it easy. At 65, given the political climate, 64 plus 1, their observers feel that there is a sense of nervousness about potential attempts. Any kind of friction within is not healthy for the party, given that number there in Telangana. How, is there a sense of nervousness, A, and B, how soon will this decision be taken and a swearing in carry out there in Telangana?
First is there is no nervousness in Congress, and we are all very confident. And we know that Telangana, people of Telangana has rejected the horse trading which the TRS is following, and the way they were buying the MLAs and others has hurt them the most, because many of those people who had shifted the parties bought them over as lost in, for BRS, and they are the main reasons for their defeat itself. So that politics of which Mr. Amit Shah does it in the name of Operation Kamala, like in Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh and others, buying the MLAs through money power but the agency's power won't work in Telangana. We are very clear. We have a process in place, and our MLAs are committed people who have been in the party, and they had fought for a clear-cut agenda, and people believe that their agenda has to be implemented, and for that they will be united, and Congress President will be deciding it whenever the AICC observers report back to him.
Okay, so do we expect, can you give us clarity? My last question on Telangana before I move to larger issues. Can we expect clarity by, let's say, by the end of the day or by tomorrow? Because during election campaign, Mr. Revanth Reddy had said that the swearing-in will take place on December 9th, which is Mrs. Sonia Gandhi's birthday. Do we expect it to go on till then, or do we expect it in the next 24 to 48 hours to seal the deal there in Telangana?
No, I'm not dealing it directly with Telangana. Therefore, I don't know the real situation there. But as Revanth Bhai would have been speaking in the political rhetoric there in the campaign part setup, we can keep it that away. But Congress leadership will decide it in a correct way. And we need to give Congress president a reasonable time, that all MLAs and all leaders in Telangana knows that thing, that Congress president should be given the reasonable time to complete his consultations. And there would usually the consultation process which makes the Congress, other leaders in the state also, part of it is very important for in the state of Telangana also.
Right, that's right. Now, I'm just going to take a broader picture, sir. There was a momentum that the Congress had after the Karnataka elections. Has that completely gone post the Hindi heartland wipeout for the party? Most observers believe that the bounce that the Congress had may have been snatched away by the BJP in the Hindi heartland.
Yeah, this is the narrative being trying to be built by certain section of media, which you are also getting that narrative is impacting you also. But as a data point, as you are a political journalist who covers politics for long, and as a political student for me, I just throw a political as a data point to you. It is just I was going through it, and Congress got 4 crore 92 lakh votes in the 4 state elections, and BJP got 4 crore 81 lakh votes. That is, the difference was 10 lakh and 64,000 votes. Therefore, Congress party is not decimated. That is not called that thing. Congress party in North India is decimated. Congress party has just lost everything in the North India. We are a party, we are having 4 crore 92 lakh votes, and they are having 4 crore 81 lakh votes. Therefore, Congress party's seat numbers has fallen because of different reasons. For example, Rajasthan, 52 MLAs has lost, 18 ministers has lost. There is a clear-cut anti-incumbency against the MLAs and
sitting
ministers. The same thing happens in Chhattisgarh. Ministers, more than a dozen ministers has lost, and more than 20 MLAs has lost. Because there is the mechanism which we need to fix in the Congress party is about the sitting getting story has to end now. Congress party has to evolve some kind of mechanism, because Congress party is not an authoritative party, it's a democratic party. Therefore, we can't just say that tomorrow if there is an anti-incumbency against my constituents, I'll not be saying that Manik, your ticket is cut because there is anti-incumbency against. That has to be told. We have to reach to a level now, people are fed up with the MP or an MLA. The data shows now, because of the survey and others, we can convince the candidate that you are going to lose an election. Instead, you wait for this time. That is the approach we should do it. That is the strong way we need to work on it. But in a democratic way, we have to work on that. That's the major challenge in my view.
It's a very important point that you make. You're saying that, look, the party first needs to now decide that sitting MLA or a sitting MP does not necessarily mean that they'll get a ticket. It will have to be data driven in terms of who can win and who cannot in terms of anti-incumbency. You believe that that's the reason why Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh went away from the Congress?
Yes, perfectly. You put it in a nice way. I was elaborating in a bigger, longer way, but you put it in a very precise way. That's the same thing I'm saying. It has time for the Congress in the state level has to come to, because this is not an all India story where you can put it. It is a state level leadership has to come to conclusion. You should realize that defeat is a defeat for that candidate also. It is a defeat for the party, and it is a defeat for that candidate also. His political career also gets stopped there. After a defeat, good friends who had been with me, after their defeats, what they become, we know about it. How much it affects their political mind as well as the personal life also, how it affects. We all know that thing, that a defeat is a serious thing. Instead, to avoid a defeat, some expert should say, think that boss, you are going to lose it. Instead, you can wait for some time.
Okay, win brings everything. Loss takes away everything in politics, sir. It's a big this one, and obviously most politicians have seen that lesson. I want to focus now on the INDIA alliance per se. The alliance partners have felt that, even the smallest of smaller parties should be taken along. In hindsight, was it a failure of the Congress not to be able to go into these elections as an alliance and alienating allies? Could that have potentially made a difference in a state like Madhya Pradesh, specifically where Mr. Kamal Nath's comments on Akhilesh Yadav was seen by several allies as something of an insult to smaller regional forces?
It's a very difficult question to answer, because Mr. Kamal Nath is a senior leader of Congress and he has dealt these kind of alliances in different kind of states. He has dealt it in other states. He has been in charge of Tamil Nadu. He has been in charge of many states which he has stitched alliances under this. But in Madhya Pradesh, where we went wrong, the party General Secretary Randeep Surjewalaji has to give a report to the Congress President, and there will be some kind of thinking into it. In my view, it's a very tough thing for the Congress party to understand the importance of stitching alliances, because these states where Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and others, there is no alliance politics has come. For example, Tamil Nadu we have learned about it. In Kerala, we know the value of an alliance politics. But other states, that understanding it takes a lot of time, because usually we'll think that we are sacrificing our seat to the another party. That's the view in the eyesight we take a view about it. Therefore, it's a very important point that Congress leadership in the state like Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan has to get together, get their acts, get the data in place. For example, Rajasthan also CPM scored a number of votes. One of my data friends has sent to me data on the Rajasthan numbers, how many seats, how much votes they got it as CPM when they were demanding some seats and others. So it happens to Telangana also. There are CPM has taken some votes in that. Therefore, it's a very difficult discussion. It has state level leadership has to understand the value of alliance also.
It's an important point again that you make. State level leadership needs to understand the value of alliance. My last question to you, sir, because we're running out of time. Very quickly, do we see the Congress change its relationship equations with the INDIA alliance partners? And I ask you this specifically because you've given the example of Tamil Nadu and other states where one ally is clearly the dominant party. It seems easy for the Congress to create an equation. But where it needs to learn to deal with allies as equals, that's where the problem seems to be coming. Do you believe there will be a decisive change?
So we need to understand that Congress national leadership is very clear in it. That therefore only India alliance has come. Congress national leadership is very clear that we have to work with different parties and we have to give and take. That is the equation national. But the state level alliances, when it comes to the state level understanding, state level leaders has to understand that thing. That's the practical difficulty we are facing through. Whichever states, Maharashtra leaders understand the alliance politics. Kerala leaders understand the politics of alliance. Tamil Nadu leaders understand the politics of alliance. Assam leaders has now understand the politics of alliances. So it depends upon the state leadership, and it will take little time. And we all hope that we all understand that our friends will also understand the value of differentiation.
There seems to be very little time left. That's really the problem. But thank you so much, Mr. Manik Tagore. I wish we could speak more about the South-North divide as well, but we're running completely short of time. You made two very important points. One, deal with candidates not on the basis of getting, but on the basis of data on whether anti-incumbency or not works. And the second point you're making is that the national leadership is extremely aware of the alliance issues. It's on a state by state where the state leaderships need to understand the importance of carrying forward with allies from a national point of view. Thank you, Mr. Manikam Tagore, for making those 2 points. We'll take a very short break here on NDTV where the news continues. This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy. Right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest. Right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean. Right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good.
Welcome back. The Zoram People's Movement has won and is all set to form the next government in Mizoram after the party swept the elections, bagging 27 seats in the 40-member House. The Mizoram polls saw a triangular fight between the MNF, the ZPM and the Congress. These three parties contested all the 40 assembly constituencies. The Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP, was also present, but as a side player contesting only 23 seats. Mizoram Chief Minister Zoramthanga has lost from the Aizawl East I constituency to the ZPM's Zoramthanga by a margin of 2,101 votes. Ratndeep, my colleague, he spoke to our Rohim Lengyana, MNF leader, and K. Saptanga, working president of the ZPM. Listen in.
For your party, this is perhaps one of the very dismal performance. Your party was very confident to, retain power, but barring you and few others, most of your senior leaders have also are defeated. What is the reaction of the party? How do you see this result?
Actually, this it surprised us. We don't think that this type of result will come out. It seems that anti-incumbency wave is coming in this election. So I think in Mizoram, in every election, twice we used to have government. Twice, I mean 10 years. So this time I don't know what anti-incumbency wave is very big in Mizoram. That's why, especially in the capital of state and district.
Sir, also the fact that in the run-up to the elections, we did see that the issue of what happened in Manipur and the influx of the displaced people from Manipur was an issue, and even your chief minister, your party kind of had spoken about it, how the MNF government has protected and given shelter to people from Manipur or the migrants who have come in, the refugees who have come in from Myanmar. But when it came to the votes, it seems that, as you said, anti-incumbency became a factor. So, the fact that MNF kind of is a party born out of the Mizo national movement and the emotion attached to it kind of has now being overshadowed by other factors which the ZPM has campaigned very hard.
Actually this Myanmar refugee and this Manipur, I think it doesn't affect in this election. But the thing is that this anti-incumbency wave is coming maybe due to this COVID-19. Due to this COVID-19, our government performance may be a bit down. That's why it can be because of that one.
At this moment is the working president of Zoram People's Movement, Mr. Zoramthanga. Mr. Zoramthanga, you know, in 2018 when you all started, it was not even a registered party, and there were many people who were not career politicians like you. You are an editor, a media personality, a media baron of Mizoram. You came into politics. Why people like you who were not into politics, many of them came into politics through ZPM. Many of you have contested and many of you have won. Why, this transition in Mizoram politics has taken place?
It is by God's grace, Yuan. He heard our prayer. That is the first point. Secondly, we promised good governments to the people of Mizoram. And the people wants to taste if we make good or our promise. That is the reason why they are giving us victory.
Also, now obviously the question comes that you, it seems that you will be able to form a government of your own. But will you take support from any other party if they extend their support and accommodate them as well?
I don't think it's not necessary to give support from outside. Then we can make a government of our own party.
Also, talking nationally now, the national elections are coming in, the national elections are happening next year. So, at this moment, ZPM is not part of any of the national formation. The outgoing MNF was part of NDA. So, has ZPM thought about anything on that?
We are not a partner of any national level gathering. We do not give support to any other union.
But will you change that policy now?
No. Then we'll discuss. Then which side should be supported by the party, that should be discussed by our leaders.
Has the party already decided about the chief ministerial phase? Because Pulal Duama was projected as...
Pulal Duama is already declared as a chief ministerial candidate.
And the Telangana giant killer, BJP's Ramana Reddy, spoke to Maria Shakil, NDTV's Maria Shakil, in an NDTV exclusive on defeating KCR and Revanth Reddy. Listen to what he said.
सबसे पहले बहुत-बहुत बधाई, congratulations. आपने सोचा था ऐसा होगा?
हाँ, सोचा था मैडम. मैं पहले दिन में NDTV में भी बोला था. मैं यहाँ पे आके इंटरव्यू ले लिया, तो टाइम पे मैं बोला था 100% जीतूंगा, बराबर उन लोग दोनों को हराऊंगा बोल के जब भी बोला था मैं.
ये मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री 7000 के करीब है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि ये जो सीट है जहां पर चीफ मिनिस्टर भी लड़ रहे थे, जो आउटगोइंग है, और जो पोटेंशियल चीफ मिनिस्टर है रेवंत रेड्डी, वो भी लड़ रहे थे. तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंजर आपके लिए कौन था, केसीआर या रेवंत रेड्डी?
दोनों बेहतरीन लीडर है, मशहूर लीडर है. ये पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हो, अब आने वाले मुख्यमंत्री हो, दोनों भी बहादुर लोग हैं, बेहतरीन लोग हैं. उन लोगों कोई कम आगे पीछे बोल के नहीं है. 12,000 का तकरीबन में तीनों हैं हम लोग. जो भी मेरा को केसीआर साहब को 6,000 और केसीआर साहब को रेवंत रेड्डी साहब को और 6,000, पूरा मिलके 12,000 से हम तीनों हैं. लेकिन या दोनों आने के बाद अब मेरे को एनडीटीवी तक पहुंचना, उसका उन लोग आके यहाँ पे कॉन्टेस्ट किया, इसलिए मैं एनडीटीवी तक पहुंच गया. अदरवाइज आउट ऑफ 119 हम एक है, उसमें इतना स्पेशल नहीं रहता था. इसलिए उन लोग दोनों को मैं शुक्रिया अदा कर रहा हूँ, प्रणाम कर रहा हूँ.
आप 8 एमएलएज में से हैं जो भाजपा के हैं. पहले 2018 में भाजपा की 1 सीट थी, आज 5 साल के बाद भाजपा की 8 सीट है, वो आप 8 लोगों में से हैं, लेकिन सबसे अहम विक्ट्री तो ये है जो आपकी है।
जी, ये तो हम 5 साल से पब्लिक में काम कर रहे हैं। गए साल में 15,000 16,000 तकरीबन 16,000 वोट आया था। जब सोचा मेरा टारगेट इज 2023, अगला 5 साल में पूरा पार्टी कैडर स्ट्रेंथ करना, बाद में एंटी गवर्नमेंट एजुटेशन करना, बाद में मैं वोट पोलराइजेशन होना बोल के ये 3 स्टेप ले लिया।
Moving on to some other news, daughter-in-law of former Prime Minister H.D. Devegowda, Bhavani Ravana's video abusing a biker for ramming into her car has surfaced on social media. In the video, she can be heard asking the biker to die by going under the bus instead of damaging her car. She is also heard telling them that her car is worth 1.5 crores and asking who will pay for the damage incurred now. The accident happened on the way from her hometown Saligram in Karnataka. The bike reportedly came on the opposite side of the turn near Rampur Gate. The biker allegedly wanted to overtake but accidentally rammed into Bhavani's car. A complaint has been filed at the Saligram police station. My colleague Pratibha has more details.
We still really do not know whose mistake it was, whether it was Bhavani Ravana's or whether it was the biker's accident. But whosoever it may be, the fact that she has spoken in this manner to the guy has definitely not really, is definitely not something that people have taken kindly to. I mean, what gives her the right to talk like that to a biker? And what gives her the right just because she is former PM Devegowda's son? So these are some of the questions that are being raised by netizens. Whether this kind of an attitude of Bhavani Ravana would be addressed or not are also some of the questions that have been raised at this point in time. But absolutely no word from Bhavani Ravana yet after the video has gone viral, and no word from the family of Devegowda as well. But we'll have to wait and see whether there would be any kind of apology that would be sent out by Devegowda's family or Bhavani Ravana in particular. This is something that people have been calling for.
Cyclone Mizoram, currently swirling over the Bay of Bengal and heading towards the Andhra coast, has unleashed torrential rain upon Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Heavy rainfall was reported in north coastal Tamil Nadu, encompassing Chennai, Chengalpattu, Kanchipuram, Nagapattinam and Cuddalore districts, with Thiruvallur district bearing the brunt of the downpour. The cyclone is expected to make a landfall between Nellore and Machilipatnam tomorrow noon. The Chennai airport in Meenambakkam is shut till 11 p.m. today. A public holiday has also been issued, while private companies have been advised to operate through work from home. Authorities have set up nearly 5,000 relief centers in coastal districts to assist those affected by the heavy rain. To aid in relief and rescue efforts, authorities have stationed 8 NDRF and 9 SDRF teams in the affected districts of Viluppuram, Mayiladuthurai, Nagapattinam, Thiruvallur, Cuddalore and Chengalpattu. Authorities have said that once the rain stops, water clearance operation with pumps will begin.
Around a quarter kilometer, hundreds of people have to wade through this. Waters have entered several homes and hundreds of cars across Chennai remain in waters. That's a major loss of property and a major challenge for Chennaites. The Met Office says some parts of Chennai received up to 29 centimeters rain. For instance, Perungudi, around 10 kilometers from where I am right now, received 29 centimeters. Nungambakkam, they say, received up to 20 centimeters. And that's the reason why the city's stormwater drains, the newly built stormwater drains, are just unable to handle the quantum of water received or because of this downpour. And authorities say once the rain stops, then in most parts of the city the waters will automatically recede in 2 hours. In low-lying pockets where already waters have entered homes, they have deployed giant pumps, and that's going to be a major task. Across Tamil Nadu, around 4,500 relief centers have been started, and as we speak now, close to 700 people have been evacuated, largely from Cuddalore district, Thiruvallur, and some from Chennai. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who reviewed the situation, has assigned one senior bureaucrat for every zone in Chennai to be able to activate the mitigation efforts once the rain stops, and also to other districts. Tiruvallur is bearing the brunt of the extremely heavy rainfall it's receiving, and it's a public holiday in Chennai. All the schools, colleges, government offices except the emergency services are shut. Private companies were advised to allow the employees work from home. The Chennai airport remains shut. A dozen flights were cancelled to begin with. A few were diverted, but now unable to pump waters on the runway, the administration has decided to shut down till 11 tonight. So it's an anxious moment for people in Chennai, coastal Tamil Nadu, and they hope that Cyclone Mizoram will swiftly cross this coast so that the havoc will be limited. In fact, the quantum of damage to property would emerge only after the waters recede, and for many this actually brings back memories of the 2005 floods. Call it the city's infrastructure collapsing, call it impact of climate change, call it unprecedented heavy downpour. Chennaites are really facing a nightmare, and they hope things would ease by end of this day.
Well, on to some market news. Markets are at an all-time high. Nifty and Sensex have surged over 1.5%, and Sensex in fact zoomed past 1,000 points. Nifty surged over 300 points, and experts believe that the stability it's because of the clarity on reforms, and they also say that stock markets are celebrating this political stability. My colleague Sakshi has more details.
Marvelous Monday for the markets, truly a marvelous Monday for the markets, with both the Nifty, the Sensex, the mid-cap index all at a record high. And of course, investors believe and experts believe this is after the BJP won 3 states in the assembly election results. The Nifty Sensex surged over 1.5% in trade today. At one point, we saw the Sensex zoom over 1,000 points and the Nifty surge over 300 points as well. Now, experts essentially believe, and they of course have explained this to NDTV and to all of us, that economic stability, political stability also essentially reflects on the reforms coming into place, and then we see economic sensitive stocks outperform, and that's exactly what we've seen in trade today. We've seen stock markets celebrating essentially the political stability, the economic outperformance. Many analysts also saying, look, we've had strong economic data and we cannot ignore that. Remember, Q2 GDP data outperformed expectations. So all of these factors coming into play. And what's really interesting, of course, is the fact that it's not just restricted to heavyweight stocks and indices. Experts are saying this is now a broad-based rally. Small and mid-cap stocks have also outperformed. So clearly a celebration of political stability and economic clarity and growth at the moment.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December. Come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV.
$1 has only secured 0.6 cents of private capital. That needs to fundamentally change.
By mid-century, India's economy will grow 8-fold.
One topic.
When a family comes out of the poverty line, what would be the first asset class they would buy?
Welcome back. Adolescents and young people represent a growing share of people living with HIV worldwide. And the greatest impact of HIV is also on young people. The Birds and Bees Talk, a comprehensive age-appropriate life skills curriculum that educates adolescents and helps their transition as they become adults. Take a look.
मैं पहले ही नशा करता था, ये इंजेक्शन लेता था, ऐसे ही शेयर कर लेते थे हम एक दूसरे से। उसके चक्कर में मेरा HIV हो गई, मुझे जब भी पता नहीं चला। मैं फिर घर पे रहता रहा, नशे करता रहा, तो मेरा क्या हुआ, मैं कमज़ोर हो गया, बहुत ख़त्म से होने वाली हालत हो गई। मेरी मम्मी ने आखिरी देख के नशा मुक्ति में भेज दिया मुझे। नशा मुक्ति में जाते ही वो कराता है, वो ब्लड टेस्ट कराते हैं। ब्लड टेस्ट में मुझे पता चला मेरा HIV है। उसके बाद मैं रोया। पहले नहीं पता था इससे क्या होता है, क्या बीमारी, क्या नहीं है, पहले नहीं पता था, इसलिए थोड़ा रोना आता था। अब पता चल गया तो जीने की उम्मीद है।
This World AIDS Day has a lot of significance to me, and we know that India has been doing very well. If you compare from 2010 to 9, there has been a 37% reduction. It's a very effective reduction, but a lot needs to be done, especially programs like this. I feel very happy and honored to be invited for this.
For children living with HIV and the challenges they face. This year, World AIDS Day was the day they got to enjoy. It was planned and celebrated in a unique way to create joy, entertainment and support for these resilient young individuals.
आज का दिन मेरे लिए बहुत ही अच्छा था। वैसे जो मैंने और इस टॉपिक के बारे में भी जाना, HIV के बारे में, और जो मूवी वगैरह थी, इतने सारे शो हुए, उससे भी मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और मैं चाहती हूँ कि आगे भी ऐसे होते रहे।
To build a more inclusive, protected and aware society, Asacham Foundation with their CSR partner Reckitt, in collaboration with PBR Nest, organized a special program to commemorate World AIDS Day.
In our whole program today, the day started with showcasing the movie which has been chosen by the kids themselves. It's called Avatar. Followed by that, we actually, we arranged 3 other programs for them. The first program is with Rais Khan, who has performed on the folk songs and giving the messages on hygiene. The second program which we did was on empathy, on equity and equality. This program we have done with the characters of the Sesame Street by the Muppets. And the third one what we have done with the Moko Koza, who has flown specially from the Nagaland to Delhi today to perform in between the kids. There's a health kit which has been given to these kids. The kit has various things like it has Dettol soap, it has sanitizer, it has a clean towel, it has a nail cutter, it has a self-care directions for the kids so that they have a healthy and hygienic life.
Public-private partnership has been the epitome, in fact the central component of the way we look at our programs. First of all, they become more warmer, more meaningful and more and touching more lives because you have this large network which you are able to access while you partner. So this is a very, very critical way to look into any program development if it is for this large Indian community we are looking at, especially the children. And these partnerships land up creating huge impacts, huge objectives which are required for the development of these programs.
Everyone has a role and responsibility to ensure that children's rights are protected in communities affected by HIV and AIDS. Only when all stakeholders work together can we ensure no one is left behind.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
I think the first thing is one very important question. But I asked Deepinder Goyal first time I met him. So the thing, Zomato was then called Food eBay, right? And I used to visit the site regularly because it was the only restaurant listing site with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful. Hitesh Oberoi, our CEO, also found it useful. And we discussed one day, and he said, why don't you look at it for investment? And I said, yeah, why not? And I reached out to Deepinder. I didn't know him. I did in Google search to find him, and I sent him an email. And he came and met me, and the first question I asked him, yeah, Deepinder, the idea kahan se aaya? Where did you get this idea from? And he said, look, I was working in Bain Consulting. right? And it was in Gurgaon, it was an office with maybe 50 or 60 people, mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, many living away from their hometowns. What it meant was they wouldn't get food from home for lunch. And consulting hours were long, so you ended up, maybe having 2 meals in the office, lunch and dinner. And office had a cafeteria which would not serve food, but you could get your own food and eat it. So to make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated menu cards of all restaurants that deliver there.
Yeah.
And so, and Deepinder said, it is a huge pain every day, 1 p.m. I go to the cafeteria, I have to wait in a line to access some file.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Cyclone Mizoram is now at its worst almost off the coast of Chennai, parts of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. Chennai airport shut till 11 p.m. Many parts of Chennai inundated amidst heavy rainfall. There's a rain red alert in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry as well. NDTV exclusive with the Telangana giant killer, the BJP's Ramana Reddy on defeating KCR. In Mizoram, the regional party, the ZPM, wins the Mizoram election. Chief Minister Zoramthanga loses his seat. After winning 3 seats, the BJP will decide chief ministers. There is suspense over chief ministers, who they'll be in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. Top India allies react on the Congress loss. Mamata Banerjee says it's the Congress which has been defeated, not the people. Akhilesh Yadav has a muted reaction. In Telangana, the Congress unseats the BRS. They will take a call on Chief Minister. Revanth Reddy is the front-runner. DK Shivkumar, the senior Congress leader, says the party's high command will decide on who will lead.
My tribe department will grab it.
In what clearly is a big setback for the Congress is the loss that has come in from the state of Chhattisgarh. The BJP winning over 50 seats, in fact 54 to be exact. And one of the leaders who lost this election was the former Deputy Chief Minister, T.S. Singh Deo. And he's joining us live. Mr. Deo, you lost by a narrow margin of 94 votes, but nevertheless, a loss is a loss. My question is, why do you think the Congress did so poorly?
Good evening, Maharaji. Good evening to all the viewers too. The BJP did well rather than the Congress did poorly, because even the details you're showing on TV indicate that the Congress vote share has not reduced. And the BJP has managed to jump from 32 to 46%. A 14% vote share increase is huge. How that has come about, why that has come about is what needs to be looked into and retrospected on. And I'm sure the Congress will be doing that. Well, they have won, so congratulations.
And will you accept that the tribal vote has shifted away from the Congress to the BJP? And the BJP and particularly Prime Minister Modi's tribal outreach has yielded dividends for them?
Not really, in the sense that the tribal vote has shifted, that there is little doubt on that. Because among the 26 seats in Bastar and Sarguja division, 12 in Bastar and 14 in Sarguja, the Congress has been able to win only 4. And those 4 are from Bastar. Congress did not succeed in winning even 1 seat in Sarguja commissionary area. So that is quite unbelievable, very sad, very unfortunate. But that's the way it is. That's the way it is. And rather than the outreach, I think what has stood them in good stead is the program they launched for women and the way they went about it. They went to each household. They took a 10 rupee registration fee and they had forms filled in. So that has been a huge benefit for them. How much it translated into vote share, I really cannot comment. But on the ground, we felt it very, very palpably and very strongly. So they succeeded there. We could not keep the Sarv Adivasi Samaj together. This was a social organization who were not into politics. Various people with various political ideologies were part of that grouping. But somehow they drifted away, formed a political party and contested. So those were issues which we were not able to address, I suppose. So rather than an outreach, the fact of the matter is that the local situation probably needed a better handling.
Would you also say that, there was the corruption allegation against the chief minister and also almost like a personality cult that was built around Bhupesh Baghel that may have been responsible because on the other side was collective leadership?
There was no allegation against no action against any political person in the Congress. Some officers were apprehended. They are still in jail. And sadly, this politics of allegations was brought about just before the elections in the name of this Mahadev app. There too, the ED took out a press note indicating the chief minister's name, whereas they stated that there is no electronic trail. Yet this matter has come up, so we'll look into it. A very, very irresponsible sort of allegation, as if they are working for a particular political purpose. But they succeeded in doing that. And the action taken against officers earlier and some other people earlier, I think it did add up to this sort of a perception, particularly in urban areas, not in rural areas so much, but certainly I think in urban areas, these issues did make an impact.
Would you say that, the Congress could have projected a united front in the sense that projected a collective leadership of Mr. Baghel and you, because you were the Deputy CM, rather than going with just one face of Mr. Bhupesh Baghel?
We didn't go with one face. We went with the collective leadership. And if you see the pamphlets and posters that the party put up in hoardings or otherwise, even in newspapers, you had the PCC president, you had our chief minister, you had Charandas Mahanji there, you had Tamradhar Sahuji there. I was also part of that collage. We had Shailjaji there. We had the central leaders. So it was a clear message that we are fighting this under the collective leadership of Congress persons. The team was being headed by the sitting chief minister. That is true. But it was a team which was functioning. And the responsibility lies with each one of us.
The question will also be asked, what next, in the sense that if you have lost a state which you were poised to win because none of the exit polls gave it to the BJP, and you have lost it really with a huge margin in the sense that number of seats between the BJP and the you, would you say that, going ahead in 2024, this would be a big headache with the tribal votes having shifted away from the Congress party?
For one, I don't think the tribal vote has shifted away. One tribal seat we lost by 14 votes. Another tribal seat, that is Kanker. Another tribal seat we lost by about 100 or 200 votes. That is Pathalgaon. Another seat in the tribal belt we lost by 94 votes, which is my seat. There would be other seats in this tribal belt where the margins are not so large. So this shifting, presentation of tribal votes having shifted from the Congress, I do not think it is true. Yet, there are seats in the tribal belt which we have lost by largest majorities. So we need to look into all of that and take a call and see how we can get the voters on board the Congress bandwagon.
My last question to you, Mr. Deo, the concerns will be certainly as to what Congress did wrong. But more than anything else, I want to understand from you, who will take the blame? Where do you think the Congress went wrong, in the sense, were you too complacent? Did the Congress take these elections in Chhattisgarh for granted?
Frankly, no, because no matter what we were saying in the media, in all our private consultations, all our party consultations, we were very aware that it is a contest. So we don't announce that in the media that we are seeing that it could be a close contest. That is the worst way in which you could probably fight an election. But to say that we were not aware of the situation is also very incorrect, because now I'm sharing with you what we were discussing behind closed doors. And we were not seeing ourselves as losing. Like you mentioned, none of the media surveys showed the Congress not forming the government. But we were very aware that 10 seats majority is what we are looking at. What we were looking at was 52 to 62. If you average it around 55, which is what the BJP has got, which, like you mentioned, is a very big mandate, it is far smaller than what we had in 2018. We had 68 seats. We had 3 by-elections, which we won in fact 5. And our numbers was at 71 sitting MLAs. From there, the BJP is today at 54. So it's not such a large mandate. And it is not as if we were not aware of it. We were fully knowing that this is the way it is. And when you see fractions, or when you see targets, or you see these slabs, a little here and there, and things can change. So we are aware, we are very aware of that. There was no complacency. There was confidence. And each time we talked about the confidence, we always talked about not being overconfident. I'm sharing this with you because you asked. And that is the fact of the matter. That we lost, we have to accept. And responsibility, if I have lost in Ambikapur, it is my responsibility. And then whoever's responsibility at whichever level, we all must stand up and take that responsibility, not put it on anybody else's shoulder. If I have lost in Ambikapur, it is whole and soul my responsibility. At any other level, whoever was responsible, it is their responsibility.
All right, but what about the Chief Minister? Will he take responsibility as well? The outgoing Chief Minister?
ABCDEF. We cannot make a stipulation for one and not for the other. It is for every one of us, every candidate who has not succeeded, but first take the responsibility on himself or herself. 9 of our sitting ministers we lost. So how can we put that responsibility on a third person before taking the responsibility on ourselves? And then, of course, the higher you are placed, the greater is the responsibility of every one of us.
All right, T.S. Singhdev, thank you so much. I appreciate your time for NDTV.
Thank you so much for sharing time with me.
So that was T.S. Singhdev, outgoing Deputy Chief Minister who lost his own constituency. In all, 9 ministers in Bhupesh Bagel's cabinet have lost this election. Certainly a very, very embarrassing defeat for the Congress in these elections. That's all from me. News and updates will continue with Vishnu on the other side.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification, 3 to 5 years experience, and keywords Java, C++, right? Location Bangalore, right? He puts these in the structured fields, and maybe 500,000 matches are found. Now, there are many, many, many unarticulated criteria which the recruitment manager cannot put in the form. But the moment he sees the CV, he says yes, no basis, judgment. So and therefore what used to happen was that in the first page of the finds, he'd find 2 relevant resumes, although they all matched the criteria he put down. Page 2 and 3, nothing. Page 5, 3 more. So it would take him about 100 pages to get 50 good resumes. That would take him maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, right? And we said, is there a way we can identify these unarticulated criteria and somehow put all the relevant ones at the top on the first page? if you can save about a half an hour of your client's time. While
and you managed to do that successfully?
Yes, we developed an algorithm. It took us a couple of years. We developed an algorithm that did precisely that, and it worked like a miracle because only 5 people in the company knew how it worked. And the moment we introduced it, our sales team all got calls from clients saying, "What is this? What have you done? This is fantastic," right? Now that's how smart programming, AI, ML can help you.
And proprietary.
And proprietary.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushmann Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me.
Well, the big story we are tracking, Cyclone Mizoram currently swirling over the Bay of Bengal and headed towards the Andhra coast has unleashed torrential rain upon Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Heavy rainfall has been reported in north coastal Tamil Nadu encompassing Chennai, Chengalpattu, Kanchipuram, Nagapattinam and the Cuddalore districts, with Thiruvallur district bearing the brunt of the downpour. The cyclone is expected to make landfall between Nellore and Machilipatnam tomorrow noon. Chennai airport at Meenambakam has been shut till 11 p.m. tonight. Heavy water levels there as well. A public holiday has been issued. Private companies have been told to operate through work from home. Authorities have set up nearly 5,000 relief centers in coastal districts to assist those affected by the floods and heavy rains. To help in relief and rescue efforts, authorities have stationed 8 NDRF, that's the National Disaster Relief Force, and 9 State Disaster Relief Force teams in the affected districts of Viluppuram, Mayiladuthurai, Nagapattinam, Thiruvallur, Cuddalore and Chengalpattu. Authorities say once the rainfall stops, the water will be cleared with pumps. Sam Daniel joins us for the very latest. Sam, in terms of infrastructure being affected right now, what are you hearing?
Well, Vishnu, we come to you from the Oliver Road at Mylapore in Chennai. Well, I am in knee-deep waters. That's the situation in many roads across Chennai. And in terms of damages, hundreds of cars actually are in waters, and that's a major damage. There's no electricity since morning across Chennai. Train services, the airport has been shut. Many trains have been cancelled or partially cancelled or diverted. The Met Office says this could continue well till late this evening, although they had earlier said the intensity of the rain could be less by 3 o'clock. Now there is no sign of any such respite till the cyclone crosses Tamil Nadu coast. Authorities say this will continue. And some pockets of Chennai like Perangudi received up to 29 centimeters of rain. That's the kind of quantum of rain we are talking about. And although Chennai has a new set of expanded stormwater drains, it couldn't just handle the quantum of rains.
Sam,
Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to
how
Chief
widespread
Minister
is the flooding in Chennai itself?
In Chennai, while the arterial roads are free from inundation, Vishnu, the roads leading to residential colonies and areas like this, they are fully inundated because, number one, the stormwater drains are not able to handle. Number two, they're slightly low, so it's like a funnel, lots of water gets stagnant here. So authorities say it's a major challenge. Only if the rains stop, then there'll be automatic draining of waters, and in many low-lying areas, that's a nightmare because water has entered several homes, and there authorities say they have installed giant pumps, and once the rain stops, their focus will shift to those areas to pump out waters. So without electricity, with waters in many homes, it is a major challenge, and this kind of extreme rainfall was not expected. Although the Met Office had said Chennai would receive very heavy rainfall, this was never expected.
All right,
and
Sam.
this in a sense brings back memories of the 2015 floods.
It does indeed, Sam. We'll keep coming back to you. Please stay safe over there in those waters. Thanks very much, Sam, for joining us with those details. Let's just go straight across to what the Prime Minister is saying in Maharashtra.
भारतवासी को जोश से भर रही है। आपके लिए ही कहा गया है। चलो चलो नई मिसाल हो, बढ़ो नया कमाल हो, झुको नहीं, रुको नहीं, बढ़े चलो, बढ़े चलो। मैं नौसेना परिवार के सभी सदस्यों को नेवी डे पर विशेष रूप से बधाई देता हूं। आज के दिन हम उन शूरवीरों को भी प्रणाम करते हैं जिन्होंने मातृभूमि के लिए अपना सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया है। साथियों, आज सिंधुदुर्ग की इस वीर भूमि से देशवासियों को नौसेना दिवस की बधाई देना वाकई अपने आप में बहुत बड़े गौरव की घटना है। सिंधुदुर्ग के ऐतिहासिक किले को देखकर हर भारतीय गर्व से भर जाता है। छत्रपति वीर शिवाजी महाराज जानते थे कि किसी भी देश के लिए समुद्री सामर्थ्य कितना जरूरी होता है। उनका उद्घोष था, जलमेव यस्य बलमेव तस्य, यानी जो समुद्र पर नियंत्रण रखता है वह सर्वशक्तिमान है। उन्होंने एक शक्तिशाली नौसेना बनाई। कान्होजी आंग्रे हो, मायाजी नाइक भाटकर हो, हीरोजी इंदालकर हो, ऐसे अनेक योद्धा आज भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है। मैं आज नौसेना दिवस पर देश के ऐसे पराक्रमी योद्धाओं को भी नमन करता हूं। साथियों, छत्रपति वीर शिवाजी महाराज से प्रेरणा लेते हुए आज भारत गुलामी की मानसिकता को पीछे छोड़कर आगे बढ़ रहा है। मुझे खुशी है कि हमारे नेवल ऑफिसर्स जो अपलेट्स पहनते हैं, अब उसमें छत्रपति वीर शिवाजी महाराज की विरासत की झलक भी देखने को मिलने वाली है। नए एपोलेट्स भी अब उनकी नौसेना के प्रतीक चिन्ह की तरह ही होंगे। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि नौसेना के ध्वज को मुझे पिछले वर्ष छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की विरासत से जोड़ने का अवसर मिला था। अब एपोलेट्स में भी छत्रपति वीर शिवाजी महाराज का प्रतिबिंब हम सबको नजर आएगा। अपनी विरासत पर गर्व की भावना के साथ मुझे एक और घोषणा करते हुए आज गौरव हो रहा है। भारतीय नौसेना अब अपने रैंक्स का नामकरण भारतीय परंपराओं के अनुरूप करने जा रही है। हम सशस्त्र बलों में अपनी नारी शक्ति की संख्या बढ़ाने पर भी जोर दे रहे हैं। मैं नौसेना को बधाई दूंगा कि आपने नेवल शिप में देश की पहली महिला कमांडिंग अफसर की तैनाती की है। साथियों, आज का भारत अपने लिए बड़े लक्ष्य तय कर रहा है और उसे पाने के लिए अपनी पूरी शक्ति लगा रहा है। भारत के पास इन लक्ष्यों को पूरा करने के लिए एक बड़ी ताकत है। ये ताकत 140 करोड़ भारतीयों के विश्वास की है। ये ताकत दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र की मजबूती की है। कल आपने देश के 4 राज्यों में इसी ताकत की झलक देखी। देश ने देखा जब लोगों के संकल्प जुड़ते हैं, जब लोगों की भावनाएं जुड़ती हैं, जब लोगों की आकांक्षाएं जुड़ती है, तो कितने सकारात्मक परिणाम सामने आते हैं। अलग अलग राज्यों की प्राथमिकताएं अलग है, उनकी आवश्यकताएं अलग है, लेकिन सभी राज्यों के लोग राष्ट्र प्रथम की भावना से ओतप्रोत है। देश है तो हम है, देश आगे बढ़ेगा तो हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। यही भावना आज हर नागरिक के मन में है। आज देश इतिहास से प्रेरणा लेकर उज्जवल भविष्य के रोडमैप तैयार करने में जुट गया है। लोगों ने नकारात्मकता की राजनीति को हराकर हर क्षेत्र में आगे निकलने का प्रण किया है। यही प्रण हमें विकसित भारत की ओर ले जाएगा। यही प्रण देश का वो गौरव लौटाएगा जिसका ये देश हमेशा से हकदार है। साथियों, भारत का इतिहास सिर्फ 1000 साल की गुलामी का इतिहास नहीं है, सिर्फ हार और निराशा का इतिहास नहीं है। भारत का इतिहास विजय का इतिहास है। भारत का इतिहास शौर्य का इतिहास है। भारत का इतिहास ज्ञान और विज्ञान का इतिहास है। भारत का इतिहास कला और सृजन कौशल का इतिहास है। भारत का इतिहास हमारे सामुद्रिक सामर्थ्य का इतिहास है। सैकड़ों वर्ष पहले जब ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं थी, जब ऐसे संसाधन नहीं थे, तब उस जमाने में समंदर को चीरकर हमने सिंधु दुर्ग जैसे कितने ही किले बनवाए। भारत का सामुद्रिक सामर्थ्य हजारों साल पुराना है। गुजरात के लोथल में मिला सिंधु घाटी सभ्यता का पोर्ट आज हमारी बहुत बड़ी विरासत है। एक समय में सूरत के बंदरगाह पर 80 से ज्यादा देशों के जहाज लंगर डालकर रहा करते थे। चोल साम्राज्य ने भारत के इसी सामर्थ्य के बलबूते दक्षिण पूर्व एशिया के कितने ही देशों तक अपना व्यापार फैलाया। और इसलिए जब विदेशी ताकतों ने भारत पर हमला किया तो सबसे पहले हमारी इस शक्ति को निशाना बनाया गया। जो भारत नाव और जहाज बनाने के मशहूर था, उसकी ये कला, ये कौशल, सब कुछ ठप कर दिया गया। और जब हमने समंदर पर अपना नियंत्रण खोया, हमने अपनी सामरिक आर्थिक ताकत भी खो दी। इसलिए आज जब भारत विकसित होने के लक्ष्य पर चल रहा है, तो हमें अपने इस खोए हुए गौरव को फिर से पाकर के ही रहना है। इसलिए ही आज हमारी सरकार भी इससे जुड़े हर क्षेत्र पर फोकस करते हुए काम कर रही है। आज भारत ब्लू इकोनॉमी को अभूतपूर्व प्रोत्साहन दे रहा है। आज भारत सागर माला के तहत पोर्ट लेड डेवलपमेंट में जुटा है। आज भारत मैरीटाइम विजन के तहत अपने सागरों के पूरे सामर्थ्य का इस्तेमाल करने की ओर तेज गति से बढ़ रहा है। मर्चेंट शिपिंग को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी सरकार ने नए नियम बनाए हैं। सरकार के प्रयासों से बीते 9 वर्षों में भारत में सी फेयरर्स की संख्या में 140% से ज्यादा बढ़ोतरी हुई है। मेरे साथियों, ये भारत के इतिहास का वो कालखंड है जो सिर्फ 5-10 साल का नहीं बल्कि आने वाली सदियों का भविष्य लिखने वाला है। 10 वर्ष से भी कम के कालखंड में भारत दुनिया में 10वें नंबर की आर्थिक ताकत से बढ़कर 5वें नंबर पर पहुंच गया है और अब बहुत तेजी से 3रे नंबर की आर्थिक महाशक्ति बनने की तरफ आज भारत अग्रसर है। आज देश विश्वास और आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ है। आज दुनिया को भारत में विश्व मित्र का उदय होता दिख रहा है। आज स्पेस हो या फिर समंदर, हर जगह दुनिया को भारत का सामर्थ्य दिख रहा है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत, मिडिल ईस्ट, यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर की चर्चा कर रही है। जिस स्पाइस रूट को अतीत में हमने खो दिया था, वो अब फिर से भारत की समृद्धि का सशक्त आधार बनने जा रहा है। आज मेड इन इंडिया की चर्चा पूरी दुनिया में हो रही है। तेजस विमान हो या किसान ड्रोन, यूपीआई सिस्टम हो या फिर चंद्रयान 3, हर जगह, हर सेक्टर में मेड इन इंडिया की धूम है। आज हमारी सेनाओं की अधिकतर जरूरतें मेड इन इंडिया अस्त्र शस्त्र से ही पूरी की जा रही है। देश में पहली बार ट्रांसपोर्ट एयरक्राफ्ट का निर्माण शुरू हो रहा है। पिछले साल ही मैंने कोची में स्वदेशी एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर आईएनएस विक्रांत को नौसेना में कमीशन किया था। आईएनएस विक्रांत मेक इन इंडिया, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का एक सशक्त उदाहरण है। आज भारत दुनिया के कुछ गिने चुने देशों में है जिसके पास ऐसा सामर्थ्य है। साथियों, बीते वर्षों में हमने पहले की सरकारों की एक और पुरानी सोच को बदला है। पहले की सरकारें हमारे सीमावर्ती और समुद्र किनारे बसे गांवों को, इलाकों को अंतिम गांव मानती थी। हमारे रक्षा मंत्री जी ने अभी उसका उल्लेख भी किया। इस सोच के कारण हमारे तटीय क्षेत्र भी विकास से वंचित रहे। यहां मूल सुविधाओं का अभाव रहा। आज समंदर किनारे बसे हर परिवार के जीवन को बेहतर बनाना केंद्र सरकार की प्राथमिकता है। यह हमारी सरकार है जिसने 2019 में पहली बार फिशरीज सेक्टर के लिए अलग मंत्रालय बनाया। हमने फिशरीज सेक्टर में लगभग 40,000 करोड़ का निवेश किया है। इस वजह से 2014 के बाद से भारत में मछली उत्पादन 80% से ज्यादा बढ़ा है। भारत से मछली का एक्सपोर्ट भी 110% से ज्यादा बढ़ा है। अपने मछुआरों की मदद करने के लिए सरकार हर संभव कोशिश कर रही है। हमारी सरकार ने मछुआरों के लिए बीमा कवर 2 लाख से बढ़ाकर 5 लाख किया है। देश में पहली बार मछुआरों को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड का भी लाभ मिला है। सरकार
Well, the Prime Minister speaking in Sindhudurg in Maharashtra. It is Navy Day today. The Prime Minister making lots of critical points about India's maritime heritage. He spoke about Atmanirbharta. He spoke about the commissioning of warships which were entirely made in India. He spoke about the future of technology in many areas, from space to warships to drones as well. He spoke about the Tejas aircraft which is made in India. And I think the overall recognition by the Prime Minister of the importance of our maritime resources, our geographical presence, the fact that he spoke about the Indian Navy, he spoke about farmers as well, is a clear recognition of the importance of our peninsula in the Indian Ocean and the future of our maritime resources, with our economy being so closely tied up to the oceans as it has been for thousands of years. We'll take a short break, more coming up.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education in India, because Ashoka University, certainly, most or all will agree that it's been a success. So if you look at the ingredients of that success, what worked? It was a new bet in a sense.
So I think we started with a few sort of guiding principles, the group of us who came together. And we said first thing is we will do liberal arts and sciences and not typically engineering or management first, because those are solved problems. We want to do a model and attack a problem which needs solving. And we felt liberal arts and sciences had not been addressed by private higher education institutions adequately. So one was, that's a focus area, because there's a gap there, a need gap. Second, we said we will not follow the UK system, which is prevalent in India, which is you choose a subject and you study it. That's it. However, the US system, where in your first 2 years you do breadth and width, which is you study many subjects, and then you declare a major at the end of second year. You know, in India, our subjects and major are decided by our class 12 marks.
Indeed.
And not by what we want to do.
Exactly.
Right? And we said we want to change that. So that's the second thing that is changing. Right? The third is we said we'll do collective philanthropy. It will not be one person's or one family's or one business house's university. Because if you have so no matter how much a person donates, he or she or that business house will only have one seat on the board. So I could donate 25 times what the smallest donor has given, but we'll both have the same single seat on the board. Because we felt that that is what will ensure the independence of the university and the academicians and the program, and it will not be sort of subject to the decisions of just one person. And that is what ensures the university's independence, and that is what ensures academic freedom and independence at Ashoka.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushmann Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The Zoram People's Movement has won and is all set to form the next government in Mizoram after the party swept the elections, bagging 27 seats in the 40-member House. The Mizoram polls saw a triangular fight between the MNF, the ZPM and the Congress party. These three parties contested all the 40 assembly constituencies. The Bharatiya Janata Party was also present but as a side player, contesting only 23 seats. The Mizoram Chief Minister Zoramthanga has lost from the Aizawl East constituency to the ZPM's Zoramthanga by a margin of 2,000 votes. My colleague Ratnadeep spoke to R. Dromingliana, the MNF leader, and Saptanga, the working president of the ZPM.
Joining us now is ZPM's Vice President and the candidate who has defeated Chief Minister Zoramthanga, Mr. Zoramthanga. You are a giant killer in a way. 3-time Chief Minister Zoramthanga has been defeated this time by you. You know, it seems that there was a wave behind your party. What are the reasons of this landslide victory?
See, my contender is very big man. He's a Mizoram Chief Minister for 3 times. When nomination committee is put me on Aizawl East 1. So my first survey is, from my survey I learned who he is. He is not very hard target. He is very soft target. Because the way he manages, he look after his constituency is based on the party, not based on the people. So that's why people are not satisfied with their MLA as well as Chief Minister. So this is the main reason how I come to this election.
But tell us in terms of the overall result, the Congress also could not, their performance was really bad. And it seems that both the Congress and the MNF, the 2 old parties, have been rejected and people have chosen a young party which is only 6 years old. Why, how this transition has taken place in Mizoram politics?
This is very marathon to explain it also, but in short, because Congress, MNF, they both are ruling. But this is people are get rid of. There's not much things to do for the new generations for their future. So they are hungry for the power only. If they win, that's all. For the next, they are preparing, because this MNF Congress are, the main campaign for this slogan is different, but money power can defeat the people's mind. So that's why in Aizawl East 1 also, that money power can, if it's work, I will definitely defeat. But money power doesn't work much. So that's why I defeat him.
One last question. The BJP has kept on saying that even if we win 2 seats, we'll be part of the government. Now you have a clear majority. If an offer comes from BJP, will you take their support or make them part of the government?
This is a policy matter, so we cannot comment about this thing. See, our party executive committee making decision not to have any coalition with any party. Since this is our executive resolution, so we resolve it. So we cannot saying about this coalition or like partnership. If the executive is resolved again, then only we can give a comment in this matter.
Well, another India ally, Akhilesh Yadav, has reacted in a somewhat conciliatory tone after the defeat of the Congress in 3 states in the Hindi heartland yesterday. In the past few months, Akhilesh Yadav has repeatedly attacked the Congress party, even accusing the Congress of trying to wipe out the Samajwadi Party's ideology.
लोकसभा चुनाव बहुत दूर नहीं है, हम बैठकर चर्चा करेंगे कहाँ कमियां रह गई, क्योंकि पूरी ताकत से चुनाव लड़ा फिर भी कामयाब नहीं हो सके, इसका विश्लेषण करना पड़ेगा। और बहरहाल पब्लिक ने हमको जो मैंडेट दिया है वो विपक्ष में बैठने का दिया है। लोकसभा चुनाव बहुत जल्द आने वाले हैं, तो जो भी हम लोगों को डिस्कशन करना है पार्टी प्लेटफॉर्म पर करेंगे, लेकिन मैं इतना मानता हूँ कि हमें पूरी ताकत से, पूरी हिम्मत से अच्छा चुनाव लड़ा, फिर भी हम कामयाब नहीं हुए, इस बात का हमें खेद है। हम लोग एक मजबूत विपक्ष आज हैं और पूरी ताकत से जनता के बीच में रह के नई सरकार को काम करने के लिए मजबूर करेंगे।
All right, so that is Sachin Pilot, in fact, speaking about the loss of the Congress party in Rajasthan. But let's listen in to what Akhilesh Yadav has said about the impact of the loss to the India Alliance.
हम लोग निराश नहीं हैं और राजनीति में, लोकतंत्र में इस तरह के परिणाम आते हैं और जो भी परिणाम आएंगे वो कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है उसको स्वीकार करेगी, लेकिन लड़ाई लंबी है। इन परिणामों से हमें और जिन लोगों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी जैसी बड़ी पार्टी का मुकाबला करना है, उन्हें बहुत तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी। मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में परिणाम दूसरे होंगे।
सर, सबसे पहले जो रिजल्ट आया उसके ऊपर क्या कहना है?
निश्चित तौर से जो 4 राज्यों में चुनाव हुए हैं उसमें हमारी 3 राज्यों में हम हारे हैं और एक राज्य हम जीते हैं भारी बहुमत से, जो साउथ का एक बड़ा राज्य है तेलंगाना। निश्चित तौर से उसकी समीक्षा हो रही है, राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व कर रहा है। हम सब लोग उस पर चिंतित हैं कि क्या कारण से ये चीज़ें आई हैं और इस पर निश्चित तौर से आगे जो भी कमियां हमसे रही हों या कुछ निर्णय लेने में जो कमी रह गई उसको हम ठीक करेंगे और हमारा प्रयास होगा कि आने 2024 में मजबूती के साथ खड़े होंगे। और एक बात मैं साफ कहना चाहूँगा कि इसके पहले भी हम तीनों राज्य जीते थे, राजस्थान भी जीते थे, छत्तीसगढ़ भी जीते थे, मध्य प्रदेश जीते थे, पर लोकसभा चुनाव में वहाँ हम सीट हमें नहीं मिली थी। मध्य प्रदेश में 1 सीट मिली थी, छत्तीसगढ़ में शायद 2 सीट थी और राजस्थान में 1 भी सीट नहीं थी। तो निश्चित तौर से अपनी चीज़ों को ठीक करते हुए ये चीज़ें हम मजबूती से 2024 में हम लोकसभा का चुनाव जीतेंगे।
निर्णय की सर अगर बात करें तो कहीं ना कहीं समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ अलायंस नहीं हुआ, तो क्या वो निर्णय से कुछ नुकसान पहुंचा? क्योंकि कांग्रेस की मजबूती बहुत बताई जा रही थी मध्य प्रदेश में, तो क्या उस निर्णय से कहीं ना कहीं नुकसान हुआ, चाहे वो किसी भी तरीके से?
देखिए ऐसा कि ये अलायंस जो बना है ये 2024 पार्लियामेंट के लिए बना है। पहली बात आपको बताता हूँ, ये विधानसभा के अलायंस है।
अच्छा, तो वो 2024 के लिए ही और अब 2024 के अंदर अलायंस रहेगा, क्योंकि अब समाजवादी पार्टी का भी देख रहे हैं सॉफ्ट थोड़ा स्टैंड थोड़ा सा सॉफ्ट।
वो जो भी तैयारी थी आपको शायद पहले से भी जानकारी होगी कि विधानसभा चुनाव के लिए नहीं, 2024 के लिए ये अलायंस की जो भी इंडिया गठबंधन की बात की 2024 की बात है।
चुनाव को लेकर अगर तैयारी की बात करें तो कांग्रेस किस तरीके से तैयारी कर रही है?
कल हमारी मीटिंग है, प्रदेश कार्यकारिणी हमने बुलाया है और पूरी ताकत के साथ हम लोग आगे तैयारी करने जा रहे हैं और नई स्ट्रेटजी, नई पूरी तैयारी के साथ हम लोग उतरेंगे इस पर मैदान।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो ये थे अजय राय जी जिन्होंने हमसे बात करी। अब फिलहाल जो 5 राज्य के चुनाव थे वो खत्म हो गए हैं, अब जो नज़र है सबकी वो टिकी हुई है 2024 लोकसभा इलेक्शन के ऊपर।
Well, in Telangana, the Congress has unseated the BRS. They've done incredibly well. It was their consolation win after the disastrous performance further north in the Hindi heartland. They will now, the Congress, take a call on who will be their chief minister, with Revanth Reddy clearly the front runner.
What is the formula being worked out?
What formula? Generally, the procedure is there in Congress party. Congress party. Observer will take the opinion of all MLAs. The opinion they will give it to High Command. Final decision will be taken by the High Command only.
Your brother is certainly a contender because he is the senior most among the leaders.
No, that is why I am telling. There are so many contenders, 4 or 5 people maybe. The observer will take the opinion of all MLAs. They will tell the High Command of opinion of the MLAs. Finally, High Command will take the decision of who is going to be a CM. Thank you.
Well, the BJP may be out, but certainly not down as far as Telangana is concerned. They have improved their performance both in terms of seats and also in terms of vote share. One of the leaders who's done quite well was the BJP's Ramana Reddy. He's defeated KCR. Let's just listen in to what he said in this exclusive interview to my colleague Maria Shakil.
One of the biggest victories or the stunner in Telangana was a victory that happened in Kamareddy. BJP's Venkata Ramana Reddy, who's now being called popularly as KVR, had defeated, in fact has defeated KCR, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and also Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee Chief Revanth Reddy. He is joining me live. Venkata Ramana Reddy, सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत बधाई, congratulations. आपने सोचा था ऐसा होगा?
हाँ सोचा था मैडम, मैं पहले दिन में एनडीटीवी में भी बोला था, मैं यहाँ पे आके इंटरव्यू ले लिया तो टाइम पे मैं बोला था 100% जीतूंगा, बराबर उन लोग दोनों को हराऊंगा, बोल के जब भी बोला था मैं।
ये मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री 7,000 के करीब है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ये जो सीट है जहां पर चीफ मिनिस्टर भी लड़ रहे थे जो आउटगोइंग हैं, और जो पोटेंशियल चीफ मिनिस्टर है रेवंत रेड्डी वो भी लड़ रहे थे, तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंजर आपके लिए कौन था, केसीआर या रेवंत रेड्डी?
दोनों बेहतरीन लीडर है, मशहूर लीडर है। ये पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हो, अब आने वाले मुख्यमंत्री हो, दोनों भी बहादुर लोग हैं, बेहतरीन लोग हैं। उन लोगों कोई कम आगे पीछे बोल के नहीं है। 12,000 का तकरीबन में तीनों हैं हम लोग। जो भी मेरे को केसीआर साहब को 6,000 और केसीआर साहब को रेवंत रेड्डी साहब को और 6,000, पूरा मिलके 12,000 से हम तीनों हैं। लेकिन या दोनों आने के बाद अब मेरे को एनडीटीवी तक पहुंचना, उसका उन लोग आके यहाँ पे कॉन्टेस्ट किया, इसलिए मैं एनडीटीवी तक पहुंच गया। अदरवाइज आउट ऑफ 119 हम एक है, उसमें इतना स्पेशल नहीं रहता था। इसलिए उन लोग दोनों को मैं शुक्रिया अदा कर रहा हूँ, प्रणाम कर रहा हूँ।
आप 8 एमएलएज में से हैं जो भाजपा के हैं। पहले 2018 में भाजपा की 1 सीट थी, आज 5 साल के बाद भाजपा की 8 सीट है। वो आप 8 लोगों में से हैं, लेकिन सबसे अहम विक्ट्री तो ये है जो आपकी है।
जी, ये तो हम 5 साल से पब्लिक में काम कर रहे हैं। गए साल में 15,000 16,000 तकरीबन 16,000 वोट आया था। जब सोचा मेरा टारगेट इज 2023, अगला 5 साल में पूरा पार्टी कैडर स्ट्रेंथ करना, बाद में एंटी गवर्नमेंट एजुटेशन करना, बाद में मैं वोट पोलराइजेशन होना बोल के ये 3 स्टेप ले लिया। पहला 2 साल पूरा कैडर स्ट्रेंथ के लिए करा था, बाद में मैं एंटी एजुटेशन किया। एंटी एजुटेशन अपना महिलाओं का, ड्वाक्रा महिलाओं का, डबल बेडरूम का, मास्टर प्लान का, पब्लिक का जो भी समस्या है वो समस्या के लिए मैं समस्या ढूंढ के परिष्कार करता था।
क्या ये सिग्नल है कि भाजपा का वोट परसेंटेज तो बढ़ा ही है, ओवरऑल अगर भाजपा का कैंडिडेट कांग्रेस के स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट और बीआरएस के स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट को हराता है, तो क्या भाजपा का ग्रोथ दिखा रहा है?
जी, अभी 6.9 वोट था गैस चुनाव में, तो 2018 में 6.9 था। अभी वो 14% डबल हो गया, एकदम 100% हो गया। लेकिन ये चुनाव में गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी बनाने को कोशिश करा, लेकिन एंटी टीआरएस वोट, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैच नहीं करा। इसका बीच में कांग्रेस बढ़ के गया, वो गारंटी दे दो, कुछ भी दे दो, वो एंटी गवर्नमेंट का वोटा पूरा इट्स टर्न टू कांग्रेस साइड। दैट्स व्हाई इट्स अ मेजर प्रॉब्लम टू अस। तेलंगाना में पहला बीजेपी का ही अच्छा था, फिर वो बढ़ते आ गया, लेकिन पब्लिक का वोट तो हासिल नहीं कर सका अपन। लेकिन जो भी हार्डकोर कार्यकर्ता है, जो भी 5 साल से जीतने के लिए काम कर रहा है, वो सब लोग जीत गया। एक 5-6 सीट भी 1000 वोट, 1200 वोट ऐसा, ईटल राजेंद्र साहब, बंडी संजय साहब, अरविंद साहब, दो ये ऐसा मशहूर लोग भी हार गया, 1000, 2000, 3000 में। लेकिन वो बदकिस्मत है। लेकिन हमारा हिसाब से 22-25 सीट्स आते बोल के सब लोग सोचे, लेकिन 8 के परिमित हो गया।
आपने क्या गलत किया? आपको लगता है कि बांदी संजय को हटाना और उसके बाद एक नए पार्टी चीफ को लाना, ये सब जो किशन रेड्डी जी को लाना, ये सब जो हुआ है बहुत सही समय पर नहीं हुआ? अगर ये सब जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन रीशफल अगर पहले हो गया होता तो रिजल्ट कुछ और होता भाजपा का?
सॉरी मैडम, दूसरा टीवी वाले फोन कर रहा है, इसमें से डिस्टर्बेंस हो रहा है। सॉरी टू।
आप सुपरस्टार हो गए, इसीलिए आपको बार-बार फोन आ रहा है।
नहीं।
एनडीटीवी के अलावा भी बहुत सारे चैनल्स आपसे बात करना चाह रहे हैं।
हम स्टार नहीं है, सुपरस्टार नहीं है साहब, और अपना ये केसीआर साहब दोनों मिलके हमारा को स्टार बना है, लेकिन हम खुद का स्टार नहीं है। स्टार वार्ड्स के बीच में स्टार हो गया। लेकिन जो भी है, हम तो यहाँ पे 2 बात है आप पूछे सो। एक बात, किशन रेड्डी साहब जो सीनियर है, अच्छा आदमी है, सबसे मिल के रहते, सेंसिटिव है, सबसे अच्छा बात करते, सबसे मैनेजमेंट भी अच्छा करता उन्हें। लेकिन किशन रेड्डी साहब के वजह से पार्टी कम नहीं हुआ, संजय साहब को निकाल के पार्टी गलत करे बोल के भी नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, क्योंकि ये समय नहीं है। 6 महीने के पहले ऐसा करे सो टाइम पे प्रॉब्लम हो गया, बस उतना ही। लेकिन इसमें कोई गलत नहीं है, कोई अच्छा बुरा नहीं है। वो तो संजय साहब का वो 6 महीने पहले निकलना वो प्रॉब्लम हो गया। फिर किशन रेड्डी साहब आया, जब एक दिन में सुधारना पूरा स्टेट को बोले तो टाइम तो नहीं है। इसके बीच में कांग्रेस पिकअप हो गया, वो उसका वजह से कांग्रेस लीड हो गया। लेकिन वो 63 सीट, इट इज अ वेरी नॉर्मल, इट इज नॉट लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री।
ये भी कहा जा रहा है रमना रेड्डी जी कि आपने रेवंत रेड्डी जी को हेल्प किया है क्योंकि आपने उनका वोट काटा है।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं।
Meanwhile, the Trinamool Congress chief Mamata Banerjee has said that the Congress party has been defeated, but it's not the defeat of the people. She also mentioned that some votes have been cut by India parties and that a strategy is needed with ideology to fight the juggernaut of the BJP.
भाई देखिए, मैं आस्था रखने वाला या खोने वाला कोई नहीं हूँ। लोकतंत्र में लोग लास्ट वर्ड है, और कांग्रेस में जो लोग चाहते हैं कि भाई सब मिलके बीजेपी के साथ लड़ाई करे, मैं उनको यही कह सकता हूं कि समय कम है। आप अपने हिसाब से सबको इकट्ठा करने का जो प्रयास है वो शुरू तो हो ही चुका है। उसको फिर से एक बार करके अगर एक साथ लड़ाई करना चाहे तो इट शुड रिफ्लेक्ट इन योर एक्शन, नॉट योर वर्ड्स।
Well, strong statements from both Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal. The Trinamool Congress had earlier advocated that a seat-sharing arrangement between the India Alliance parties should be worked out in the state elections. But it was the Congress that had said that it would decide, take a call on these issues post these state elections. That's what sources had said. Now, of course, today on the floor of the West Bengal Assembly, Mamata Banerjee saying that it was the lack of seat sharing that led to the Congress defeat. The Congress should have done seat sharing. In fact, she went on to say that India parties did cut votes, and had there been seat sharing, that wouldn't have happened. She also said this is a defeat of the Congress, not the people. People have spoken against the BJP, and then went on to add that India Alliance will work together, and if there is any mistake, it will be rectified and we will learn from our mistakes. Earlier in the day, Abhishek Banerjee had also said something similar, saying that India Alliance would actually have to now sit together and work, because this is something that the Congress did on its own. And obviously in all of this, to contextualize what's being said, the India Alliance partners are now going to give the Congress some hard talk over the Congress's insistence on leaving seat sharing for later, and going on to say the Congress would have to now, to quote a Trinamool Congress spokesperson, drop its zamindari attitude and be more accommodative and adjust. And Mamata Banerjee also saying, along with ideology, we need strategy to take on the BJP. And if we come together, then of course the BJP can be defeated in 2024. So tough lessons for the Congress, tough words for the Congress from India Alliance parties, especially the Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee, effectively pointing out that the Congress should do a seat sharing agreement as soon as possible before the 2024 polls. Otherwise, they could have a result like what we saw in these states that have recently concluded polls.
All right, so what's going to happen to the India Alliance going into 2024? Yesterday's loss, very, very significant. Where does that leave the Congress within the alliance? Can everything be forgotten? What about strategy? We'll be looking at that very closely on Left, Right and Centre tonight at 9 p.m. as well. For the moment, goodbye. Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by MKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
Tell you something, I'll give you a little story of something that we did about maybe 15 years ago. At that time, we didn't know we were doing AI. It just looked like a smart algorithm. Now, it'll probably be classified as AI, okay? Or borderline AI, right? So at Naukri, we've got 80 million resumes. Recruitment managers come, log in, and they search this database of resumes to try and identify candidates they want to contact to hire them. Now, because the 80 million resumes, we have a problem of plenty. So the HR manager, the recruitment manager, puts in some criteria, say B.Tech computer science qualification.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi, starting with our top focus on the headlines first, and then of course we'll go to Chennai where the cyclone Mizoram is at this moment in fact showing its impact. Cyclone Mizoram, Chennai airport has been shut till 11 p.m. Many parts of Chennai inundated amid heavy rainfall. Red alert has been also issued for Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. NDTV speaks to Telangana giant killer BJP's Ramana Reddy on defeating KCR, and Zoramthanga Reddy in fact also speaks about his party's fortunes in Telangana. The sweep for the regional party ZPM in Mizoram. Chief Minister Zoramthanga loses his seat in the anti-incumbency that has now changed under the government. After winning 3 states, BJP now in a huddle to decide the Chief Minister. Suspense over Chief Ministers in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And will Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Mama, get the job back in Madhya Pradesh? Top India allies react to Congress's loss in the Hindi heartland. Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, says Congress defeated not the people. Akhilesh Yadav's muted response to the loss. Meanwhile, after unseating the BRS, the regional satrap in Telangana, now the Congress party in a huddle over the Chief Minister. Zoramthanga Reddy is the front runner. Testing time there in Chennai and Tamil Nadu. In fact, Cyclone Mizoram currently swirling over the Bay of Bengal and is heading towards the Andhra coast, has unleashed torrential rain upon Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Heavy rainfall was reported in north coastal Tamil Nadu, encompassing Chennai, Chengalpattu and Kanchipuram, along with Nagapattinam and Kadalur districts, with Tiruvallur district bearing the brunt of the downpour. The cyclone is expected to make landfall between Nellore and Machilipatnam tomorrow noon. The Chennai airport in Meenambakkam has been shut down till 11 p.m. this evening. A public holiday has also been declared. While the private companies have been advised to operate through work from home, authorities have set up 5,000 relief centers in coastal districts of the state to assist those impacted by the heavy rainfall. To aid in relief and rescue measures, authorities have stationed 8 NDRF and 9 SDRF teams in affected districts of Viluppuram, Maldipurai, Nagapattinam, Tiruvallur, Kadalur and Chengalpattu. Now, authorities have also said that once the rain stops, water clearance operations will begin. Meanwhile, some disturbing and, of course, these images that I am showing you at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, in the capital city, Chennai, bringing back the horror and people, in fact, thinking about the 2015 floods. In many places, cars were, in fact, being swept away as if they were boats in a river.
We come to you from the Oliver Road at Mylapore in Chennai. Well, I am in knee-deep waters. That's the situation in many roads across Chennai. And in terms of damages, hundreds of cars actually are in waters, and that's a major damage. There's no electricity since morning across Chennai. Train services, the airport has been shut. Many trains have been cancelled or partially cancelled or diverted. The Met Office says this could continue well till late this evening, although they had earlier said the intensity of the rain could be less by 3 o'clock. Now there is no sign of any such respite till the cyclone crosses Tamil Nadu coast. Authorities say this will continue. And some pockets of Chennai like Perangudi received up to 29 centimeters of rain. That's the kind of quantum of rain we're talking about. And although Chennai has a new set of expanded stormwater drains, it couldn't just handle the quantum of rains. Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin.
Meanwhile, cyclone Mizoram led incessant rains across Tirupati, Annamaya, Nellore and Chittoor districts of Andhra Pradesh as well since Saturday, now paralyzing life completely across these districts on Sunday as well. Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman, who is joining us on the phone line with more details on this. Pratibha, what's the situation right now, and ahead of the landfall tomorrow, things would only become more complex?
That's right. In fact, the police are on a war footing right now to ensure that things are really safe and sound before the landfall. And several relief efforts are also being made at this point in time in several different districts. And in fact, the first to be affected has been the Tirupati district in Andhra Pradesh, where the Sulu Pet police are carrying out relief efforts. They've been carrying the elderly from the low-lying areas to the rehabilitation centers. Most have been shifted to the rehabilitation centers in Tirupati alone. And we are also talking about alert being issued to other districts like Tirupati, Nellore, Prakasam, Bapatla, Savary, Kolasima, and so all these kind of efforts are being put in place, especially at the areas near Krishna district and Bapatla is where the landfall is expected. And according to the information that we've collected from the collector, he seems to suggest that the landfall could be expected anytime between 12 midnight and 1. That's when it could be extremely severe near those areas. A lot of fields have also been affected. A lot of farmers as well as fishermen will be affected. So all of them have been shifted to the rehabilitation centers, at least around 59 that have been set up along the coastal areas there.
Thank you, Pratibha, for joining us with all those details. In fact, here's hoping and praying that people remain safe as far as this cyclone is concerned in southern India. All right, now moving on to some election, in fact, related news. Mizoram Chief Minister today, in fact, remember 4 states yesterday, the one which was left, Mizoram, the counting there took place today. Mizoram Chief Minister Zoramthanga lost his seat as well. Now, this was a strong anti-incumbency wave against the MNF government, and he has now resigned following his party's poor show in the state polls. He submitted his resignation to the governor, Dr. Hari Babu, at Raj Bhavan today. The Zoram People's Movement, an alliance of 6 parties, has crossed the halfway mark where the assembly polls were held on November 7th, the first state to go to the polls. The party has won 21 seats in the 40-member assembly and is leading on 6 others. So 21 is the halfway mark. They have already won those 21 seats. 6 they are leading, so they'll possibly end up with 27, in fact, seats at the end of the day. Now, Aloma, an ex-IPS officer who served as the in charge of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's security, is the Chief Minister face for the Zoram People's Movement. Let's just listen in to some reactions.
Because of the anti-incumbency effect, and the people are aggrieved and not satisfied with my performance because of this COVID onslaught. So I lost my government, and therefore I am really satisfied and accepted the verdict of the people, and I hope that the next government will perform well.
So, strong anti-incumbency. 5 state polls, ladies and gentlemen. 4 governments routed. Only one has been able to survive. That is the Bharatiya Janata Party's government in the state of Madhya Pradesh, despite being in power for 18.5 years. Now, after the defeat, specifically in the Hindi heartland, the North India, the Congress top sources are, in fact, meeting on the loss. There are discussions, deliberations going on. The Congress top sources have told NDTV mistakes were made and course correction will be done. Improper candidates cost us in the last few days. They also said that we'll find a way to work unitedly in India bloc. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us with more details on this. Sunil, now, to say the least, this is going to be a very demoralizing defeat as far as the Congress party is concerned. Many would argue that the party could have or was poised to win, if not, all 4, but at least 3 of the states that counted yesterday. Now, post this, what is the Congress party's course correction? What is it, the churning which is going on inside the party?
Well, a lot of churning, as you rightly said, is taking place within the party. A lot of issues that they need to address. As you rightly pointed out, I've been speaking to top Congress sources in the party who categorically say that a lot of mistakes were done, where we needed to change candidates, where we needed to give a fresh look. We weren't able to do so. We are back to the drawing room, in the drawing board in terms of how to go about issues. But most importantly, I think the biggest point that they are trying to send a message at this present juncture is that they will try to take things forward. They have called a coordination committee meeting of the India Alliance on the 6th. They're hoping that as many people will participate in that meeting to take things forward, to work unitedly, to take on the BJP-led NDA in the coming months ahead of the 2024 elections. But as you pointed out, a lot of mistakes. And for example, and we can go from state to state, be it in Madhya Pradesh, be it in Rajasthan, be it in Chhattisgarh, they say that certain decisions, overconfidence, in some cases, lackluster campaign at the end, and not taking things forward. These are certain issues that have cost the party dearly.
Sunil, is there a sense that you get from speaking to your sources in the Congress party that this possibly, and just 4 months now left for the Lok Sabha elections, there isn't much time that is left for the general elections. Is the Congress looking at some sort of, dynamic changes as far as their organization, specifically in the states which they have lost, is concerned? Moving towards younger leadership, and trying to, in fact, shed the baggage of the old faces?
Definitely. In fact, there is definitely going to be seen younger faces. I think that's the, we can definitely see in Madhya Pradesh, for example, that change will definitely take place. As we speak, the Congress president is consulting with the former Congress presidents, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. They will be discussing about Telangana and who should be the next chief minister. There's a co-group meeting that is expected there. Mr. Revanth Reddy, as we've been saying, is the front runner. Even though there are other contenders, they will try to find a way forward and go ahead with the promises that have been made.
Right.
No date has been given for the swearing in, but definitely across the states, be it in Rajasthan, be it in Madhya Pradesh, we are definitely going to see younger faces being projected and a younger leadership to take on what is definitely cost the party extremely dearly ahead of the 2024 election.
For the BJP, victories, in fact, come and they propel generational changes, at least for the Congress. Many would be hoping that losses will do the same and there will be generational change, not only in leadership, but the way the party wants to take on the BJP in the upcoming general election. Thank you, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. Like Sunil was speaking about Telangana, the only state, the silver lining for the Congress party in these 5-state elections. The party has been able to, in fact, uproot a regional satrap 10-year government of KCR. The BRS party was defeated. Now, sources are telling us that there is not going to be any hurried swearing in today. Plans for swearing in are being put on hold. no final decision has been taken on who is going to be the chief minister. Now, AICC observers are yet to arrive in Delhi, and then they will be meeting the party president Mallikarjun Kharge tomorrow. So the decision will be taken most likely by tomorrow as far as the chief minister is concerned. Now, sources also telling us that as of now, there is no consensus on who will be the chief minister as far as Telangana is concerned. Uma Sudhir, my colleague, joining us with more details on this. Uma, you know, many would say that the Congress, even in the states where they win, they get into this problem as far as who is going to be the leader. People were expecting Revanth Reddy would be possibly the easiest choice. What's the hiccup?
Yes, indeed. This is one state where they seem to have managed the rebel problem, where they seem to have had the Congress leaders, all of different camps also coming together and working together and mounting a very strong campaign and managing to unseat someone who seemed like a very, very popular and tall and undisputed leader. Everything seemed set, even though, you know, they went in a hurry, I must say, to go and stake claim to form the government, saying that we are the majority party, even though they had still not elected their CLP leader. They decided that they must first go and inform the governor that they would be staking a claim to form the government and that the name would be informed as soon as they are able to elect the leader. Today, in fact, from our sources in the police and in Raj Bhavan, we understand that arrangements were being made for the swearing in of a chief minister and a deputy chief minister. All that they said in the morning was that a resolution is being passed to allow the leadership, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, to take the final call, that they are authorized, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, to take the final call, and that the opinion of all the leaders was being sought. So one of the top leaders who I have spoken to pointed out three things. One, that it's a kind of a lobbying that Mr. Revanth Reddy and his camp seem to be doing, suggesting that he is indeed the front runner and he is very much the obvious choice for becoming chief minister, whereas he says there are other contenders as well in the race and they need to be considered as well. And each of the MLAs independently made their own pitch, expressed their opinion, what they think about the CLP leader. So I would reckon that whether it is one Komat Reddy, Venkat Reddy, who is a very senior leader of the party, 36 years in the party, he as well as Mr. Uttam Kumar Reddy, who has been always in the Congress, Air Force officer, someone who has won 7 times as MLA as well, has been an MP as well. So he too is taking his claim. Bhatti Vikramarka, who is a Dalit leader, has done in a sense campaigning outside of his constituency as well. He is also certainly being considered because he was someone who did a Padyatra as well. So all this while it was happening, Revanth Reddy, for the campaign that he mounted, for the fact that he heli-hopped across the state and campaigned everywhere and showed that leadership taking on. So it was presumed that that would be the leadership, and we were told that the ceremony is also going to happen. But this top leader told me that a phone call was then made saying that this is still needs to be considered and all options need to be looked at carefully and every option need to be weighed carefully, and then only the ceremony, and that's why it's been stopped. And now the observers will go to Delhi, have that meeting, and then only. This could be a way for them to negotiate and get some juicy portfolios as well, more heavy portfolios than what it is. One option that was given to me was that there could be a chief minister and 3 deputy chief ministers. Back to you.
And hence, the Congress party in their very true fashion, and we saw this in Karnataka as well, Uma, when we were covering that election, that post the victory, this kind of squabble, this kind of in fact, the party people jostling for the post started as soon as the victory was announced. Thank you, Uma, for joining us. Moving on to Rajasthan, Sachin Pilot, the man who was for the last 5 years the former PCC chief, and also the man who possibly thought that he could have been the chief minister for some time, at least in the last government, now being looked as the big change that the Congress party going back to a younger face. He has reacted for the first time after his party's loss in the state of Rajasthan. He said, "Sad that we have lost despite working hard." He also said we need to introspect and Lok Sabha polls are just around the corner. Sachin Pilot also said that we accept the people's mandate. Meanwhile, Mr. Pilot has said that he backs Mr. Gehlot for the top officials' all-out attack at the chief ministers. Pilot opens a fresh flashpoint. Is that what is going to happen as far as now the Congress party is concerned after this defeat? Let's listen into what Mr. Sachin Pilot said.
लोकसभा चुनाव बहुत दूर नहीं है, हम बैठकर चर्चा करेंगे कहाँ कमियां रह गई, क्योंकि पूरी ताकत से चुनाव लड़ा फिर भी कामयाब नहीं हो सके, इसका विश्लेषण करना पड़ेगा। और बहरहाल पब्लिक ने हमको जो मैंडेट दिया है वो विपक्ष में बैठने का दिया है। लोकसभा चुनाव बहुत जल्द आने वाले हैं, तो जो भी हम लोगों को डिस्कशन करना है पार्टी प्लेटफॉर्म पर करेंगे, लेकिन मैं इतना मानता हूँ कि हमें पूरी ताकत से पूरी हिम्मत से अच्छा चुनाव लड़ा, फिर भी हम कामयाब नहीं हुए, इस बात का हमें खेद है। हम लोग एक मजबूत विपक्ष आज हैं और पूरी ताकत से जनता के बीच में रह के नई सरकार को काम करने के लिए मजबूत करेंगे।
Let me go across to my colleague Harsha Kumari Singh, who is joining us from Jaipur. Harsha, on one hand, the BJP is scratching their head over who is going to be the chief minister. The Congress, despite the defeat, at this moment, people, like I was talking to Sunil, people are looking at, is this defeat going to somehow propel the Congress for a generational change, a difference in the way they function so far?
Well, yes, you know, the Congress is going to clearly be introspecting. I met Amrita Dhawan also yesterday, just when she was leaving. They are the, observers for Rajasthan. So definitely there's going to be some introspection now. If you see, Lokesh Sharma has created a lot of political rumbles here. He was the OSD to the Chief Minister, and he has actually said that the Chief Minister did not listen to the feedback from the ground. Sachin Pilot also has, in fact, is treading very carefully this time. He said that he's going to bring up whatever he wants within the party forum. But if you read, Sachin has also said that, he wants to, especially to look at what Lokesh Sharma has pointed out. So I think somewhere that internal tug of war that actually perhaps cost the Congress in Rajasthan, because, if they had built up on the welfare schemes with some kind of a different campaign pitch, I think that's what the people within the Congress are also saying, it could have helped them. Now, the Congress MLAs will meet tomorrow. Who will be leader of opposition or what will be decided is very, very important, because remember, that will give us indications as to what is the way ahead for the Congress. What will be Gehlot's future? What will be Sachin Pilot's future? Little early, I think, to speculate on that. Both leaders want to stay and work in Rajasthan. So that's definitely the subtext of this conversation. But what Sachin Pilot has said, he's being very guarded this time.
Right.
But he's clearly indicated that introspection needs to be done. And also the fact that re-entrenchment didn't happen. They didn't change the MLAs. Very few MLAs were changed. So somewhere that also worked against the Congress party.
Harsha, is it safe to say at this moment that this is possibly the lowest that Mr. Gehlot is facing as far as political career is concerned? I mean, knives are out for him. His closest people are talking against him. He's not in the very good terms as far as the central leadership is concerned. What is it, the future for Mr. Gehlot? What is it looking like at this moment?
Well, yes, he'll have to do some deft maneuvering, definitely, to, like you said, the fact that a year back when they asked him to be party president, and there was that rebellion which was held, and in fact, Lokesh Sharma, who was his OSD, Mr. Ashok Gehlot's OSD, has said this was all, it was all sort of manufactured. That's what he said. And that's something that Sachin has also kind of somewhere endorsed, because remember, last year also he said that, why is this not being treated as a rebellion? So the fact that he didn't fall in with the party line, decided to chart a course of his own, this is all going to definitely come up for discussion. And in this election, he was the face all the way. It was his social welfare schemes. It was his face that you saw out of all those posters in Rajasthan. So clearly, somewhere or the other, the responsibility also rests on his shoulders, is what people within the party are saying. Though, of course, they will also bring out the fact that, how the MLAs performed, what was their campaign like. They will also bring out bits about Sachin Pilot. Did he campaign enough, for example? They were not seen together. So clearly, I think it's going to be sort of, quite a sharp discussion when it happens.
When it happens, and hardly any time left now because ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. But as they say in politics, I mean, victory would have propelled Mr. Gehlot's fortunes, and a defeat before an election in which he was seen as the one leading it is also now going to plummet his political currency. Thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side as well. Stay tuned.
This was World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene, 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Give us a sort of profile without disclosing too much of it. But you know, the kind of startups that excite you today. Because Zomato, Policy Bazaar, Naukri, great innings. But I'm wondering today, what kind of companies, what are the elements of these companies?
So I tell you, we don't do it top down. We don't say, hey, this is a good sector, let's go for it. If we'd done that in 2010, we would never have invested in Zomato because there was no restaurant listing sector. We would not have done Policy Bazaar in 2008 because there was no insurance comparison sector. We look at companies that are creating new categories, entrepreneurs breaking new ground, and therefore we do it bottom up. We meet 1,000 startups a quarter, or at least look at 1,000 startups a quarter, meet maybe about 500, and we invest in 3 or 4 a quarter.
Okay.
Okay. And we start with first principles bottom up. Is there some evidence of natural attraction? Is there some indication that the value proposition is so good that the customer will really want this? Are customers using it? Are they happy? Are they coming back again and again? Is the company getting some sales? Right? Are customers paying real money for this? And is that real money higher than the cost? So that's the first thing. Then we look at the quality of the team and the founders. Right? And then maybe 100 other things. But these two are absolutely important. Very important also is there some IP that is being created or potentially can be created?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That matters. Because IP is what I think gives superior margins, builds a moat, and provides longevity to a business. Right? So at Naukri, we have built pretty serious IP. A lot of it is not known in the public, it's not talked about, but all our resume database is the largest in the country. The kind of algorithms we use to search our resume database are fairly unique to us. Right? In the company, we've got a
Some breaking news coming in at this moment. In fact, earlier it was reported that the Chennai airport, because of the heavy rainfall, will be shut till 11 p.m. this evening. Now, the latest coming in that the airport will remain shut till 9 a.m. tomorrow. So, the Meenambakkam airport in Chennai is going to remain shut till 9 a.m. tomorrow. This is the impact of the Mizoram cyclone, the pre-cyclone, in fact, rainfall, heavy rainfall at this moment, in fact, in Chennai and places in Andhra Pradesh as well. Pratibha Raman, my colleague, joining us with more details on this. Pratibha, now this is going to, in fact, create a lot of problems as far as the commuters are concerned, but very important safety measure being taken at this moment.
That's right. In fact, the cyclone has indeed created havoc across Chennai and parts of Tamil Nadu, and expected to make a landfall anytime between midnight and early morning in Andhra Pradesh here. In fact, to give you a sense of how many lives have been stranded, it's not just people in Tamil Nadu. Several of the reporters who were here in Telangana trying to cover the election, who wanted to head back to Tamil Nadu, have all been stranded here. So that's the kind of complaint. So it's not just normal humans who have been affected, but several others from different parts of the city as well as the state who have been heading to Chennai and planning this have all been stranded at different airports all over the country, especially because of the airport being shut down in Chennai. In fact, one of the key airports in India that we must say, especially connecting a lot of flights from the north towards the southern part of India. But this is definitely a safety measure that has been taken. Like you pointed out, the airport has been extremely flooded with heavy rains as well as water flowing from different streams and rivers right across Chennai. A lot of lives that have been rescued, the police personnel as well as the NDRF teams who have been working tirelessly there. In fact, to give you a picture of the cyclone here in Andhra Pradesh as well, a lot of precautionary measures that have been taken into a lot of safety measures that have been put in place by the district collectors as well as the police personnel, trying to institute a lot of these rehabilitation centers, at least around 49 rehabilitation centers that have been put up right across the coastal areas of Andhra Pradesh to ensure that all of them who are in the low-lying areas would be shifted to these rehabilitation centers. Food as well as medical health camps, all of them have been put in place to try and see that no lives would be affected.
All right, this is an important update coming in at this moment. The Chennai airport is going to be shut till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Pratibha, also just if you could encapsulate for our viewers, what's the situation at this moment in southern India, specifically in Tamil Nadu and coastal areas of Andhra Pradesh?
Right since late last night, people have been working tirelessly to rescue a lot of people, especially in Andhra Pradesh. Now that the cyclone is moving towards this, expecting to make a landfall here, heavy rains that have been lashing through different parts of the state in Andhra Pradesh, especially in districts like Tirupati as well as Krishna districts. All of these are across the coast. And that is exactly the areas where it is definitely going to affect a lot of lives there, and precautionary measures being put up there, especially in places like Krishna as well as Nellore and Tirupati are around 8 districts that fall in that region. All of them have been issued alerts. All of them have been asked to stay indoors. And people in the low-lying areas have been shifted to the rehabilitation centers already, with a lot of these medical health facilities as well as food and relief measures that have been provided, all of them put in place right away to ensure that everybody stays safe at this point in time. So these are the kind of measures that have been put up. All of them are waiting to see that everybody stays indoors. So this is also an alert that has been issued to everybody right across Andhra Pradesh as well as in Tamil Nadu. A lot of them who were stranded, especially in areas in the middle of the city of Chennai, especially areas like T Nagar as well as Adyar, also the outskirts, the greater Chennai that we talk about like Tambaram, all of them have been severely affected with flooding.
Severely affected, the flooding there. In fact, many people in Chennai being reminded of the floods that took place in 2015, despite many measures being taken. In fact, there were some visuals where you could see cars, in fact, floating because of heavy rainfall. Now, Pratibha, you know, this is the pre-cyclone landfall showers, which are torrential rains, which are taking place at this moment. When is the landfall expected? And after that, because during the landfall, it will be very high winds and rainfall. It will take some hours before the government machinery could come in some sort of action.
That's right. The latest that the information that we picked up from the collector's office here in Krishna district as well as the neighboring districts is that the landfall is expected to be around 12 midnight to around early morning. That would be between 4ish or 5ish in the morning. And it's only after that that we expect relief measures to relief teams as well as rescue teams to go into those areas to see if anybody is really stranded or affected in those areas. So until then, it is putting everybody on the edge of their seats here in Andhra Pradesh. And right now, in fact, I am around 200 kilometers away from the district where it is expected to make landfall. And already we see torrential rains here in the district, especially in the Krishna district and in and around there. And this is expected to continue at least for the next 3-4 days, especially in the areas near where the landfall is expected to approach. And those kind of districts will expect around heavy to very heavy rainfall for the next 2 days is what the collector's office, as well as the information that we are picking up from the weather department here. And the adjoining areas, that is in the periphery of these districts, will have light to moderate light rains. This is what we're given to understand. So at least till December 8th, the situation is definitely going to be pretty grim in these districts.
Okay, so in fact, Pratibha, giving us that update. She's on her way to the coastal districts of Andhra Pradesh, where the landfall is expected. Meanwhile, in Chennai, in fact, these visuals are coming in from the capital city of Tamil Nadu, where earlier today at about 4:30 p.m., the Chennai Police Department had informed that at least in 25 places there have been incidents of tree, in fact, being a tree falling in because of the heavy rainfall, and that has inconvenienced a lot of movement of traffic in many places. People are being taken out and to safety, in fact, in Chennai as well. Let me also at this moment just play out a report which was sent earlier by my colleague Sam Daniel. Meanwhile, Pratibha, thank you for joining us and stay safe. We'll keep coming back to you for more details.
We come to you from the Oliver Road at Mylapore in Chennai. Well, I am in knee-deep waters. That's the situation in many roads across Chennai. And in terms of damages, hundreds of cars actually are in waters, and that's a major damage. There's no electricity since morning across Chennai. Train services, the airport has been shut. Many trains have been cancelled or partially cancelled or diverted. The Met Office says this could continue well till late this evening, although they had earlier said the intensity of the rain could be less by 3 o'clock. Now there is no sign of any such respite till the cyclone crosses Tamil Nadu coast. Authorities say this will continue. And some pockets of Chennai, like Perangudi, received up to 29 centimeters of rain. That's the kind of quantum of rain we're talking about. And although Chennai has a new set of expanded stormwater drains, it couldn't just handle the quantum of rains. Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Chief Minister M.K. Stalin.
All right, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
This World AIDS Day, join the fight against HIV. I'm Ayushman Khurrana. This World AIDS Day on the 1st of December, come be a part of the Banega Swasth India campaign and be the change with me. One World Hygiene. 10 kadam, 10 kadam.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
What is it about the governance lapses that we've seen in recent times that have been allowed to escalate in the Indian startup universe? And we're not getting into specifics here, but you have boards and you have hefty investors, and you think there's a lot of wisdom sitting around the table, and yet these things happen. Why?
I think very simply, when investors go in, they diligence the company, they diligence the founder, and they conclude that the founder is honest and trustworthy, right? And that is the case in 95% of the situations. Most Indian founders are trustworthy and honest, right? But there are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5% who perhaps are not that clean, right? And those are the cases that have got highlighted actually. And now having said that, I think a lot will depend on what actions investors take after they discover this. And you certainly can't let things be. That's not a good idea in my view.
is there a middle sort of category of governance lapses, which is, chasing growth at the cost of strong processes? I mean, I'm trying to understand if there's a redeeming type of mistake or governance path.
So you can make mistakes of business judgment, right? Those are honest mistakes. But stuff where you have been taking money out of the company.
We were early trying to go across to our colleague Sam Daniel, who is in Chennai. Remember, there hasn't been any electricity. In fact, in most parts of the city, it's quite difficult at this moment. Sam is joining us at this moment, and I want to go across to him to get a sense of what's happening in the city of Chennai as we speak. Sam, airport will be shut from 11 p.m. Tonight. Now it has been extended to 9 a.m. tomorrow. I can see where you are standing. The wind is picking up. There's still rainfall. What's the situation at this moment?
Well, as we speak, it continues to rain on and off. Many pockets of Chennai are in knee-deep waters, particularly low-lying areas. Many homes, water has entered many homes. It's kind of a nightmare for them. In terms of the hardship, there is no electricity right from morning till now. It's very unlikely it will resume tonight. We may have to wait till morning for the rains to stop. Local trains, local buses, now the airport, all have been shut down. Many trains from the Chennai Central Station and the Egmore Station have been cancelled or diverted. And the Met says the rains may subside later tonight after the cyclone moves away from Tamil Nadu and head towards Andhra Pradesh for its landing tomorrow. And as we speak now, around 4,500 relief centers across Tamil Nadu have been kept ready. We are still waiting for the number of people who have been evacuated. The last figure from the government said around 700 have been moved to cyclone relief centers. And the Tamil Nadu government has declared a public holiday for the second day tomorrow as well. All schools, colleges, government offices except emergency services would be shut. They've also appealed to the private companies to let people work from home. The reason for this flooding, if I can call it that way, is that Chennai has received up to 29 centimeter rain till the data available this afternoon over a period of 24 hours. And the existing and the newly built stormwater drains are just cannot just handle this kind of water, unprecedented rainfall. And that's why authorities say once the rain stops, then at least most parts of Chennai will be able to get back to normalcy as waters will automatically drain. They also say because of the heavy inflow in two of the rivers in Chennai, the water is not getting into the sea as fast as it would normally do. So once this rain stops, they say it will get faster. And then of course the challenge is to pump waters out of many low-lying pockets where they say they have deployed more than 500 giant pumps to do the work. But tonight it will be a dark night without electricity. For many, food will be a challenge. For many, reaching back home would be a challenge. Many are walking in knee-deep waters. But the government is advising people to stay indoors, to step out only when if it's absolutely required,
Sam,
and to abide with instructions government gives then and there.
This brings back the memories of 2015 Chennai floods. I mean, at that time it seemed that everything, the entire infrastructure had collapsed in the city. Is the government, better prepared this time? Are we seeing the machinery proactive, at least with the way they are dealing with the situation as of now?
The government is certainly proactive. In fact, they had put in several measures, but this kind of this quantum of rainfall they never expected, because the Met had said the neighbouring Thiruvallur district will get extremely heavy rainfall. But the government, in terms of preparedness, besides keeping in relief centres, putting in infrastructure like pumps and things ready, they also had declared holiday, and that